It's Covenant Live. We're glad to have you. I want to give a special shout out here to Eric DeBresser in the chat. First live stream ever. So welcome, Eric. Good to see you, and good to see all of the normal names that we're privileged to interact with here on the live streams. Zach, how you doing?
I'm great.
It's a rush, isn't it? Every time clicking the button.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're otherwise unaware, right now we're in my home office upstairs, which is also known as the Zadok. So we had stuff to do at the office today, and then we blitzed over here to do this stream. I'm excited. We haven't been doing much content lately, so I'm excited to be live, and then also excited that we're very, 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 very close to having an actual studio again.
Yeah, if you check the Instagram post, you can see some of the progress happening. We've got Van in the chat saying, "Sup, fellas?
We can officially start.
Stream can officially begin." So here's what we're getting into today. First of all, this is kind of a. I've been having a lot of ideas. Maybe it's because fall is approaching. Also, I love the Mr. Telespectador saying we're the godfathers of card games, which is quite funny. We've almost gotten to that point, haven't we? 16 years later, and it's all sweaters and not yelling at you.
Yeah.
Not exactly a hype machine anymore, are we?
I don't feel like a godfather.
Not sure that we ever were.
In the sense of like the Godfather movies, you know? Like there's not like a...
Well, I hope not.
And if there was, will we even say it? I don't know.
Here's the thing I want to invite you guys to. So I watched a little documentary the other night. What was that, Jonathan? What was the documentary? Ducks or lakes or ponds or whatever?
Horses.
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 Horses, and it was about like content consumption and like how we are kind of infinitely consuming further and further based on the way dopamine works.
Because doom scroll.
They had the experiment where you if you press a button you get $5 and it like hits your dopamine really hard. Then you have a button suddenly that's giving you $100 and it's like even harder. If you go back to the $5, it's nothing. Like it completely zeros. So the basic idea is like as you get more and more hungry for interaction, attention, exchange, those kinds of things, it gets harder and harder. And so pretty soon you're watching this video, staring at your phone, blowing through TikTok, like you're trying to do everything possible to just stay engaged with the world. So here's an invitation for everybody out there, Van in particular, you. Let's just take the next 2 hours, 3 hours, and try to just be together without all those distractions.
I don't know, man. My phone's in my pocket. I can feel it.
You got to check it. You feel like you got to check it. You want to here? I'm gonna put my phone. I'm gonna get it out of here. I'm gonna throw it out of the room.
So there's he literally threw his phone.
Get out of here. I'm tired of it.
At some point I was reading a study about when people will do this thing where they put their phone face down on the table, almost as though it's like I'm paying attention to you.
Yeah.
But it actually has the opposite effect because it makes both people like there's like this third party here that you're nervous about a little bit. But to your point, I think when the world is coming at you in 15-second clips that are exciting and crazy and awesome and informative and like geared to be great 15 seconds, when you sit down across from someone and they aren't giving you something new to engage with every 15 seconds, I've seen it. Like
your mind starts wandering.
I won't call other people out. I'm trying not to be that. And when I'm with people, I very much try not to be on my phone or like on my laptop or whatever. But I get it. Like, of course, I'm not as exciting as 15 seconds from anywhere in the world, any person in the world who's uniquely skilled, talented, interesting. Like, would I rather be, looking out this window now or getting a 15-second clip of like Coliseum in Rome or wherever,
or like a 50-second Taylor Swift concert.
Oh yeah,
clip.
Of course.
I mean, that's gonna
I'm out of here.
On.
Yeah, no. Have you been in my Instagram Discover feed? Is that what that is?
I have a feeling I know exactly what that looks like. I've known you long enough.
You would not be surprised to know that there are a lot of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant 30-second, 60-second highlight reels and or them talking.
Cool.
That's basically my Instagram Discover.
I bet a lot of people wouldn't know that. So here's what we're going to do today. All that beside the point. We're going to hang out. We're going to spend some time actually diving into this new set of Alpha Clash. We're going to take our time with it. We're going to enjoy the cards, enjoy the art, take a look at everything. It's not going to be like like we said, a super high energy, like, there's going to be stuff everywhere and sound effects and all of that. We're just going to connect and enjoy it and really appreciate the set. And then we might get to a game or two actually on the table, which would be nice if we could actually play some Alpha Clash. I had my Mean Streak deck sitting on my laptop bag this morning at my house. You know what I did?
Well, that 15-second attention span's coming back to bite
That's
you.
right. I
I'm
just
kidding.
moved it, and then I took my laptop back. I was like,
Oh,
whatever.
no
I
way.
clearly
No,
don't
you
need
did
that.
not.
Yeah.
That's
So I don't have my
amazing.
mean streak deck, but we've got like 4 or 5 different decks I think that we can play, right?
We do.
All right, well, let's kick it off, man. I hate having this laptop here, truly, but it's just the only way I have to look at the cards.
If you angle it right, they wouldn't even be able to see it. Your cup's kind of in the way, you know? Yeah, there you go. It's like,
What's that?
I don't even know if it's there.
Dude, Steve Jobs is just rolling gleefully in his grave right now.
Yeah.
It's so thin.
It's pretty crazy, actually.
Devices of the future. Let's make them more thin. Now, the whole thing is going through my head. Even grocery stores have combined like all these 15 different relationships you used to have, the butcher, the baker, the etc., and crushed them all into one cashier interaction. And then they took that away.
Yeah.
And now it's just self-check. It's like we've lost everything.
But, I mean, it does help me grocery shop and scroll.
To
at the
what
same time.
end?
I'm just kidding.
Exactly.
More TikTok time.
To what end? I mean, gosh, it's just a never-ending thing. I'm going crazy, man. It's been driving me nuts this past couple of weeks.
What up, Ten Aiken? I always like to call you out. He's like
Tim's
a
great, great
Discord he's a local, but he's also a Discord champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of Discord champions, Alex Becker. Here he is, out of the Zadok into the Ziving room. Love it. Let's bring up Death Chaos Bringer. That seems like a good place to start.
Yep.
If there's ever going to be a place to start, I think Death is a good one. Do you have access to? Can you see the cards at all? Do you want to share this?
It's gonna show right there.
Oh, right. Can you read? Can you actually read
You
that?
can read it to me.
I've got it right here.
You're the reader.
It's easy.
Yeah.
So this is a new contender,
I reviewed all these cards last night, so
Yeah.
they're fresh on my mind.
and you're reading the novel as well.
I am, yeah. So
How far are you?
quick segue into that. So I am 240 pages into this 490 page book. So I'm about halfway.
I didn't expect that out of the Alpha Clash guys, honestly.
That I would be halfway through the book, that the book would exist.
that a 500-page novel is like on the agenda.
Yeah, so they have a Kickstarter live right now for this. Ridge sent a copy over, and I've been reading it. And I will say, it's been really illuminating on like what's going on. Like obviously, superheroes fighting is not that hard to wrap your brain
It's
around.
a tale that's been told a few times.
Yeah, but there's some really cool things going on in the book that I won't spoil. But also, it's been really funny because I'm reading the story, and then it's like I'll see these two characters fighting or in a different city, and it's like, oh no, I didn't know that was going to happen, but now I suddenly know. So it's a whole new world of spoilers for me.
Yeah.
But no, it's been really good, and it's fun. Just to have a little more context on what's going on. So if you haven't seen the Kickstarter, check that out.
Yeah, that's one thing this game is doing really well that we've always really appreciated is they had that story narrative focus where they wanted to expand the world beyond just like selling some booster boxes, which a lot of Kickstarters these days unfortunately are in the business of doing. So there was a clear vision there, which was very cool, and I'm glad that it's panning out for you.
Yeah.
Let's look at this contender. So 30 health. When a Death Clash card you control is defeated or sent to oblivion, you may engage this card. So tap this card.
Mm-hmm.
If you do draw one card, then up to one target Clash card you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. I'm noticing there's a lot more of the static card draw mechanics on these contenders, and that's having a big impact because the more cards you draw, obviously the more options you have, so your decks can be more consistent.
Yep.
And everyone's kind of got a different way to draw these cards.
And of course, death interacting or benefiting when things leave play
Funny how that would work, isn't it?
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And when they say Death Clash, it just has to have death in the title, basically.
Yeah.
Capital D, death.
And then at 10 or less, once per turn during your primary phase, you may put target black Clash card with an initial resource cost of 2 or less from your Oblivion into play. At the end of your turn, banish that card. So this is the death recursion kind of thing. Death Speaker from Sorcery's doing a similar kind of vibe. Clear template in card games.
Yeah.
Back from the grave.
Ideally, you have a card that sacrifices a card for some powerful ability. And that lets you trigger the first ability, which lets you draw a card.
Yeah.
Great. Then that card now you can replay later in the end of the game, which is a target for those same exact cards that sacrifice things. So it gets very efficient because usually sacrificing, let's say I had a thing, it was like sacrifice, do 5 damage to your contender. The cost is the sacrifice, and the card that I'm playing to do this thing, the card replacement, very, very efficient.
Yeah,
So,
it's the classic, like, cards are balanced around the sacrifice being the downside that pays for the upside, but then you make the upside the downside.
You make the downside the upside.
And then boom.
Yeah. Boom.
Somehow,
Classic card game.
It's happened. 1-0.
I will say, I'm really excited about this contender because the first contender in the set 1 that was this color was Moxie.
Moxie, yeah.
and nothing against Moxie.
Love the concept personally.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, like it's the same in Fab with Dash. Like just that style of character.
They'll like build yourself up with items and stuff.
All these
over
items
time.
and this thing going, the Iron Man from Champions, just is not super appealing to me. Yeah. So having a contender that's black like this in a very different playstyle, I'm very excited for.
And as we know, death is something you are very interested in.
Always.
When it comes to games.
We should all be interested in death because it's coming.
it's coming for us all. Yeah. So I just want to go through a couple of these death cards that I think are. It's really nice how they've oriented the set where you have the contender and then kind of the supporting cards. And before I move on, I want to mention Art of Wade King is in the chat, and Wade did this piece for Death, the Chaos Bringer, and is doing a lot of the art direction, well, like all of the art direction for Alpha Clash. So it's really cool to see Wade's piece in the game. He's also doing art direction, and he's also in the chat here.
Wade,
so cheers to you, Wade.
Also, in case you forgot, did our Set 1 exclusive promo.
Let's look at that bad boy. Can you top down?
The Uncontrollable?
Are you on a top? Are you on a? Do you have the top down thing?
Mm-hmm.
I just put it on the. Look at that.
Yeah.
There's that Set 1, and Set 2 is Conquest, the Destroyer, and that's on our website if you want to see that one too. Looks good, doesn't it?
I'm a huge fan of this.
Crushing it, Wade.
Also happens to be a great card. Also, spoiler from the book a little bit, Torque, absolutely horrible human. Just the worst. Like, unimaginably.
Is that why I kept winning?
So, like, yes. Magnate is a bad guy. You know, he's not a good guy, necessarily. None of them are. It's how it works.
Yeah. Gray is the new black and white.
But, like, he's just, like, a generically bad person. Torque is like evil. You know what I mean? Like, what's a good example of this? I'm trying to think of a
can't even do it.
Different story. I mean, you know, there's Star Wars all around me, and so it's like Vader's a bad person. Palpatine is an evil person.
Right. Got it.
Torque is like gross.
Okay.
Evil.
I like that.
Uncomfortable. You're like reading it, and it's like, I don't know, man. Did you guys have to go this hard?
Is there any like is it like the thing where he's like torturing people and stuff?
We're not there yet, but he would.
But he would.
Yeah. So
kind of an ends justify the means guy.
There are multiple reasons that you might think he's called Torque. One being the way he manipulates energy and does his thing. But he got the nickname before he had the power, and it's because of things he does to people, which is
gross.
Not good.
Yeah, I don't want that. All right, let's go back to
yeah, it's not good. Not good.
All right, let's look at Death's Door. Hawaiian 87 hype. What's going on? Hawaiian 87, good to see you. Death's Door is a 4-cost Clash ground, and it's got a lot of sweet text on it. Now, it's this outer space Bardega thing. Are you, as a novel reader, are you more hip to what these concepts are of like these different planets that people are showing up from, or what's going on here? Do you have any idea?
I can give you a little context. First, this is really cool because you're on the inside of the door. It looks like, right? Like this is looking outside.
Yes. Yeah.
You can see the framing going on. Also, this card is remarkable. It's so good. So nothing has happened in the book so far that is not on planet Earth. But like as an example, the Harbingers, the Death, Conquest, War, and Pestilence have come up and are being explained as to what's going on with that. So no, we have not left. But the whole thing is like all these things in our history and our lore as humans come from these alpha clashes that have happened over time. And so even the 4 horsemen, who really aren't horsemen at all, came from kind of a manipulation of a real thing that's happening in the story. So,
right on.
But I have no idea yet. I just know that there are. You know what I do? I do have some idea.
He knows.
So essentially, this thing happens. This event that occurs occasionally, and it happens all over the war galaxy,
Awakening,
universe,
the Alpha Clash, the moment,
and it creates this thing called the pool, and everyone that has these powers that are awakened, so they naturally can just sense each other, and they're looking for each other, and they're trying to fight to determine who is going to be the like champion of that planet. And then those champions come together to kind of decide the fate of the future of the universe. There's winners and losers. So this is presumably happening on other planets, but then at some point, it's almost like haha. You know, if you had tournaments happening in every country in the world, and then the winner of each of those worlds would get together to clash.
So we think there's like a universal championship on the line here.
And it's not really a championship as much as like survival.
Okay.
Is on the line.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then the big question that's kind of starting to get asked is like, can you escape this reality? Can you somehow not just play into the? It'd almost be like a Mortal Kombat situation where like, can you save and break the wheel, so to speak?
Cool. Because the assumption is it keeps happening across time.
Yeah.
It generates and then everything goes nuts and then everything's cool for a bit and then it happens again over and over and over.
Yeah, like burns down and then rebuilds and then to the point where it's ready to happen again. So the exact machinations of how that's going to function, I don't know. I just know that it's happening elsewhere. And, you know, the question that looms, it hasn't been directly asked, is like, is there a way out?
Cool.
That is not just this system.
Do you think these Harbingers are people who have basically won the contest in their respective planets that are now going to other planets to like crush them? Is that the idea?
I think the Harbingers have specific roles, and they are former champions.
Are you trying to spoil the book?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at that story.
I also think that the Harbinger, like death, is a title.
Yeah.
Not a person. So it's a title and a role that
fascinating
sometimes pivots, and certain characters have been this before. Or
you've piqued my interest.
There's again, I don't know all the answers. I'm just getting glimpses, but that's what I've gained so far.
Fascinating. What's up, Riot and CCG in the chat too? Big support of the game. Good to see you here. Death Door trigger enter. Each contender loses 3 health. Then you may activate the portal. So you either flip it to active or flip it to disactive, deactive, unactive. Inactive.
Close.
Inactive.
Open and close.
Open and close. Right.
Wade's chats are killing me. He sent this emoji.
Yeah. If the portal is open, whenever a clash card you control is defeated or sent to oblivion, target contender you don't control loses 1 health. So obviously, if you're playing death, it's another cherry on top of your stuff dying, which you want to happen ananyway. But now they lose 1 health every time that happens.
Yeah, that seems good.
Whenever a clash card an opponent controls is defeated or sent to oblivion, you gain 1 health. Wow.
I told you it was good. But like
these clash grounds are bonkers.
You have to compare this to like, I think the most popular one from set 1 seems to be New York City.
Yeah.
Which was like all your alphas get +3 attack or whatever.
And like flying, is it the flying one too?
Yeah, I think it's +2 in flying, looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, +2
and
in flying.
when it enters play, you also draw a card.
What a closer.
So it like replaces itself. But like, if you're spending 4 and a card to put a Clash Ground in, like, it's not a unit on the board that stays. So it can get replaced, and it better do something good.
Yeah.
If it's good. In my mind, the Clash Grounds have to be very good.
Yeah.
Or they're just never going to get played.
That's right. Yeah, it's a good... well, that one looks like it is good. Let's go to Restoration here. Just because sometimes you see these art pieces, and it just like, it crushes you. It's like, what?
Dude, this is really good.
It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just don't... I'm just so consistently impressed by what they're able to put out.
How do you feel about this set 2 art style?
Oh, it's been a revolution. We haven't seen all the cards, right? There's still some in the sets we haven't seen, right? So the whole just opening the packs is just more of a joy with this kind of... Clearly, this is like 100% better than set 1 in my mind.
100%.
Like a ×2 multiplier. Consistency, evocative, just the presence of it is really, really solid.
Isn't it a certain style, a comic book style? The what it is now? Because like as a non-comic reader, it looks different than everything I'm used to engaging with, which I think is really cool. Like if you're going for the indie hero comic style, apparently this is a vibe that is known, and it's like for the tabletop audience that is not into comics, I feel like this is very refreshing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks great. I'm happy to see it. So this is a 1-cost action to clash buff, which again is very limited in this game. So I'm always glad to see limits on this kind of instant speed play that you can do. You may only play this card if your contender is black, and then target contender or clash card you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. The standards were +2, so it's got to do something good in addition. which is, you may put a clash card with an initial resource cost of 1 or less from any Oblivion into your clash zone engaged.
That seems really good.
Don't you love being able to pull from your opponent?
Because the originals were all 0 cost, right?
Yeah, I think they were all zeros, yeah. 0 plus 2 plus 2.
0 plus
and then you
2
draw a
plus 2.
card, I believe? Didn't it replace itself?
Mm-hmm.
So this has got to do some real work.
It better be doing something. But putting something into play at like this speed is pretty crazy.
Because that's basically a card draw plus an action and a resource. So that's why it costs more.
You know, if I attack thinking you have only one character to block with, as an example, and then you block, if the +1/+1 means you keep a character and you have yet another thing on the table to engage with, that could be very good.
And it also it throws away some of the combat math that is based on if they do this, they won't have a blocker. Because it does come into play, it comes into play engaged. So eventually, you know, your board is being built, and then there's that moment where suddenly it's kind of, oh wow, you have a huge advantage over the course of 2 to 3 turns. Feels like that's what Death's trying to do, right? Is like kind of get this incremental kind of churn going on that gets inescapable. I guess that makes sense, doesn't it? Death, Devourer of Souls is up next. 0/2 Death Clash card looks great, right? Wearing that rib cage armor, and
everything about this character is
just bone wings. And Cubone was my favorite Pokemon, so you know I got a little affinity for
might
this.
Be a Death fan. That
Trigger
was more a sadness thing.
On attack, you may
like a metal, you know, but like the Cubone's like, that's horribly sad.
Well, I didn't know it was sad until I saw it on the show. I was way into it before then, and then it's like, it's really actually quite sad.
Yeah.
You may send any number of Clash cards you control to Oblivion. If you do, this card gets +2/+0 for each Clash card sent to Oblivion this way.
Oh,
fantastic.
Interesting.
If
like
2 or more
one cost that you play for free.
If 2 or more were sent to Oblivion, it gets Breakthrough. So this could be a closer too.
Yeah, you just like, because remember, cards in this game don't have Summoning Sickness.
Yeah.
So like late game, you play this, have 5 things on the table you've already used even.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'll get rid of 5 things.
+10 in Breakthrough.
It's a game ender.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's so cool.
Here's a question. If you're willing to take it. Art of Wake King, first off, sending lots of hearts. You guys really have done a phenomenal job with the art. So there's a couple things coming through.
What's up, Zach?
One was a funny, hilarious comment from Big Hank. I cannot not read. And he asked if it's been hard reading the book, or do I have the reading ability of a man much younger? So I was reading, and there's a line in one of the chapters that's describing this character, and it said, even though he was in his mid-30s, he moved as though he was a much younger man. And then I was just like, wait a second, what are you trying to say, Ridge? Or AJ, I can still move okay. I'm in my mid-30s. Am I old? Am I the old guy? No, that's a hilarious comment. Craig's saying,
yes.
Is Alpha Clash going to be doing any major marketing campaigns to help themselves compete with Magic, Pokemon, and other established TCGs in the future? Or are they going to rely solely on word of mouth?
Ooh, man, this is a foam and a crack open.
Yeah, so one, I'm not Rising Empire or Ridge. Neither are you. So we can't fully speak to what they're going to do or what their intent is. But I have a lot to say about that in general. I feel like you do too. So what are you thinking?
Well, let's just crack into it a little bit. Their games, it would take a very specific kind of game. Like Lorcana is an excellent example. Maybe Star Wars Unlimited. Giant IP, big publisher putting millions of dollars in, et cetera, to even have a chance at cracking into the essentially retail headlock of the big 3 right now. Fab has been grinding it out over the past 3 years now and invested many millions of dollars in organized play and big world level events and circuits, etc., and is still not really in the same conversation as Magic, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! So I think it's unrealistic and impractical to imagine that any kind of a more passion-driven indie effort is going to be finding itself among Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Until or unless those things fall apart. They would have to really lose a lot of market share for anybody else to try to get in there. But I also don't think that's the goal or the intention or the necessity for a game like Alpha Clash to be very successful, to have a thriving player base, and to tell a story worth telling, and to enrich players in a way that tabletop games only can. So that's kind of my take. Is we get that question a lot, and I've heard that from every new game. You expect it to kind of, can this thing do the thing that the games that were doing it 15 years ago were able to eventually get to the scale that they're at now? Can it be that? I think we're in a totally new paradigm. I think we need to kind of throw that concept even out the window and really ask, like, what does tabletop gaming look like in 2023? What does card gaming look like in 2023? And what are the alternatives to pushing so much volume that distribution and retail decides they might want to take note of your game versus the ones they've been making money on for the past, again, 2 decades?
Yeah, when you I forgot the word you used. It was like gridlock or basically the.
I think I call it a headlock.
Headlock.
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
Yeah,
it just kind of
I like it. It's kind of in the superhero wrestling lane, so we'll stick with headlock. There's a fundamental reality beyond the fact that of their scale that they were able to achieve organically over 30 years now, and what is they're capable of given their scale and their like Magic first to market and just like wide open field. But just the fundamentals of as players and as retailers, what it takes to get someone to try a new game. It's a very, you can imagine as a retailer, if you have a really healthy Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic audience or Fab or whatever, like getting someone that is currently in your community into a new game takes effort. And then at best, you're like moving them sideways. And honestly, like smaller publishers, indie projects are riskier. Like there's so much more risk as a retailer, at least, in splitting your audience. So now you have to manage 2 communities and 2 sets of events and 2 product lines and all the ordering and stuff. So it's very tough, and I think you'd have to have insane funding to try to compete, and even just not smart strategically. Like try to compete with them at their game in the distribution system that was literally built and molded around those games. Like it's so in the whole 3-tier system from distribution all the way down to retail to the way the players work. So it's almost, it would be like a new movie studio trying to have $1 billion blockbuster superhero film on their first hit. And it's like, I mean, good luck. Like competing with Disney, Marvel, like that whole ecosystem. But interestingly, right, like you even look at the original Star Wars movies and like they weren't giant blockbuster $1 billion movies at first. So I think it's definitely possible that, you hope for this kind of success. Something bounces the right way, right? Like your book gets optioned for a Netflix series or a movie, or something kind of goes crazy. But I think a similar trajectory to look at would be the indie comic book market. Like there's so many comics made that are not Marvel and DC. And in fact, everyone I know that's like really into comics, like kind of like looks at the Marvel DC stuff like, okay, whatever, Batman and like Iron Man, we get it.
With the Golden Corral.
And they have their place. But I think that's a really good comparison for like a Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon. Like we talk about it forever. I don't think Magic is the best card game by a lot. But they have a lot of other things going for them. The IP is very open, so a lot of people now it's even more open because they're putting IPs into it. You can find people to play it with all over the world. Like they have a huge audience around this game and the way it works. So kind of coming back to Alpha Clash, like I think the practical is you have to compete in different areas and you have to invest in different areas. And I think they're doing that. But they're an indie publishing house, card game studio, also publishing a book and working on other projects. So like, I wouldn't expect some giant marketing campaign because even like, what does that look like actually? Like, do you have $1 million OP circuit and now you're competing with Magic and Fab on giant OP?
Right.
Question mark.
Right.
Do you invest? Where are you putting that money? Like, actually,
and I think that their strategy seems to be make it super story driven. Like you've got a novel, right? You can't point to the Flesh and Blood novel. So can you get players a deeper experience with the game and the IP that you're building? Can you build like stronger, longer term relationships instead of being having a moment on the top 10 most sold TCG list? And this is something we've been talking about in our own business, of like how important it is for actual connection with people over the long term, as opposed to getting a spike of mild interest in the near term. And if you can pick up 15 players today and 10 players next week and 20 players the week after. And then you give them, like, one of the things that we've been really interested in is, like, there are so many things that people are wildly interested in and keep up with that they might get to do once a year.
Sure.
Like,
If that.
Like the Star Wars CCG World Championship, whatever, is this year. And, you know, that community probably gets together once a year, hopefully, to play this game, but they all love it and talk about it and have a community around it the entire year. So there's little small things and there's little tweaks and areas that we can find ways to think about what does an actual card game, even tabletop gaming community look like in 2023? How much is it actually tied to the retail stores and that circuit? And obviously, if there's IPs that are already owning that space, are there other ways to spin out? And it's like, well, I don't want to just like push directly into the same area where those games are already asserting dominance. Can I find other ways to have meetups, to have players get together to fulfill the worthwhileness of basically being a part of this community? And I honestly think the retail chain, and we've thought this for a long time, and if you guys have been following us for any amount of time, you probably heard this soapbox many times. But I think the retail tier has to fundamentally change the way that it approaches its value and its value proposition. And selling products ain't it, strictly. And so if that shift can happen, then I don't need you to buy Alpha Clash or Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! To come play in my space. If we could see that kind of a shift, then games like Alpha Clash and everything else, the battlefield is just so much more even at that point.
Well, I also think, like, if what you want is a game, as just a basic example, if what you want is a game that you could be almost anywhere in the world, and on Friday night you can go to any game store and play it, you should play Magic.
That's about the only option. Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon.
Yeah.
And Yu-Gi-Oh! Is kind of it depends on the store. Yeah, there's probably the Yu-Gi-Oh! Store, there might be a Pokemon store or two, and even those probably still have Magic.
Yeah. So that's where something like Alpha Clash, to me, like, the appeal. And this has been natural my whole life. But, like, if you want an indie publisher, a small team of people that really deeply care about this thing, and it's not just a commercial transaction, and it's not just if you want what they're into, right? Like what they're pushing and the innovations they're trying, because this is, if you could objectively assess Alpha Clash and Magic, even in its current form, like, I would say Alpha Clash is a better game.
Just in terms of mechanics and land, all the classic tropes.
Just the whole thing. So it's always tough. Like, I get it, but I see this all the time. I want to say Craig saying that he really appreciates our honesty and transparency in answering this question.
Cool.
But it just sort of depends on what you're looking for. But it's so many people make the jump from, this is a game I like, and it is a card game like Magic, Pokemon, or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Fab. And so to be successful, you need to be doing all the things they're doing. But even Fab up front didn't have $1 million OP start yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that existed post 2020 TCG boom, where their game went crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said this, but also from the design at the very beginning all the way up, it is built to be a tournament game.
And they just focus on quality of the product.
Yep.
And that's what Alpha Clash is doing.
100%.
Quality of the product. You have to believe that pays off.
Yeah. And if you like the quality of this product and you support it, like, the hope is that they can sustainably, it's not, I think it's, people picture it as like, drop $1 million on this thing and suddenly you're successful. It's like, first question is, well, what do you do with $1 million? Like,
lose it
actually,
most of the time.
practically, tell me what you do, right? Like, because it's not, you can't run TV commercials, right? Like a Super Bowl ad.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, that'd be cool to see an Alpha Clash Super Bowl ad, but like,
it would go almost nowhere.
I think the needle would just not even move, right? So then I think the organic option is create something you think is great, that you're passionate about, and keep making it better and keep doing it, and keep sustainably growing that base. But again, growth, I don't think, is necessarily the goal. Is you want to create this thing and put it in the world and create this experience for people, and they're already doing that. And if enough people want to do that, you'll get to keep doing it, right? Which is really cool. So that's the mentality, I think, and it's this kind of slower organic build. But again, if you want Friday Night Alpha Clash every week at every store in the world, I think the gap between now and then, one, that may never happen, but two, is just way bigger than people can. Even Fab doesn't have that. And Fab, to me, is like several steps Like they had a lot go right.
And they targeted that
100%.
exact goal.
Yeah.
Local retail store, organized play. I mean, that was their whole thing from the beginning. Whereas if Alpha Clash is, let's expand the IP. I feel like their direction, honestly, their like home run would be more of we've got a Netflix series,
Sure,
or something like that.
Yep.
They're more positioned for that than Flesh and Blood
well,
is.
yeah, if both had a Netflix series, and you went and you were like, oh, there's a card game based on this, right? And we've already, in a backwards sort of way with Gwent and Witcher, like there's an IP that's existing that had a card game that then kind of became a popular thing. But just on the surface, if both had a Netflix show at the same time and same popularity, one of the advantages of Alpha Clash to me is it's so much more universally approachable.
Mm-hmm.
Even you buy the starters and like you start, like I love Fab, one of my favorite games of all time, but it's a card gamer's card game in my opinion.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so Alpha Clash, one of the beautiful things about it is I think I could play Alpha Clash with like someone brand new to card games and they would not struggle to follow. And you get ingrained in it. It's hard to even see, but like I've tried to teach people that didn't play card games Fab. And it's like, oh, there's so many just like basic things. And Fab's not that complicated actually. But there's so many basic things I take for granted.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I'm gonna get off that soapbox.
Yeah, hit up a few folks in the chat here. Thank you, Sita. It says so great to see you guys again. That stained glass playmat is fire. I'm glad to hear it. Sweepy saying new studio looks nice. It's actually not the new studio. I'm glad that it looks nice. We do our best. But this is Zach's, the upstairs of Zach's house.
John did a good job with this one.
We've invaded. Yeah,
he came over yesterday and was just messing with it, and then slowly somehow, I'll post I think I posted a picture yesterday on the Discord. If you could see the cords and what's going on to actually pull this off, like you can see this tripod here. That's what's getting the camera above for that secondary shot.
Oh, sweet. And you did it where we're not on the wrong sides of the screen. Good. Yeah, this is a video 101. Right
John's
here.
a thinking man.
He's a real thinking guy.
There's a reason he's still around.
So new studio probably, I mean, we're looking at, I mean, we looked at it this morning, right? Probably a week or two.
So
it's always hard to say.
Well, I get nervous committing to anything.
Let's just say it's close.
Yeah.
And just move it along.
I'm okay saying I think we're in like a week or two zone to a usable space that we can set our gear up and hang it from the ceiling and do studio stuff with. So that'll be fun.
An awesome comment here from Craig Anders. I would like to thank you at Covenant for immediately replacing my Alpha Clash box that was damaged upon receiving my parcel. Awesome. Great to hear that, Craig. Always happy to help. Will long-term sealed Alpha Clash collectors do well? We are not in the business of that. No idea. If you hold on to anything long enough, it probably is going to be valuable. Because like right now, I'm looking up like very weird old card games that were absolute flops whenever they were coming out.
Mm-hmm.
And they're more expensive than they were then.
Yeah. I mean, they're more expensive than they were like 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Yeah, even Nightmare Before Christmas, for goodness sakes. We're tracking that down, and it's like, well, this is more expensive than if I was buying it at the time, right?
Yeah. But side note, this is off the topic, but I have a fair amount of that sealed. If you don't actually look for that game.
I'm not looking for that one.
Okay,
I'm not looking for that one. But no,
if that was a real example, don't look for
we don't know, Craig. I mean, you know, seal it up and put it wherever if it makes you happy and excited. It's not a good financial decision ever. I can say that ultimately as not a financial advisor to you, pretty much never do that.
Yeah.
If you actually need it to work, like put that money anywhere else, like index funds, for instance.
A fine thing to do. Also, I do need to show. There's a question coming in. PokeFan, I'm asking what the painting in the background was, and then Van saying cool poster. So I need to shout out Van. Not only does he say "Sup guys," and he starts off every stream, who's been a champion of our stream even through the whole pandemic. This is a movie poster from Star Wars Episode 3. And you can't really see it, but it's Anakin's little face here with his lightsaber.
Oh, yeah.
And then his cape is like the mask of Darth Vader. And I love this poster as a kid. There's also an Episode 2 poster, one of my favorite posters over here. Even though the movie is not good. But
all right.
Van sent those to me.
Last step is acceptance.
Yeah. Well, I've always felt Episode 2 has always been... Anyways,
looks like a
so I just want to publicly say thank you, Van, for sending those posters, and that's what those are from. These are posters from the movies way back.
How cool is that? And then lastly, before we get back to the cards, CJ Gonzalez 954. Can't wait to pre-order my boxes from TC. Well, if you are in that same category, we work very intimately with the team at Rising Empire. We've added Alpha Clash, obviously, to our subscription service. And our subscription service is basically a guaranteed automatic pre-order for all sets moving forward. You can stop it at any time if you just want to get set 2 and then bounce. There's no fees. There's no weird hidden costs. It's not like a Comcast kind of deal. But if you just want to start getting your Alpha Clash products pre-ordered automatically, you just go to our website, you sign up, it's totally free, and then it'll happen automatically, and you'll get the promo with that as well. So if you're thinking to yourself right now, I need to get Clashgrounds, and I'm waiting for pre-orders or whatever to go live, just go sign up for the subscription. That is the best pipeline online, as far as we can tell, because you get the promo, and it's guaranteed, and it helps Rising Empire a lot too, to just go ahead and sign up for that subscription, and then we'll pre-order those boxes for you. That usually happens about 2 to 3 weeks, usually with Alpha Clash, before release. So we also don't have to hold your money for a long time for you to lock those boxes in.
Yeah, so that we'll be processing for set 2 probably mid to late October. So if you want to get in, I would. Also, we have the Clash Kit subscription.
We did just launch that, yeah.
Because they're planning on doing the 2-player starters, which are, if you're out there and you're thinking about making a card game, do yourself a favor.
Hey, James.
Yeah. Please just make really great starter sets. Ideally with like 2 decks, fully playable, genuinely good experiences offered, because like that is so, for especially expandable card game, that is so important. Anyways, they're doing that, and they're going to do that with each set. Those cards are going to have cards that don't come in the set itself. So if you want to automatically just go ahead and get however many of those you want every set, we have a subscription for that too.
That's right. Perfect. Those 2 things are what you should check out from us.
Last comment. I am the Brad says I'm 56 and Alpha Clash got me back into CCGs after 15
That's
years.
Amazing. I love to hear that.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a great journey. That's really a fascinating story too. I'd love to dive deeper into that.
Yeah, feel free to leave a comment why it got you back. I'm curious. Like, what was it about Alpha Clash that got you in? Anyways,
Jay Crane, does the Clash Kit pre-order come with 3 packs again? I don't believe they come with packs. I think that was probably a special Kickstarter thing.
Well, no, we have our bundle.
Oh, right. We did our bundle.
We have the set 1 bundle that comes with 3 packs. That's
separate.
That still exists. You can still get that if you want to try the game. That's an incredible way to do it. But it only comes with the actual Clash Kit.
The Clash Kit. That's right. Okay, I'm going to pick one more death card. Do you have a particular favorite that you remember?
Oh.
Do you want to see the art?
Yes.
Would
that would trigger it. There's a lot of them.
We've got that Clarity Harbinger.
I mean,
that's different.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
In a second.
Basically, between these 3, you got one that you like there.
Let's go with the not the big ones. That one.
The Relentless.
The Relentless.
Look at that beautiful art, though. Death the Relentless. That gives me like Record of Lotus War vibes, but like cleaner, but that kind of like almost dreamy kind of fantasy. Death the Relentless, a 3 cost. On defeat, you search your deck for a card with the same name as this card, reveal it, put that card into your hand, and shuffle your deck. The Relentless, of course.
Unbelievable.
And you get to trigger all your death abilities.
Yeah, so this seems on this, like when you see this card, it's like, oh, it's a 3/2/3 that replaces itself. But that's actually, cards are so restricted. And that's what, even you mentioned the death ability has the card draw trigger.
Yeah.
I think it's good that they started, you can see it already with set 2. Set 1 is simpler. But like, this is so good.
We're getting into engine building now.
let
me hit you with the last part of this card. That you may reduce the resource cost to play this by 1 for each Death the Relentless in your Oblivion.
I love this. That's why I had you pick it.
Another banger by Wade King there too.
Yeah,
looking good.
He is the king. So this is just fundamentally good.
It's awesome.
Like you see this with the death card, and it's like, oh, I see what this is doing. I'm not, again, no knocks against Moxie. Moxie in the book, great character. I'm 10 times more excited about death than I was Moxie. Like, maybe 20.
Yeah, can we get that on a shirt? I'm 10 times more excited about death than Moxie.
And you know how I feel about being Moxie.
I know. Moxie is one of your key attributes, I would
Gumption.
say. Or gumption, as we call it.
If we get a gumption character, I'll be on the table. Here comes old gumption from the top row.
Let's look at Shadowlight, Darkness Rising. Because another just phenomenal piece of art.
Zach, can you just take a minute and explain Shadowlight's power, because I think it's the coolest thing in the world.
Yeah, explain Shadowlight's power to us.
Dude, Shadowlight,
dude.
Halfway through this book, and he hasn't had much page time. He's, from a superpower perspective, like the coolest thing that I've interacted with so far.
Really?
So you can see it.
He's gonna love it.
Yeah. So basically, he's got 2 forms.
Okay.
which is either shadow or light.
Okay.
Hence his
Easily
name, Shadow
named.
Light. But effectively picture it like he's almost got two different personalities, depending on which form he's in, and each form has different superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
So in one, he's obviously the shadow character, but it comes out of his eyeball. So you look when he's in shadow form, and there's light coming from his eye. So
Mhm.
then when he's in his light mode, he's got shadow coming out of his eye.
Awesome.
And
Truly awesome.
yeah, it's just like these.
Is it a voluntary switch up?
He can control it. Yeah.
Wow.
Or he's learning to control it.
Yeah,
so
because
to
I imagine
speak.
like shadow light maybe is like, no, I don't want light to take over. Like I'm
Yeah,
shadowed
like a Venom
up.
situation. It's like
Mhm.
I'm in control here. Anyways, so this character is just like psychologically cool because of the split, and then also the superpowers change. And one of the cool things about the book is you just interact with characters who are learning to use their superpowers
Mhm.
and some other things. But yeah, this character is just like, I was reading this, I was like, I want more Shadow Light. Give me the Shadow Light perspective.
And et cetera. And like Shadow Light becoming a contender would be like a big moment, you know?
It
It'd be
sure
super
would.
cool.
Yeah, I'm hopeful for that.
Let me see if there's any other. Oh,
Did you
this
see his ability? It's because crazy.
this ability. It can be attacked by Alpha Clash cards. It's always good. And then you may play it without paying its resource cost by returning a white Shadow Light Clash card from your Clash zone to your hand. So you can actually do the swap in real time. Wow, that's amazing. Huh. So, and if you do that, it comes in disengaged.
Yeah, use this, switch
So
to
you
this
use
version.
it, switch it, use it. Wow, that's sweet. That's excellent. Let's look at You're Coming With Me. This looks like an important card. It's just the creepiness of the art. It's a 3-cost trap. I've been looking for traps to get more play. I hope that that's a piece of the game.
Yeah.
I feel like for traps to be very usable, you need to have other things to do with your resources on your opponent's turn.
Sure.
So it's like, oh, they didn't fall for the trap. I can spend them on X.
Which we've already seen, like the Clash buff that costs resources,
Mhm.
which helps. Like
That does help.
So if you start having these moments where you might use 1, 2, 3 resources, and it could be I'm saving a Clash buff, it could be a trap, could be all the above.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I do like the mechanically powerful effects that have to be on the board but not known, and you have to set them.
Mm-hmm.
So it is instant speed, but it's like contained because I know I can look across and know there isn't an instant speed trap there,
Yeah.
or there might be, and that changes my math. But I don't have to worry about it if it's not sitting there. Kind of.
Yeah, it's true. Counterattack, send target Clash card you control to Oblivion. If you do, send one of theirs to Oblivion. That they attacking Clash card to
Yeah,
Oblivion.
it's classic.
Incredible trade.
Yeah, and if
No
you're,
upper limit either.
if you're death, you also just draw a card off of that.
Yeah.
So I have a 1 cost. I'll get rid of that. Get rid of your 6 cost. I draw a card,
And then you have the Clash ground out, so then you gain some life.
and you lose some life, and then death wins.
et cetera, et cetera.
Death is inevitable.
Let's move on.
I like this roulette style Steven picks cards to talk about.
Yeah, man, because like there's so many, and like obviously we're not scared to go for like 20 hours on a stream, but I do want to kind of.
It probably took me an hour just to read through them all yesterday.
I'm gonna move on to Pestilence.
All right. Whew.
Look at Pestilence though. Prince of Plagues. Come on now.
So like
This looks like in 20 health. Whoa.
he better be good.
You better be awesome.
He better be like, I don't know, 33% more awesome than normal.
Okay.
What's he doing?
Well, let's see.
Besides looking cool.
When a Clash card an opponent controls is defeated during a primary phase, you may engage to draw a card. Okay, that's pretty standard. So one of their things goes away, you get a card. Okay. Easy. 12 is his lower tier, so not 10, 12. So he's probably built around this ability, if I were guessing. He wants to get there pretty quickly. Once per turn during your primary phase, you may discard 1 or more cards from your hand. If you do, target Clash card gets -X until end of turn, where X is equal to the number of cards discarded this way, +1. So discard a card, they get -2/-2. And once per turn during your primary phase, and they get it until end of your turn. Okay, so it's only while you're doing your stuff. So it's not like when they're attacking you, you can discard to give them the minus. Well, let's see if because I'm immediately kind of like, I don't know, this doesn't seem
Well, you're a fundies guy.
good enough.
Yeah, you're definitely just a fundamental.
Discard cards. Or,
10 health is a lot. That's
a lot.
a lot.
Yeah.
It's a third of our health. But look at the hat. I mean, the hat's there. We got the hat.
Look at Low Earth Orbit. Look at Z Storm in the chat too. What's going on? Z Storm. Zach, right? It's actually Zach, right?
Yeah.
Didn't you guys work on Viscerai for a while together?
Yeah, we were like the 2 people on Viscerai in the whole world.
Yeah, I guess it paid off for you.
Got him. Compliment to me, not compliment to other Zach. Yeah. Cool.
You just stole his ideas. Low Earth Orbit looks great. This is the kind of card that I love just because look at it. I love it. Space, the final frontier. One cost, Clash Ground. If the portal is open, target Clash card gets -1/-1 until end of turn when it comes into play. And the portal costs one less resource of any color to activate, and that's for both players. So it's looking like green is wanting the portal to be, I don't know, manipulated.
Back and forth, left and right.
Forth, that kind of a thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think most decks that I've seen have some amount of Clash Grounds in them, even just to like get rid of their opponents. So like a cheap Clash Ground as well has relevancy
Compared to that 4 cost.
Yeah, it's like I pay 4 for mine. You're like, oh, I'll pay 1 and get rid of it. How about that?
Dude, look at this Infestation Clash buff. How good is this looking? 1 cost. It's just very evocative. Oh. And Pestilence, shadow in the background at the top right of that card there. It's a very cool hero. So do you know about Pestilence from the book or anything?
No, there's been no. I mean, he's been mentioned, but there's been no.
It's almost better.
It's almost better, isn't it? Just as a background. Yeah. You may only play this card if your contender is a green Harbinger, so that keeps it pretty tidy.
So currently Pestilence.
Target contender or clash card you control gets +3/+0 until end of turn. Then target opponent discards 1 card. That's an incredible trade for 1 cost.
+3 and discard?
Yeah, incredible trade.
Yeah, so it's possible there are cards like this that only he could play that would make it worth losing all that health.
Look at this new Kagan, Blazing Dragon. This is also great. I haven't seen these cards yet. But
yeah, I hadn't seen a lot of these either.
This is like...
who did the art on this one? I really dig this.
This is Chris Keiko.
Okay.
This is 1 click off of Batman the Animated Series.
100%. It's almost more animated than whatever is going on. It's still in line with the style, but like, yeah, Kagan also one of the best cards from set 1, from what I can tell. So what's this one doing?
As a breakthrough, and then when it enters, send target relic to oblivion and a 3/3. So this is a kind of general, or at least in green, this is the destroy relic card.
Relic.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, breakthrough's not bad either.
Breakthrough's not bad. And you could potentially pump him up. You get a +3 off that clash buff. He's 6 breakthrough. That can make a difference.
Based on what I know from this book, relics might be important in this game. Just put that out there.
Also, worth keeping in mind, I guess, with Pestilence's ability. Now, even if someone has 0 defense, it stays on the board. Yeah, because it's not a life value. But I will say, if you discard cards to give -X, 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 breakthrough gets better because you can take all their defense to 0 and then just send it.
Well, you can take their attack and their defense to 0.
Yeah, and that means that it goes through.
And it goes through, and the thing goes out of play.
Yeah. So maybe it's gonna be a tricky kind of deck. Let's look at Pestilence Devious Servant. 4 cost. Exclusive. Clash card. From Plagueholm, by the way.
Exclusive is you can only have 1 in play, right?
I think it's 1 in play or 1 in deck or 1 in game.
I think it's 1 in play. There's a word for 1 in deck. It was the clarity and the...
Uncontested, unrivaled.
Unrivaled is something different.
I don't know. I don't have my cheat sheet with me. But we would look it up.
Exclusive, I think, is 1 in play. I'm 99% sure that's accurate.
It gets +1/+0 for each card in your hand. Now, you might be saying to yourself, well, that's interesting. Because my ability is wanting me to discard cards to use it. But this card is wanting +1 for each card in it. Now, right off the bat, this is also absolutely bonkers. Straight away. Because if I'm getting +1 and I have a 5-card hand even, it's a 5/4. So that's like an average hand value. If I really lean into card draw, I could easily get 8 to 10 cards in my hand.
Okay.
This thing's coming in.
Does he draw?
Coming in as a 10/4. If you have 3 or fewer cards in your hand, draw 1 card when it attacks. So basically, like...
Well, that's why you're here.
Probably a 4/4 as its floor.
So, like, at 4 cost, you obviously played 4 resources and probably played cards on some of those turns. So, by the time you play him, you want to be there, I think. Like, you want him to be at 2 or 3 attack, and every time he attacks, you're drawing a card.
You're drawing a card.
Then they have to waste a 4 damage attack to stop this from happening.
That's actually very true. At the end of your turn, if you have 7 or more cards in your hand, ready another target clash card you control.
Get out of town. Green's going to be disgusting.
So what is this? But what is Pestilence wanting to... I guess either way, Pestilence wants to draw a ton of cards so you can discard them for the ability and
things that pay off. And that's nice because if you can only do so much of the I discard to get an effect, you need to have other cards that benefit from that happening. Otherwise, if you have 7 cards in hand and then you have 3 cards that are like pay 4, draw 3, like they don't do anything.
Yeah.
So it's a fine balance though, because card limitations right now are very tight in this game. So if you have someone who can just, I've seen this 1,000 times, where it's like,
I just drew 20.
I've just drew 30 cards. Not only do they have things that have 30 strength now, because that didn't have a limit.
Yeah.
But
they have 30 cards.
They have 30 cards. So like,
could be a problem.
But also,
yeah. What's up?
Unrivaled is 1 per deck. Exclusive is 1 in play.
Unrivaled
In
1
your
per
control.
deck. Exclusive 1 in your control. Okay. Let's look at Pestilence Fatal Foe. This is just a great fundies card. It's a 6 for a 5/5. All non-pestilence cards get -1/-1 until end of turn when it enters play.
it's so cool.
So that's just like a really good fundamental exchange going on there. And then let's look also maybe finally at Pestilence World Degrader. 3 cost. It's a 2/4, already a pretty good stat line there. During your primary phase, when a class card an opponent controls is defeated, this gets +1/+1. At the start of your turn, you may activate the portal. So it's
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a really good portal manipulation card.
I think even without anything, if it was just that stat line on a 3 cost, is probably good enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the fact that it's doing all of the other things is really crazy. Is there a green Kilimanjaro in there?
There is a Kilimanjaro.
Can
I
you
don't
just
think it's green. I think it's black.
Okay,
Let me look at
we-
it. Yes, I just found it. Kilimanjaro Harnessing Power. So this is an obvious synergy if you guys are
3/3/3. I can't see that.
Whenever you discard a card, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
Hmm.
2 threshold on that bad boy.
It's a shame if there was a hero who wanted to discard
The
cards.
green-black synergy there could be pretty impressive.
One thing I took for granted early on was that the color of your hero does not dictate the color of your deck at all.
Not at all.
So you could technically have Pestilence with 0 green cards in your entire deck.
Totally right.
So he could be a full run. I mean, you would probably run some of them, but
that's so cool, isn't it?
yeah,
That's really so cool.
yeah. That's why someone was talking about how to even use a sideboard in this game, because the term rules have a sideboard, and it's like, what does a hero actually tell you about what they're going to have? And in the end, and eventually, probably nothing.
I like 7 novels here, bringing us back to focus. Sorry if I missed it. Did you go over the relevance of Pestilence having a 0/1 instead of a 1/0? Did not go over that, and that is extremely relevant.
Every time he gets attacked, it's -1.
1 defense.
Back in the game.
I mean, that basically balances out those health totals.
Yeah, because there's probably at least 10 attacks coming your way a game.
That's so cool. Good for them. I mean, yeah, why wouldn't you?
Isn't it funny?
Why
Literally,
wouldn't you?
just switching the 1 and 0 on that bottom stat card of a contender makes him a totally different... It reminds me of some of the things they do in Fab, where it's like, oh, you change this one little value and suddenly it's a whole new card. It's great.
Dude, let's look at Infectious Presence. 4 costs. When it comes into play, you put 3 toxic counters on it. I love counters on cards. It's honestly one of my favorite things in all of card games.
It also gives plenty of opportunity for tokens to be created.
You remember that? You remember that weird that card in Spoils, the weird purple like counter cards where you'd put counters on them and then you'd build them up real big and you put that armor that doubles the counters and all that.
Yes.
And they had it was almost like a Ghostbusters, almost ectoplasm
like a
kind of
creeping
thing.
ooze that got bigger over time. Yeah.
I loved that.
Yeah.
4 cost.
Might be a Pestilence guy.
At the end of your turn, remove 1 toxic counter from the card, and if it has none, then it goes to the Oblivion. Non-Harbinger Clash cards get -2, -0
For 3 turns.
for 3 turns.
That could be a game breaker.
Yeah, it's not even a Clash card. That's a relic.
Yeah.
So it just goes
we have
in.
relics.
It just goes in.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're just like, oh, this is like awful. Ugh.
You know what's funny though? As a relic, the idea of an infectious presence, it's like,
yeah.
interesting. Like I would expect it to be like, Clarity's dagger or like Pestilence's hat. Or you know what I mean?
Totally, you're right. Yeah.
It's like a concept that is also a relic. It's like, wait a second.
That's
Anyway.
actually a good point.
No shade on whoever made these decisions, but that's a sticks out to me.
I just love this stuff, man.
You know what's funny? It literally right now I realized you picking cards is not what's making them show up on that screen.
No, yeah, I'm gonna look at Jonathan's over there doing it. Yeah.
Oh man, I was like, I don't know why that's so funny in my brain.
It's that movie magic.
Let's look at Dark Deal. 2 cost. Beautiful card again. Savage Art Collective, and this is, I think, Wade's a part of the Savage Art Collective. If the portal is open, target Harbinger Clash card gets +2/+0 until end of turn. And if the portal is closed, target Clash card gets -2 defense until end of turn. +0, -2, or -0, -2. So it's always good, and it depends on what you need and where the portal is.
I very much like the design of it does something different and not it does nothing.
Yeah.
I've seen that in 100 games
It's the
before.
best.
Where it's like even in Keyforge, it'd be like, if the tide is this, it has card text. If not, it's basically blank.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, always feels a little bit like a letdown.
Yeah,
Whereas this is, it's just different. And on your turn, you have the ability to pay to switch the portal. So technically, if you want something specific, you can get it, but it's just got a cost to it. And green, notably, had that one cost that makes the Clash switching cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
So it makes sense if they have more cards that
Like
are
the portal, yeah.
split value.
That's true. That's a lot of truth there. Punishment. Final card we'll look at here for Pestilence. One cost, quick action. So this is a framework we've not seen a lot of out of the game.
Instant speed.
Counter, and it tells you, and they've done a good job. They've done almost as good as Spoils on this. Because it's like counter, well, when can I play it? Play. So whenever your opponent plays a card, there's a framework for this as a counter to that card. You may only play it when an opponent plays a Clash buff on their turn. So specifically, if they play a Clash buff, target non-attacking Clash card gets -3/-3 until end of turn. So you attack with something,
Yeah.
I present a bad trade to you, you Clash buff it, that Clash buff goes through, but this other thing over here that you had gets -3/-3. So does it ultimately ruin your turn if I can -3/-3 this thing that you thought was going to be actually the coup de grace of the turn?
To be clear, if I have a 3 health thing that goes to 0 or 3 defense thing, it stays on the table.
I think it does.
Or does it go away?
It's got to stay on the table because it's not life, right? There's plenty of 0 defense things, aren't there? Aren't there, Jonathan?
I think that feels right to me.
Zach Storm, help us out. I mean, you can't, because if it's a burn kind of thing, this is absolutely out of control. There's no way it works like that.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'd be like, do 3 damage, right?
There's no way it works like that. Yeah. No, because then what's the point of like torque and burn and like do X damage, non-clash damage, that kind of stuff.
Well, damage resets after every clash.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so if I did 1 to everything and then I attack, after that attack, the 1, or like if I fight you and do 2 to you with that thing, right?
Right,
It's
it
over
resets
after
at the
that.
end of the thing.
So there is a difference between, in this case, it says -3/-3 till the end of turn. So it's a static.
It can't go off the board.
Well, I just don't remember seeing anything with 0 defense. That's not a contender.
If that's the case, it's going to completely revolutionize my world.
Zach saying yup. I don't know if he's
But I
saying
don't
yup
think it
to
was
you
in
or
response.
me.
I think that was an earlier kind of thing.
Yeah, they'll eventually find it. I've just never run into that. We play it. It has never been a thing.
Well, let's move on to Conquest, and then if Pestilence works like that, I will flip the
Because his
table.
ability would get better too, right?
Oh, it'd be unbelievable, because then you just draw a billion cards and
And
just
kill things. Yeah.
and destroy
I
everybody.
mean, it's Pestilence, so it kind of makes sense that he would just...
I know.
And his Pestilence's ability till the end of turn as well, the minus thing.
Yeah. -X off of the thing. So let's look at, meantime, Conquest, and I absolutely love this card, and the art of this card, and the presence of this, and everything about it.
Zach says Yepis to someone else. The question is, if I reduce something's defense to 0, does it leave play?
It
or does
can't,
stay
because your
play?
contender's 0 defense.
But he's got 30 health.
Oh, no, but no, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Look at Conquest the Indestructible. It's the best.
I love Conquest, actually. I'm more excited about Death, personally. But I also
You
think...
sound like a Roman general.
I'm more excited about Death.
Do you like Conquest or Death better? Yeah.
If you reduce the Clash card to 0/0, Jay Crane saying
Would
go
it-
to Oblivion.
Said, would it go to Oblivion? We're asking Zach that question. Zach,
Oh.
Zach,
Oh.
Zach.
Whew, I almost ran.
It won't.
Hulk Mania almost ran wild in here.
I will bet you $20 or a lunch, a nice dinner. What do you want to bet? Trip to the casino?
I'll bet right now. I saw the answer before I bet.
No
I'm
way.
sorry.
Are you crazy?
Zach saying that's the definition for trigger defeat to happen.
This can't be real.
So if you go to 0 defense as a Clash card, you go away.
If a Clash card's defense is reduced to 0 by any means,
Because attack reduces their defense. This is real.
Yeah, but these reductions stay for the whole turn, which is an important difference than typical damage.
That's unbelievable. I'm going to build a deck that's just drawing 1,000,000 cards and then crushing everybody. Why are we not just doing that? You were going to be doing that. You're like, what do you mean we're not doing that? It's like, I've been doing that the whole time. Are you crazy? They can't possibly work like that.
Pestilence very quickly went from, I'm not sure why anyone would ever play this, to perhaps he's the best character in the set.
Wow, that is a devastation.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
It's good to know. I mean, we just didn't see that in set 1, right? I don't remember seeing any reductions.
I don't think we did. Or if we did, we just didn't appreciate that they totally removed the...
Yeah, I mean, I was just playing direct damage, so it shouldn't matter anyway.
Wow.
Ryan says, just like in Dragon Ball. We haven't played Dragon Ball Super. So
that was one that we missed.
We
missed all of the anime card games and still do.
Yeah. Yeah.
All of them. People are making a big stink about One Piece. The game.
Well,
and the Netflix
they have a
show,
Netflix show that apparently is actually good.
Yeah.
Unlike most
unheard
other
of these days, yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know why. Like, growing up, I loved Dragon Ball Z. Left after it started getting weird. And, you know, there's some amount of anime in my life, but like, it's something. There's just like it's like Mech in Fab and Moxie in this. It's just like there's a block in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I see the style, and then like there's a bunch of numbers everywhere and text in weird
like bright
places
and shiny and stuff. Yeah.
And they use increments of thousands and stuff. It's just like I think I'm just burned by Yu-Gi-Oh! Honestly.
Well. There's three categories, I would say, probably. Like the first category is somebody who doesn't really understand or know what anime is. And that's typically going to be like maybe Gen X and beyond. Because we all got hit by Toonami.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was the merging of like, suddenly it's in front of you in a normalized way. And so we got into that side of things. Dragon Ball Z and Zoids. Was Zoids a thing where they had the animal looking thing?
It's called Technozoids.
Technozoids or something like that. And then that sent us on like whenever Sunoko or whatever was in the mall.
Yeah.
Sun.
I think it's Sunco.
Sunco.
Gas station.
Yeah, Sunoko is a gas station. A gas station anime, the best.
We need a mic over there. I'm just saying.
Sunco.
This is just be a conversation. You know it's true. You know it. Jonathan just had this. I saw the face. He knows it's true.
We need to have a little pop-up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, oh, we have a third person in the conversation now.
So we went from Toonami, which is Dragon Ball Z, and similar titles. There was a number of those little weird animes that came through there. And then we got into like Record of Lotus War and some of the early, you know, I saw Akira eventually and that kind of thing. But then it just stopped. Like after we grew out of Toonami, we didn't keep down the anime path.
Mm-hmm.
And the third category, I think, did keep down the anime path. And there's probably a fourth category that is like after. This is probably people under 20s, and I feel like it's way more popular than it ever has been. Yeah, it's just anime more broadly.
The internet probably helps a lot.
Oh, and Gundam. Gundam Wing.
Like we weren't seeing it if it wasn't on TV, right?
Yeah.
And then by the time we had anywhere near modern internet stuff, it's like a different phase of life almost.
Mm-hmm.
Like you had to really actively seek it out. I even didn't watch as big into Star Wars as I was Clone Wars for a long time because it was animated.
Yeah,
it's like that's shit.
Just not.
I can't actually now imagine a more targeted anime that would get me, and it did watch it, but it took years of people saying like, "Have you seen Clone Wars?" So then, if it's anything outside that, it's just not even. It's like I'm blind to it.
I got to Miyazaki and then just stopped. That was just like, well, this is the end of the road for me. There's nothing better than this, right? Like this is just an absolute masterpiece. All right, well, let's look at Conquest finally, shall we? Indestructible, 30 health, 1-0. So the standard template is a Harbinger, the white faction. 30 health, you have your Harbinger Clash cards get trigger victory. You may engage your contender if you do draw a card.
So if you have a Clash card that defeats a Clash card, you can basically tap engage your contender draw card.
Your contender, yeah. Clash cards you control.
So he's a bit of an aggro guy.
And it's kind of an interesting way to word that too, because like, I think, wasn't the other one we saw, if a Clash card leaves play, tap this contender to draw a card? And this one is like your Clash cards you can engage your contender to draw a card. I wonder if the triggering of those abilities matters, like they did it a certain way for that reason.
Well, and in this very particular case, it's like they're just limiting this ability to you win by fighting on the table.
Probably a good
versus
idea.
like a burn card or a reduction card, which makes sense as Conquest. He's wanting his army or whatever to go out and Conquest thing. So I don't know.
During your turn, Conquest class cards you control get +1/+0. Aggro hero.
So Magnate was alpha card you control get +1 defense. Period. This is +1 attack, but it's only on your turn. Plus he has a draw ability.
Yeah.
So pretty good.
10 damage ability there. Once per turn during your primary phase, you may engage target clash card you control. If you do engage target clash card you don't control. Talk about the end game for an aggro deck.
I have a little one cost
absolutely
thing.
Perfect.
Keeps tapping down your.
I finally can get over your ramp. It's a way to have early pressure and then close the game out.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Two things I want to say here.
This curve is gonna be low.
One, this guy looks awesome.
Unbelievable.
I just can't. Every time I see him,
it's the lighting.
It's
the lighting on the shoulders and the side of the head and the
creepy
epicness
eyes
and the angle of the shot.
Yeah, it's just so good. Second thing is, I don't know. I don't think there is this yet, but as someone talking about it a lot right now, I would really appreciate if each of the colors actually had like a word that wasn't just the color.
Oh yeah.
Because
you want it to be like light rather than white or something, or like
it's not a faction
bleach.
Quite like Harbingers or something, but it's like I don't know, an energy source.
Kind of like the talents in Fab.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Like a black with shadow.
Yeah. I think part of that though is I'm just so used to when people are saying, "Oh, my black and white deck." I just have like PTSD of all my like Magic negative experiences.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
It's like I don't know.
Darth Vader deck.
I don't even know what a swamp is. Like anyways, it's fine. Conquest though, phenomenal.
Look at Hidden Pathway. Speaking of things that are awesome, 1 cost Hidden Pathway. Now wait a minute. What is that? Okay, that's normal. 1 cost Hidden Pathway, Clashground, New York, Earth. It's on Earth. Wow. At the start of your turn, if the portal's open, you may send this card to your Oblivion. If you do, search your deck for a Clashground and reveal it. Shuffle your deck. Put the revealed card on top. So this is a way to blow out your opponent's Clashgrounds, and then it immediately replaces itself with the Clashground of your choice from your deck.
But it goes on top of your deck.
Yeah.
Which is important because you still have to use one of your draws to get that card in hand.
And it says at the start of your turn, if the portal is open, when does the start of the turn draw happen in relation to this ability? What if it happens after you put the Clashground up there? I don't have the chart with me, and every game's different, so I'm not going to pretend like I know.
I was going to say, you're also asking someone a couple comments ago said that I seem like good judge material. Wrong.
Whoever said that is bad judge material.
Yeah.
Judged that incorrectly.
I remember way back where we had hosted an X-Wing event, and there was a comment that came through about like basically didn't know why I wasn't the one making the judge calls, and it's like, dude, because I'm horrible at this stuff. Like the timing of the chart, I have no idea when the card draw happens.
Yeah, 100%.
And honestly, don't care that much.
Yeah, well, that's what makes it okay. I wonder if all the start of turn triggers happen before you play a resource, draw a card, that whole framework, because it might be that way.
Yeah, I mean, it is spelled out in the framework. I remember it, but I remember as I was reading it, like I don't know why they're being so detailed about the framework of this.
Yeah, I am.
So start of turn happens before the ready step, draw step, and resource step.
Yeah.
Start of turn triggers happen first.
Yeah. Start of turn. Any effects that trigger a start of turn will resolve here.
Which means you will draw the Clashground.
Which
boom.
If you had a Clashground toolbox kit in your deck of like one ofs or two ofs,
yeah,
the ability to get a very specific Clashground and know you're going to draw it could be very good.
Or if you have like a deck that's built around
New York City,
a specific thing, and you have to see you got 4 of it in there, you got 4 of those bad boys, and you can always guarantee that it happens.
And this has 0 threshold.
0 threshold.
So you can play this in any color.
I didn't see that, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. So that's extremely relevant.
It's a white resource, but you can literally play this in any deck.
This is a very splashable card.
That's crazy.
Crazy splashable.
What's up?
CJ Gonzalez going to demo night tonight.
Going to demo night, CJ. All right.
Well, let's go. Good luck. Enjoy.
Yeah. Domination. Let's look at this. Another just great piece of art. Slightly different style. I really am. That angled like hammer thing that Conquest has drives me crazy. I love it.
The dude likes hammers.
I love ordered geometry. Fight me.
I like organized organicness.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see something.
It's a bloody hammer. You think he hurts people with that hammer?
What do you know about?
That's ketchup. He was making some.
There it is. He was
tomato
smashing
sauce.
some tomatoes.
Making a salsa.
Dude, can you imagine a Conquest branded salsa? That'd be so good.
You may only play this card if your contender is a white Harbinger. Target class card you control gets +2/+2 until the start of your next turn. Ready that card. It cannot attack this turn. So you attack with a thing, then you probably clash buff it during that attack. It stands up, it gets the ability, and then it sits there at +2/+2 for your opponent's turn.
Yeah,
Very good.
that is very good. Two thumbs up.
So good. Let's go to Conquest the Domineer. Absolutely crushing here. Look at that. Look at that art. What do you think? That's telling a story, isn't it? Magnate's gone. Done. Is Conquest here to kill Magnate?
Spoilers.
Is that from the book? Can you tell?
Another unique thing that's happening is this is what I was talking about. This is not in the book yet. Maybe not in the book at all. But like now I know. Interesting.
Okay. Well, it's a 1-cost 0/2, so already doing a good job. Clash card. Once per turn during your primary phase, you may engage it to activate the portal. So if you don't need it for defense, typically you can just use it to activate the portal.
Dude, and a two health thing early is so annoying.
It's very strong.
It is so annoying.
All these Conquest cards are so cool.
Yeah. By the way, the art on that with the sun coming through that little gap. That's I always love when an artist can capture the sunlight like that.
So Chris Jones is the guy here because all of the Conquest cards with that really impressive like lighting behind is Chris. So like the Conquest Contender and then the Domineer, which we're looking at here, which
that was what made me such a big fan of Magali back in the day with all the LCG cards. Is like she could capture light incredibly, and this is capturing light in this art style as well is something it's awesome. The fact that you can do that. Let's
look at Conquest the Undefeated if you want to really see that. Look at that. It's like, there it is again. 2-cost exclusive trigger on victory. Ready discard. Then it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It triggers once per turn. So swing, victory, stand up, swing with +1.
Great.
Yeah.
You can only have one of these in play though.
Yeah.
You can't have a
probably for
an army of them.
yeah, probably for a good reason.
Yeah, that could get pretty gross.
But this is a great early turn. I mean, we're talking about an aggro deck, and it's +1 from the ability. Don't forget. So it's swinging 3/3, and then it's swinging 4/3. Ooh.
At 2 costs.
Oh man,
get out of town.
Good.
And what's the? Hold on a second. I'm noticing, like behind the number, there's the little white bar.
Yes.
I haven't seen that before, but that's on all these.
But
cards.
like top left.
Yeah, it's like behind the green. There's that little bar.
There. I was just noticing that literally for the first time. That's why I looked at it and I was like, oh no, that's normal. When I said that like 5 minutes ago, it's the first time I've noticed that bar.
I literally just now noticed it.
Why? What are we doing with our lives?
I think it's more evident on the white cards. Like, look at this. It's less.
It's less obvious there. Yeah. Yeah, less obvious.
Yeah, so no one's been playing Clarity.
Let's look at Shadowlight in Pursuit. This is the light version of Shadowlight, it looks like.
See how he's got the shadow eye? Mm-hmm. It's not quite gone.
Donald Kelly saying, I dig the ambiance of the Zadok studio. Well, thanks. It's just us.
Surprise, this is our actual studio? We just wanted to test it first and see if people complain.
It's just actually what
just
we
kidding.
would be doing. 3-cost, can't be obstructed by Alpha Clash cards, so that could be very notable. Attack trigger, target contender or clash card gets -1/-0 until end of turn for each Shadowlight Clash card you control. Watch out for that Shadowlight contender.
So when you attack, they get -1 for each Shadowlight in play.
Yep. Contender or clash card. Yeah.
Dude, you trigger and then you use them and then you bounce and put this other guy in. Shadow version.
Yeah.
So this one can't be obstructed. The other one can't be attacked.
Right. So you're seeing the swapperoonie.
Yeah. So yeah, in the
smart.
Like when he is in his light form, it's like he can get through things. And, whatever. So then they can't block him. On the shadow form, they also can't see him to hit him. Right? So that thematically checks.
Very cool. Very cool. Stan Dirk asking an off-topic question, which is our specialty. Do you guys know what your promo for Bright Lights is? What do you think? Do you want to tell them? Or do you just want to surprise? At this point, I feel like we should just let people open it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know that an Alpha Clash stream is...
But it's kind of cool because it's like kind of like when you wear the concert t-shirt to the other concert, you know?
Never experienced.
We're not going to reveal it. We'll just we'll send. I think Fab's going out. What? It'll be on Wednesday of next week. Should be around Wednesday. This week. Oh my gosh! It's in a couple of days.
It's like shipping imminently.
So you'll see it in a few days, and we hope you love it. And look at convergence. Convergence, Jonathan, if you would please. Accessory weapon. How cool is that?
That hammer must be fresh out the dishwasher.
And look, it's Chris Jones right there. That's a low-hanging joke.
I'm not trying to play on difficult mode.
Exclusive. Attach. One white thresh one white resource to attach it. Clash card gets +1/+0 and breakthrough. At the end of your turn, if the portal is open, ready attach Clash card. During your opponent's turn, while this card is in your accessory zone, Conquest Clash cards you control get +1/+0. This is like that Crag Hammer, man. This is like just so great.
Interesting.
You can leave it in your accessory zone and give everyone +1/+0.
Well, all your Conquest cards, right?
Yeah, well, you're playing a team deck. You're not playing a...
Well, I was actually picturing, like, if you had that Shadow Light earlier that bounces, you could pay 1 to attach this, swing, bounce. It goes back to your accessory zone. Pay 1 to attach it.
Did we decide? I'd have to look at the rule book because I've never had to do it. But can you voluntarily pay to put stuff back in the accessory zone from a character that's attached?
Either you can pay to put it back or pay to attach it to something else.
I know you can move it. You can pay to move it, but can you move it back to the accessory zone? This is the first time I'd ever want to do that.
There's like a static effect that you want. Yeah.
And I don't have the rule book in front of me, so I will not speculate.
Also, just having breakthrough on tap like that is potentially very good.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good little ability there. Let's move on to actually, Jonathan. Can you pull up our promo?
Yeah,
I think so. Also, you can pay the attached cost of the weapon you control to unattach it and return it to your accessory.
Boom. So you can pay 1 to put it back in the zone and then give +1 on your opponent's turn.
Nice.
That's super sick. That's great. That's a great card.
Yeah, I will say the balancing how many exclusive cards you put in your deck. Because you want to see that, it seems like, but you also don't want to see it too much.
Well, if you're Pestilence, you just discard it to take everything off the board.
We're Conquest. That's the whole point here.
All right. Check this out. So this is the Conquest promo that is shipping with Clashgrounds through our subscription.
It's not too late right now.
It's an official promo card sent to us by Rising Empire. It's not too late, but that is going to charge 2 to 3 weeks before the set releases. And after it's charged, you cannot get in on the promo or those booster boxes. So just do it right now. It costs you $0. It's the easiest thing in the world. It breaks our hearts every single set of any game. You get contacts and people on social and whatnot. Hey, I missed the subscription charge. Can I still get in? The answer is no. No, you can't. So just do it now. And then if you decide a couple of weeks before the charge, it's like, I guess I'm out on this, or I don't want to do it, or my local store is going to get these boxes for me. You can hop out. Again, $0. It's easy. It's like a light switch. You can just turn it off and be like, okay, well, I'll not do this anymore. So hop on it, please. Really. It's like the greatest source of disappointment. The number of people who just don't, and then it's the day after, and then it's like, can I? No.
Yeah, I see it all the time, and it is very sad.
Art of Way King effectively correctly saying, don't miss out. A bunch of people trying to find that first set promo now. Yeah.
Yep. These are...
Yeah, dealt with this in Flesh and Blood too. You miss that scar for a scar, and then it's like, it's worth $700 now.
That ship sailed.
Oops. Not that money's everything, but you know.
A lot of people missed out on that one, though. That was like early days.
I even missed out on it, honestly.
I saw that look in the distance. I was like, what's he about to say?
Yeah, would have gotten it in retrospect.
See out there?
Conquest,
some beautiful promos.
Conquest the Destroyer. 5/4, undisputed. If the portal is closed, it gets close combat. If the portal is open, it gets flight.
Can you tell me what close combat
All
is?
Great things. Whenever you engage to attack, you do your attack damage to something, and then you proceed with the attack.
What?
I think it's that, isn't it? I remember it being way
I remember
better
looking
than
it up
I
when I
thought it
saw
was.
the promo, yeah.
Or there was that Torque card that did that. What do you got, Jonathan?
Close combat, this card can attack ready Clash cards.
There it is. Right on. So it's not double damage, but you normally can't attack something unless it's engaged. So you can go after some things. and things can't block for it. It's not like you can intercept that.
I actually, I think that ability is probably one of the most important abilities to have in the game.
Especially when your hero says you draw a card from defeating things. So the ability to send 5 at, let's say, at the forward 4.
Yeah, totally.
Take it off the table and draw a card. Very good.
Yeah, great trades.
Yeah, or flight. You can't touch me. Like, okay, I'm just gonna punch you for 5 and you can't block. I like that.
Man, that's great. You don't want to miss this one. 7 novels. I love this. Thank you so much, saying to Wade, Art of Wade King. Your promo for TC's Torque is my absolute favorite. Love to see more of your stuff in Clashgrounds. So
I like that edit.
Keep chatting. Keep chatting. Contender Haven, Biding Time. Zach, what have you learned about Haven?
I'm so curious to get your take on this card and this concept of how she functions.
Okay. It's the first of our non-Harbinger.
Haven, if I had to pick, is probably the protagonist.
Right.
It's close. I don't know if it's Haven, but it's close.
Between Haven and who?
Clarity.
Cool.
I think they would be the protagonist duo.
Is it one of those weird things where somehow they're the same person?
No.
Okay, it's not that.
It's
an
have you
alter
seen?
ego or something?
It would be like it's not this extreme. I'm gonna give you 2 examples. One is the Mandalorian.
Okay.
You have Mando and Grogu, of course. Baby Yoda.
Is that Baby Yoda?
Okay. So it's, to me, Grogu's less of a protagonist than she would be. But same with what's the other show with Pedro Pascal where he's got the kid, the zombie everyone's talking about it. Last of Us.
Yeah.
It's more like that. Those 2 characters being the main characters is how it feels in this book.
Okay. Have you heard of Station 11, the show? Station 11?
Mm-mm.
Check that out.
I've seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
It's pretty similar.
Don't know if it's related
Yeah, it's
or not.
pretty similar.
Nine-Nine?
Pretty similar. Okay, you start the game with a relic with an...
Did you see some novels comment?
Yeah.
In the words of the great warrior poet Hulk Hogan. Hell yeah, brother.
So good. Haven Biding Time. Okay, so another 20 contender has 1 defense. So this is a new template that we've seen now twice in the set.
Yep.
You may start the game with a relic with an initial resource cost of 2 or less in your accessory zone.
Mm-hmm.
During your turn, when this contender loses health, you may put 1 collection counter on target relic you control. It triggers only once per turn. Okay. And then whenever you're hurt, at the start of your turn, choose an opponent. That opponent reveals a card at random, then puts that card on the bottom of their deck. So you get a random card out of their hand. That's good.
When you're at a low health
12
total.
Yeah, that's exceedingly good.
So there's only so many times that's going to trigger. Usually by the end of the game is when the heavy hitters are hitting.
But she's biding time.
She's good at that.
So you would imagine you build your collection, get down to 12, and now suddenly you've got a lock on where you're losing. It's not even engaged, so they're just losing 1 card a turn.
Yeah. So it's worth to understand how this functions. We need to look at her backpack.
Okay.
It makes it make sense. It's almost like Dash and seeing the items. You're gonna just work through this one real quick.
All right, I need to get all the way to the backpack because I just got stuck on Plasmax.
It's up on the screen, but yeah,
Plasmax
you're gonna love Plasmax as a character.
Is it mystery item? No, she's got like a Pokeball. Oh no, that's the backpack.
It's her Heart Heroes backpack.
Man, there's a lot of things in here that are not her backpack.
It's
Okay.
in blue.
There's a lot of text on there. You want me to get in there and read it?
No, I got it. Safeguard.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You can't mess with it.
Zoom and enhance.
It's safe.
It's a relic. You got that?
It's a relic. And it's unrivaled. So you can only have 1 in your deck. Is that right? Did we just decide that? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
She would presumably start with her backpack in play, if I had to guess.
At the start of your turn,
Mhm.
put 1 collection counter on target relic you control. And if this card has 25 or more collection counters, you win the game.
There it is. There it is. And then
If it has 10 or more collection counters, your faction clash cards you control get +0/+1.
Mhm.
20 or more, +1/+1.
So they would get both. So it would be +1/+2.
So as you get closer to your goal, it gets easier to achieve said goal.
It gets harder to defeat my stuff,
Mm-hmm.
which then makes it harder to do damage. So if she gets 25 counters on her backpack, she wins. So now go back to her.
What do I think about it?
Well, hold on. Now we can understand it. So you see the contender at first, and you can't really understand it. So then, basically, once per turn, she gets to put something on, right? That's the first ability.
Mm-hmm.
25's a lot.
Yeah. So
Turn 18.
we're at 25 turns until that happens.
Uh-huh.
But if we get hurt every turn, we take that down to about 12 turns. 12 to 13 turns because we have another ability on Haven that does a collection counter whenever she loses health.
So
Once per turn.
you basically need to most games I've played end between turn 6 and 8.
But if she loses health on your turn and then on your opponent's turn, that's 2 collection counters. And then 1 at the start of the turn, that's 3 a turn, potentially 3 a round, potentially.
It's still going to take you 8 or 9 turns.
Yeah, well, she's biding time.
Well, she better.
That's the whole point.
So that gives us
She's gonna
context for
bide
the
time.
rest of the cards we made.
Okay. Okay.
Don't you have that in the one burn down relic card?
Yeah, there's the destroy the but it can't be. It's safeguard.
Oh.
It's a permanent. You can't burn down a backpack. New Mexico Desert, 2 cost, Clashground. Do you know about the backpack and what's going on here?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Sure do.
So,
Is it like a spoiler?
I mean, I don't know. I'm only halfway through the book. It's probably good that I am only halfway because I can only spoil things that are setting things up and not as much resolving them.
Yeah.
So it's her Heart Heroes backpack, which is an IP inside of this universe of hilarious. I won't go. You just need to read about that. It's hilarious.
Okay.
Her powers in some way make her very good at hiding.
Cool.
So
Like the one ring kind of thing?
no, the best comparison to me is there's not the Harry Potter movies, but there's the follow-up Harry Potter movies that were about the
Wild and monsters and
where to
in
find
wild
them
places.
and
Yeah.
that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, in that he's got a suitcase that he opens up and you can go into it, and it's like this whole little universe.
Oh, I love that kind of stuff.
That's her backpack. So part of why she's good at hiding is she can go in her backpack with
It's
stuff.
like a bag of holding situation.
Yeah, so she puts things that are important in there, like Legos
Okay.
or food.
Fascinating.
Yeah, the whole thing.
What if she puts people in there? Has she put people in there?
I don't know.
Because that seems like a solution to a lot of problems.
Oh, it could be, but the bag is still somewhere.
Yeah. Can things that are in the bag get out of the bag? Like, can she put herself in the bag and then get out of it?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and other people, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. So other people could potentially get out of the bag.
Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. That's the name.
That's
of
right.
it.
Let's take this New Mexico Desert. At the end of each player's turn, if that player did not declare an attack targeted at a contender, that player draws 1 card. Cool. It's just a defensive, it's a Night's Watch deck, man.
Yeah. So I will say, generically speaking, I hope that alternate win conditions and the win condition of I'm just not dying is very carefully considered, because my least favorite events are when the most popular thing is a thing that is not playing to the core game, but it's just trying to not let you play to the core game.
It's not winning. Yeah.
A good example is for Star Wars Destiny. You have characters that are fighting, and it zooms in on these epic moments where the characters are engaging with each other, plus sometimes vehicles and big ships.
Or so we thought.
Yeah. But in that game, when you run out of deck, you lose if you don't have any cards left. So there were definitely decks that the only thing they were doing was not letting you do anything.
Yeah.
And
lock decks, prison decks, that kind of thing.
There were definitely metas where you show up and you're excited about your concept and doing your thing and playing your hero in this epic fight, and then it's like you don't get to do that at all. It's just Vader staring at Yoda and some senators.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
I always compare it to those challenges in Street Fighter where you're beating up the car, and it's like, can you beat it up fast enough or not? And that a lot of times is what these decks entail. And that was kind of fun because you still got to do your combos and stuff. Speaking of, this is really kind of indicative of what you're saying. No more fighting is the card here. And I feel like this art and this vibe of this card explains a lot about what the conflict is here with Haven and everybody else.
And Flare and Magnate.
So it's a 1 cost. We got Flare and Magnate trying to punch through this Green Lantern style protective bubble. It is a clash buff. You may only play it if your contender is a blue Haven. So this is the most restricted clash buff I think that I've seen. Target contender or clash card you control gets +0/+3 until the end of the clash, then draw 2 cards. Come on.
So she blocks for 1 by default. Now you're blocking for 4 and drawing 2 to replace.
Yeah, she's biding time.
She is very good at biding time, you see.
So it naturally puts a floor on how fast an aggro deck has to be to win a game. Because you can't be bringing an aggro deck that can't get through Haven.
That's right.
So now, like, that's what has to be the case.
Which I think is an okay thing to have in the triangle, to have to triangulate against, basically.
Yeah.
What's the fastest deck? What's the most
It's
penalizing
the
deck?
chunkiest deck.
And then having to have decks that can navigate those does mean you can't min-max super hard. So there's a reason that there's the classic meta triangle and even like a Magic, right? And this draws on a lot of that with the different colors and the different strategies and stuff. So it's not inherently, it's just like if I go to a tournament and 80% of the decks I play against are Haven and no one's attacking and they're just like drawing cards and buying time, I could see that being taxing.
Well, maybe if it's just you and I playing all the time, we'll just never have to worry about that.
I'm currently not worried about it. Yeah, it's cool.
Although I will build that deck and play it.
Yeah, you gotta explore it. But if that was all I was playing against, if that was every 5th round in a tournament or in a play session, fine.
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable. But it's a dial, right? So like in Destiny, most of the time it wasn't a problem. But there was one meta particularly where it's just like...
Very oppressive.
Yeah.
X-Wing had that phase too. The Healy Falcon phase.
Oh, yeah.
Just troll around and heal. It's like, this is the stupidest thing I have ever done.
There was one tournament where it's like half my games, double Falcon was my opponent.
Yeah.
They just
The
go on
Dennis
one
Harley
side.
special.
They literally just go up this side, K turn, down this side, the whole time. It's like a game about maneuvering in position, and they just put 2 bricks down, and then they go forward and backward for like an hour and a half, and like they can shoot all the way around, so that nothing matters other than can I do damage as I'm strafing by faster than you can do damage on the way out. Like
it's just a numbers game in it.
Was not my favorite.
Let's look at Apex Swift Fighter, only because I love Apex, and he looks absolutely insane in this art. Blood Crazed, 4 cost, 4/3. You may engage target clash card when it enters play. So this might find its way into a Haven deck, for instance, because you're able to slow down their offense by just telling them no. And wasn't Apex the other one that would cancel an attack whenever it's declared? Was that Apex or another?
I think it was. You'd always play them when you areas. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. That was the negate the attack. Yeah.
Yeah, that was always the guy that
you played that.
Well, you would play it when you play Alpha Aster because he lets you go get someone, and
Yeah.
then you just put this brick down that stops one of their attacks straight up.
Speaking of double Falcon, man.
Yeah, you know.
Let's look
That's
at.
cool,
Let me
though.
see.
Art of Way King Zach has a real Tom Holland situation going on here. Have you seen any of that? He's the actor who played Spider-Man,
I did know that.
and he like very routinely will be doing interviews and spoil things. But he's horrible. Like, and the other actors that are with, they now don't let him do interviews by himself. And then you can see like other actors being like hitting him.
That's
and
pretty
stuff.
awesome. Yeah. I'm not going to tell you to not spoil things though.
Yeah.
So
Hey, they sent me the book. I'm just saying. Nowhere in here does it say. Hold on, let me read my contract. Nope, nothing. Nothing about not saying nothing.
Let's look at Haven taking risks. 2 cost. 1/2 here. So pretty much on curve. When it enters play, reveal the top card of your deck. You may have your contender lose health equal to the initial resource cost of that card. If you do, put 2 collection counters on target relic you control, then put the revealed card into your hand, and because you lose health from that ability, it's another collection counter because of Haven's ability. So this card is a 3 collection counter clash card that comes in.
And draws you a card.
And draws you a card, but you got to keep your curve low or you could really wreck yourself.
Yep. Seems good.
Wildcats. Let's look at Raging Plasmax because I love it. It's just funny. It's a 2/2/2 with flight. How about that?
I also like how they place the word flight in like a very strategic, not on top of his knee situation.
Yeah, it's a good place for it to be.
Also, he looks like a blue version of like a Punisher, not Punisher.
Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider. Yeah.
Except you can see through him, totally. No motorcycle. At least not yet. Not that we know of. Ooh, and then we've got a Mean Streak card. Let's look at that. Supersonic Disruptor, 2 cost. It's a counter, and it is a relic. Ooh. You can counter it whenever your opponent plays something, and that's when they play a clash card. You may remove 2 collection counters from this card. Now, this is fascinating. So this is something else that she could start with. Instead of the backpack strategy at all, you could go here. Remove 2 collection counters. If you do, put this card into your hand, and that clash card loses all abilities and effects until end of turn.
And this goes in hand.
Yeah.
So you can play it again, and load it up, and do this whole
Load
thing.
it up with collection counters.
Now
Very
that
cool.
Is appealing.
Alex August. You think I did that right?
I do. Or Owlex Ugist.
Asking how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop here? Just
we
kidding.
may never know.
Just say, does Alpha Clash have any sort of official OP program? I know that those OP kits that they just announced
kits
are sick.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 6-pack or 9-pack sealed that they're doing?
I think it was 9.
It's so awesome. So everybody comes in, gets 9 packs, open them all up, build a deck, play the tournament that way,
Yep.
and then distribute your rewards.
And they had some really, really cool prizes going on. I know OP is something that they are working on in terms of beyond pre-releases and that kind of thing. So you'd have to ask them or check with them. But I know in 2024 they've hinted at having big plans. So
yeah, you know what? And they've done it. It's just we've always really loved what Rising Empire is doing because as people who have certainly run a business for a long time and for many years very poorly. Sorry, Zach, that's not necessarily directed at you. I was a part of that as much as you were. Although you were CEO, so I guess you do have a little more responsibility.
Well, we're here now, aren't we?
But they're very good. They're very good at like having a plan and not over committing and trying to do everything all at once.
Sure.
And getting something done, like getting the novel out, getting the Kickstarter going. The graphic novel was first, then it was launched the set of the card game, then it was launched the novel, and now we're going into Clashgrounds. We know set 3 is looking really cool. There's some fascinating stuff happening there. And I think they're just going to keep building community, keep scaling up, and taking things as they come and having a very definite plan. I bet they have a 5-year plan.
Yeah, I think it's evolving all the time in terms of how things are going. And like, there's so many. It's even earlier asking about the studio timeline. Like, early on during the phase that you were describing, it wasn't as great. It's really easy to have these really big, ambitious things to put on the wall and be like, we're going to change this and we're going to do this and we're going to do this big thing. But there's so much on the ground work that needs to get done day to day. And I think part of why we were excited to work with them is that the perspective they have about how to sustainably and organically grow into the success they're hoping to achieve without being overly ambitious. Like, they're very realistic. Yeah. But still...
It's rare.
Yeah, but still pushing, and looking to do more and do better. So it's a fine balance, but there's a lot. Even you have no idea, right? Coming out of the Kickstarter, how's the retail release going to go? How many people are going to be interested in this? Like, do we even have anywhere near enough players for this to be sustainable? But they're definitely finding their footing and continuing to improve and change things.
I feel like we should do a pre-release on camera where we crack 10 packs and play some games.
I would absolutely do that.
Hopefully that studio's ready, eh?
Yes.
Look at Sideswipe here. 2-cost counter trap. It's a trap that counters traps. So we've got trap on trap counter play here. Negate the effects of target trap being activated, then put it face down into its owner's accessory zone. Then, if you control 2 or more clash cards, you may send target accessory to Oblivion.
So you either put it face down, or you get rid of it if you meet this other condition.
Or you can put it face down, and then you can choose a different accessory to YOLO off the...
Like all Moxie's insane upgrades.
Yeah, probably good. All right, let's look at Mystery Item 2. This seems important for him. 2-cost. Attach for 2 blue resources. Whenever you attach this weapon to a clash card, roll a d6.
We've arrived at the dice.
The card has the corresponding effect. 1 to 2, it gets trigger, attack, your contender gains 1 health. 3 to 4, trigger, obstruct, draw 1 card. 5 to 6, once per turn during your primary phase, while this card is in your clash zone, you may engage this card. If you do, draw 1 card, then your contender gains 2 health. Yahtzee.
Well, it's sort of Yahtzee. It is, but also you can reattach it, right?
Yeah. But you pay 2 to unattach or to move it.
2 to
every
move
time.
It, and then you roll a d6, right? Every time it attaches?
This so much.
So technically you would attach until you got the result you wanted over time.
Yeah.
And then even then, if I remove that thing, it goes back to your zone, you have to pay to attach it again and roll your thing.
Yeah.
Which is, again, you just need time as Haven. So
I'm a big fan of this. I'm a big fan of this in like a sealed environment. Yeah. It's so fun in sealed. Let's do accumulation. That seems like just kind of a role player. I'd say 3 cost, put 2 collection counters on target relic you control. So,
easy.
Fine. That's typically, I bet you only see that in the I need to blitz to 25 counters deck, obviously.
Yeah, so again, that's what I mean by like, if all you're doing is getting 25 counters and you have a bunch of cards that are just drawing cards and putting counters down, there's only so much interactivity,
Yeah.
which you just have to balance that scale. How much is okay?
Last thing I'm going to look at with blue is shifting priorities. 2 cost action, basic action. Remove 2 counters from a target clash card you control. Now 2 counters. So that could be the street counters. That could be the collection counters.
Could
so
be those
blue
pestilence counters we saw earlier.
Can you imagine?
Remember the poison
Yeah,
things?
the toxic counters. If blue is the faction of counters,
You were a counter, man.
it's beautiful.
I
It's
literally
everything I could ever want.
reading through these cards yesterday. It was like, yep, blue's not my thing.
And Mainstream
But I'm
has
glad
a bit
it-
of like a watery thing going on. But if I'll tell you this. We're about to look at the new red contender, whose name escapes me, but I'll read it here in just a second. War. If
What
there was a
is it,
similar style, like Poseidon, Aquaman style thing in blue, it would make my life.
We didn't get a blue Harbinger, right?
No.
There's only 4 though, so it has some color has to go.
But like the sea could be the 5th one. War, death, pestilence, the
Conquest.
sea, conquest.
The sea. Yeah, it
fits
fits right in. Which of these is unlike the others? I mean, I think they're all exact. I mean, it's like corporate asked me to identify the difference between these photos.
Remove 2 counters, and then if you do clash cards you control, get +1/+1 until end of turn. That's obviously just good.
Universal +1/+1 like that, like table wide, is very good.
Yeah. So Z-Storm says 2 to unattach and 2 to reattach if you have 1 clash card, or just 2 to move it to another clash card. Right on. So you kind of pass the ball until you get the result you need. All right, so let's go to red. Let's look at War Legion Commander and freak out for a second.
Look at that mohawk.
I mean, it's
That's
right,
a mohawk, right?
right into the old brain.
It's as red can get, right?
Yeah.
Trigger attack if this is the second attack. Draw a card. So he wants a lot of things on the table, and he wants to attack at least twice a turn.
Yeah.
Every turn, forever.
Well, that totally makes sense. And then at 10 or less, clash tokens you control get +1/+0 and breakthrough. Now, clash token. Now, hold on just a second. Jonathan's a token guy. Yeah. There's nothing Jonathan likes more in a game than generating things that don't actually exist.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I've got all these things that aren't in my deck. They're just like,
I like the idea of these things.
yeah. It's like this micromagigs and spoils.
Oh yeah.
And I know Magic does a lot of this. Like you make a bear token or a
Food token,
frog
or whatever.
token or a dolphin.
They have tokens for
token or
days.
whatever.
Yeah. In fact, the artist I was saying earlier from the LCG is Magnate, has recently launched a Kickstarter for alt official tokens.
Yeah,
it's a
smart
thing. And
Totally
she does
smart.
this like crazy art for in all these different themes, right? So you play this death deck that happens to use this token. It's like, here you go.
Just
Totally
to get
makes
the
sense.
Warhorn.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what I
ready
saw
for the
this, and
Warhorn,
I was
yeah.
like, this is it.
All right, well, let's see what War's going to bring. So let's cover the Clash Ground first. 3 cost Scorched Earth. This looks like a Flare Clash Ground, maybe. Also, Flare looking great in this art.
I'm very excited about Flare as a character.
Flare seems to me like a very, if I were guessing, like kind of a hot-headed, I'll just destroy what my problems are, explosion-focused hero/villain, if I were guessing. If you were a novel reader, would you say that that's close to accurate?
As a not done with the novel yet reader, I have no idea what Claire is.
Okay.
But we have seen her fighting alongside seemingly Magnate.
Yeah, we have
and
seen that.
fire happening. But all heroes start out as bad guys in this universe.
Oh, I thought you said, I was like, in this universe. In our universe, all heroes turn into bad guys. Hero becomes a tyrant, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's a hero's journey.
They start bad.
Uh-huh. All of them?
Yeah.
Even Haven? What are you talking about? What do you mean all heroes start bad? What could that possibly mean? Is this some kind of karmic thing? Some kind of samsara wheel of...
It's just when you're awakened and you get your powers, it's like you inherently... It's almost like...
It's like you turn into like a teenage boy going through puberty for the first time.
Yeah, maybe.
Is that essentially what it is. You like destroy until you understand how to like...
No, it's
relax.
more like... what's that?
I think that's bang on.
Highlander?
What?
So Highlander?
Uh-huh.
So that's there can only be one.
Yeah, and they cut
thing?
off the heads of the
And then
enemy.
the less there are, the more powerful they become, right?
Sounds right.
So it's kind of that situation where by default you get powers and then you have this like innate like Highlander. Remember, it's all leading to this who is going to be the champion of Earth kind of a thing. They may not stay that way permanently, but like they at least start there. So when you interact with most of these characters at first, they're not particularly concerned with the well-being of anybody else.
Okay. But they might find a way over time to mature into their powers.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Or not. Maybe they mature and figure out that they just want to watch the world burn.
Well, if you want to learn more about that, you should read the novel,
Yeah,
the
the
graphic
novel
novel,
would be a
and
good place to start.
play the game. If a source you control would deal non-clash damage to a contender or clash card you don't control, it deals that much damage +1 instead. Get out of here. I just hate these cards.
Reading chat.
Every time you do non-clash damage, it's +1.
Oh, cool. So all the direct burn cards are just a little better.
Yeah, to all of your opponent's stuff, too. It doesn't even have the downside for you. Look at this beautiful card. Somewhere in San Francisco, I gotta tell you, I want to know everything about this scene. Look at that. Kind of a luchador kind of vibe, plus, is that Torque in the suit? Maybe? No?
I think it's Torque.
Is that Torque?
I would vote on Torque.
Who's the blood mage back there in the background?
Apex?
What? X?
Oh, no, not Apex. That's not Apex. It's not that guy.
It's the other one?
What was it?
It's not Death.
No, we'll find him.
I don't know. The guy in the front, the guy flying in the air, it looks like Warcry.
Yeah, that's what
It is Warcry. Yeah, it is Warcry.
The guy in the background, I don't know.
Somewhere in San Francisco. Contenders get +1/+0.
I love that title of that card, by the way.
All contenders get, yeah, it is Warcry. All contenders get +1/+0, and when this card leaves play, you draw 1 card.
That's a flash ground?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense for red, right? If you have a bunch of things that just attack, and they all get +1, it's better for you than it is for someone.
It's contenders only. Your main people.
Ooh.
Only. So it is good if you're going to attack with your contender. Which are you?
I mean, if you're red and you're rushing, you play this early and you just start swinging. And you can clear those 2 health, or 2 defense things that are so annoying, right?
Yes.
Like normally if I play a 2 health thing on
Right.
1 cost and you have your contender suddenly can't get through.
It is Kilimanjaro in the background, as confirmed by Wade, who has read the book.
Kilimanjaro is awesome.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say about that.
Got to read the novel.
Yeah.
If you want to know what's happening, you got to read the novel.
I don't want to
haven't
make
read the novel.
Ridge and Garrett.
I'm just an old-fashioned card gamer, not a reader. Decimation, 1 cost.
You don't have to be. You can just enjoy it from afar.
I just figured you'd give me the Cliff's Notes. You may only play this card if your contender is a red Harbinger. Target clash card you control gets +3/+1 and breakthrough until end of turn. It's a clash buff. It's unbelievable.
But it's only contenders.
It's sick.
Right?
No, clash card.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Plus
only if
3
your
plus 1.
contender is a red Harbinger.
+3/+1 is
That's the right math.
good.
And breakthrough. Yeah.
Yeah, suddenly very good.
Yeah, this is an incredible rush card. I mean, run it.
Run it.
Please. Please run it.
Ship it.
Ooh, look at Flair Final Effort. Raising the Dead or fighting back skeletons. I think she's fighting back skeletons, so probably from Kilimanjaro. 2 cost. Victory. Deal 1 damage to target contender or clash card. A 1/2. So that's kind of a cute little card.
She isn't going to have a lot of victory because she's only doing 1 unless you pump in some way. But then she just gets a bonus damage anytime you do.
Because like if you can get her to 2, because wasn't your old... Did the old red deck give +1 to everything? No.
It just pings things.
But there is that contender that gives +1 to things. I'm just saying, if she's a 2/2, and she can just feast on 1/2s.
Well, like Conquest, right? So
yeah, be good in Conquest.
Well, Conquest only gives Conquest cards +1 though.
Oh right,
I think
they built the stables.
Yeah. So I don't know, but yeah, if you can routinely get her at higher strength, just that free 1 ping. But even just as a 2 cost, she's fine. 2 health is a really good drop, and then she can clear out any of the little stuff people play early.
How about Torque Forceful Hitter? 4 cost. Another great piece of art here. 3/3. Whenever a clash card is defeated by non-clash damage, deal 1 damage to target contender. Get out of here.
Stack them deep.
These are all my nightmare cards. These are all the cards I grew up playing against all these cards.
Yeah.
Remember that general in Spoils that whenever a burn was played, it was -1?
Yeah.
It gave him -1 health. That deck
like a
was,
messed up eye or something.
That deck was
a patch on. I don't remember.
Yes, it was so fun to play.
Yeah.
I can understand why you kept doing it. Torque the Lawless
I do
one
like
is
winning.
next. 4 cost. This is some of the speaking of
So
Batman the Animated Series. I mean, this is right out of Batman the Animated Series for me. It's a 5/2 for 4, which is notable. It's got a victory trigger, deal 2 damage to target contender or clash card. And when it would be dealt clash damage, you can pay 2 red resources. If you do, prevent it, and up to 1 other target torque clash card you control gets +2/+2 and breakthrough until end of turn. This thing is loaded to the gills. This is a loaded baked potato
let's
here.
just put everything on this card.
This has got all the toppings.
So
it's supreme pizza.
You don't want to attack it, and if you have resources open, you really don't, because they can just stop the damage and pump something else.
Yeah.
He's beefy.
The best thing to do is to just burn him down with a 2 damage spell.
Definitely.
Or like pay a card for Pestilence and give him -2.
Yeah.
See ya. Later.
But he's a great 4-drop, honestly.
Yeah, really good. And like nicely hard to take off the board except easy, depending on what tools you have.
For the scenario.
Yeah, so good. Here's the Bardigan Warhorn, Jonathan's favorite card here. 3 cost. Exclusive. When it enters, you create 1/1 red Harbinger War Minion Clash token. So basically, you have a 1/1 on the board.
Yep.
When it enters play. At the end of your turn, if the portal is open, create another one. Every turn, more stuff keeps pouring through the portal.
Yeah.
What are they? What do the tokens represent, Bookman?
I don't know. haven't gotten there yet.
They represent part 2.
Yeah, the second half of the book. So the interesting thing about this to me, though, is red by default seems like a rush deck, and this seems like a red deck that you win. If the longer the game goes on, you just start getting all of these things.
It's kind of a strength in numbers deck, isn't it?
Yeah.
This would do really well, obviously, with everything gets +1/+1, or everything gets X.
I mean, those 1/1 tokens that are now 2 1s or 2 2s or whatever it is really gross.
Isn't that what War says, the contender?
Does War say that? +1 to all the things?
+1 to all the tokens specifically, remember?
It does say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the...
+1/+0 and breakthrough.
Yeah, so once you're at 10, +1/+0 breakthrough. So this is also an in-game... you got these rush decks that need a way to close the game out.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's truly awesome. And again, favorable outcome. 1 cost, basic action, deal 2 damage to target clash card. So right there, you can just take Torque off the board. If that clash card is defeated by this effect, create 1/1 red War Minion Clash token. That token can't attack this turn. Okay, so this is a fun.
I can already imagine looking up and seeing 42 of these tokens over there.
Grasp of War, 2 cost, counter attack. Deal 5 damage to target attacking clash card with flight.
Very targeted.
Love that, though.
But if you're playing that card that gives a bunch of the stuff flight, this suddenly becomes a 2 cost.
Oh, that's true.
Cancel
That's
someone.
true. It's also a 1 threshold red card that can answer a problem that your deck might have. I can even see Haven maybe running this, being like, I got to get around flight somehow.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Look at this Clarity, Harbinger of Death. What is this?
Well, this is where the fun begins.
Okay, so give me the rundown of Clarity then, Bookman. I've heard about Haven.
Yeah.
1 black and 2 white threshold.
Yeah, you'll notice behind the 6 is black and white. So
Sweet.
This provides resources of either color, but not both. And you choose it when you use it. Just so you're aware. So you put this down as a resource. It can be black or white for threshold purposes, but you have to choose when you're activating it.
Awesome.
Each turn.
But it's every time you activate it?
Yeah.
That's great.
So you can go back and forth.
But
But obviously, I love the idea of cards that kind of push you in 2 colors at the same time, which we haven't seen before. TLD on Clarity, Harbinger of Death. She's a real good guy. Real hero here. I don't feel like I should say anything about her.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's cool. That's cool, man.
She's
cool. I'll read the book. I'll back the Kickstarter.
Main character energy, you know?
Yeah.
She knows a lot. She's very important.
She's I've always heard or understood that she's kind of the one who's like traveling around the universe trying to like save everybody from this cycle. Like she's enlightened of the cycle. Maybe that's why she's black and white, yin yang, man. Mm-hmm. She's the enlightened one in the story.
Well, there's a lot I know that I don't know about her. You know what I mean? Like they've hinted at things.
It's like a Donald Rumsfeld kind of thing.
I don't know who that is.
Known unknowns.
Oh yeah, I do know who that is.
Known knowns.
I'll
Unknown.
just say that I think she's been around a very long time and knows a lot more than anyone else.
Okay.
about how this all functions.
Right on. So I can relate to that.
And she looks awesome here.
Well, she's unrivaled. What's up, Michael? It's getting here late. Well, you haven't missed a thing. I mean, you can always rewind too, but it'll be here forever. That's the beauty of YouTube, isn't it? You can watch it whenever you want. Glad to have you here, though, Michael. Trigger enter. Each opponent sends a clash card they control to oblivion. Okay, that seems, that can be good.
Well, yeah, you better hope that you have something not very important or expensive on the table when this comes in.
While this card is engaged, it can't be sent to oblivion by an opponent's card effect. Okay, so it can be defeated, but it cannot be sent to oblivion. Those are two separate.
Very different.
That's gamer stuff. While this card is engaged, I saw that once during your turn, when another clash card is defeated or sent to oblivion, you may choose one. Another clash card, so theirs or yours. Your contender gains 2 health. Look at the top card of your deck, put it on the top or bottom, and draw a card. Wow. Wowie.
Wow.
Wow, man.
But you can only have one of this in your deck.
Okay.
Unrivaled.
And that makes it okay.
And remember,
Makes it balanced.
you can only have one unrivaled card in your deck, period.
Okay.
So, like Alpha Aster from the first set or Clarity from the first set, you can't run this on top of it, right?
Understood.
So these are inherently supposed to be kind of game-bending cards.
Very cool.
Yeah.
What's up, Just the Decoy? I heard looking for Arkham content. Good luck. We might have to play some Arkham at some
Did
point.
you see? Wait. He said, and Zach says, in quotes, and Bruce Willis was a ghost the entire time.
You got to back that Kickstarter to find out more, you know?
I don't know. So it's... I haven't read the second half of the book, okay? I don't know
Thank
how
goodness.
much... I don't know how much I'm revealing or not, but it feels like these are basic. Like, even some of the stuff... I had read the graphic novel. So, like, a lot of what I read was the graphic novel.
Right.
Like, this is the book version of that. But even if someone wasn't going to read the book, I feel like understanding some of these fundamental universe things is relevant.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'm not spoiling too much.
Well, my wife will read the synopsis of everything that happens in a TV series before she starts watching it. Yeah.
That's shocking.
Yeah. Not the way I would do it.
Poor Kay.
Not the way I would do it. She needs to know. She needs to know how it ends and how
you know
it
what?
goes. Everything about it.
If my wife knew that was something you could do, she might. She just probably hasn't
She's
thought of it.
never considered it.
Just
huh?
like the
Just
lack of tension
Uh-huh.
and just knowing, like, as an example, weird example, the movie Solo.
Mm-hmm.
It's young Han and Chewie are in it, and there's a moment where like Chewie is like maybe about to die. It's like, well, I know he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So that actually like lessens the experience for me.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like the lack of tension for her, knowing that someone isn't going to die, is actually helpful from a stress management standpoint.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I kind of get it, but to me, you know, I like surprises. So like,
Yeah.
I don't want to know anything.
Somebody's gonna die.
Yeah, I'd rather know nothing going in than everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, different strokes for different folks. Isn't that right?
Jake Crane, your wife might be the killer.
Let's look at War of the Second Horseman. And yet, to this day, I have not seen a single horse in Alpha Clash. Isn't that interesting? Mm-hmm. Is that in the novel? Do they ride in on horses of any kind, or is that kind of just a reference? More of a metaphorical.
Well, now I'm getting sheepish to say anything. I think at some point there were horses, but when they had horses, it kind of became the legend, even though it's like more of an exception than a rule.
I feel like I'm understanding exactly what you're saying.
You know what
suddenly.
I mean? Yeah.
Wow. I don't even need to back the Kickstarter anymore. I mean, I've got all...
Yeah, if you want to skip the book, after this, I'll be doing a full reading.
This is a 4-cost Unrivaled card. So I like seeing these Unrivaleds at lower costs, which is an interesting decision to make. When it enters, deal 3 damage to target contender or clash card. Always great. And when it attacks, target defending player may send a clash card they control to oblivion. If they don't, deal 2 to that player's contender. Incredible,
so
man.
Good.
This is an incredible card.
Yeah.
That's painful.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's so good. I love that card.
Ridiculous. I'm gonna scroll through here and see. Oh man, some of this art is just unreal.
Well, some of these are the IRs.
Oh,
the like alternate. So it's epics, but in a different art form.
I'm doing it. Let's pull them up. Can we pull them up, John?
Mm-hmm.
Death, the Endbringer. It's a difficult name for me. Chow Cacao. That's a really cool name if that's how you say it. At the start of your turn, if the portal is open, you may put target clash card with an initial resource cost of 3 or less from your Oblivion into your clash zone. If that card is a Harbinger clash card, it gets +2/+2 and necrotic until end of turn. Does necrotic mean it goes away at the end of the turn?
No, much worse.
Necrotic means
is
it's like poison.
damage. Yeah.
If it does damage, it's poison?
If it does damage, you kill
It just
the
kills
thing.
it?
Yeah.
You know, games play with that mechanic a lot. It's a problematic mechanic.
I don't know. I like the idea of a little guy just dunking on a big guy.
Certainly, what could go wrong with that?
No value.
Balance-wise.
Yeah, it's like I paid 8 for this, you paid 1 for that, and I'm dead.
And then at the start of each opponent's turn, that opponent must send 1 clash card they control to Oblivion. This is unbelievable. I can't honestly not believe this.
Literally, that hits the table, and you must get rid of it.
This is truly unreal how
But
good this is.
It more and more, it's like once you get to that 6, 7, 8 cost lane,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be either answered or end the game.
Yeah.
And not like necessarily end the game immediately, but like it's so good, you better have your own.
It's a tempoer.
Which it's always one of the key balances here is if you have a bunch of expensive stuff, your 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 cost turns aren't doing that much.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of have to pick.
Yeah,
and
you
how
gotta
good are you at
balance.
card drawing and all that kind of stuff.
Do you want to ramp or not?
Yeah.
But I've been surprised at how much you can answer those late game things actually when it happens. Even Alpha Aster, it was like, I can take care of that.
Yeah. And a lot of times when this thing's on the table, there's only so many turns left. So these things that say at the start of your turn, do this big, powerful thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or even if they don't take this off the table, it might be like you just win the game anyway.
Yeah.
So
Right.
you need time for that to matter. But this art also,
Look at the Pestilence Devious Servant art card, IR.
I love the signatures on these too.
If you really pay attention to like the background of this card, and it's like, what is it? It's like there's something on the floor. There's a corpse on the floor. And then it's like it almost keeps going down. There's more corpses, but it's like, and it's almost like looking back even further.
Yeah.
The perspective is actually nutty on this card.
I feel like the Pestilence cards mess with perspective a lot anyway.
Dude, okay, you go to Conquest the Undefeated. This is maybe the top art in all of card games for me.
Dude, put dinosaurs in there and we're all getting excited.
I love dinosaurs.
Yeah. And just look at it. It's a very different, he looks different in like a cool kind of way.
This is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Like this, it brings back everything that I loved when I was like 9 years old, collecting superhero trading cards.
Superheroes and dinosaurs.
Dude, I mean, this is like this would have been my coveted possession.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how much I love this card.
And this is one of the, gosh, I can't remember what the proper name of it is, but the like alt art epics, right?
Mm-hmm. They're IR. What is that? Iconic Rare.
There it is.
Yeah.
I knew it was IR. I just didn't remember what it stood for.
And why is Conquest fighting a T-Rex? Like, I want to know more. Is that in the novel? I want to know more about why this is happening.
Well, you see.
Huh. I love this card.
So I'm saying the art is spoiling more than I've been spoiling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, now we know there's a T-Rex in the universe.
Perhaps he's also a hero.
Can
you imagine a T-Rex main character?
Man, I would. I would actually play that.
This eventually becomes dinosaurs.
Let's look at War the Intensifier, speaking of iconic rares.
Yeah. Look at that sword, though. Also 7 cost? What does he even do?
What do you suppose it,
Wow.
What's the advantage of a sword like that? Just the way it happened? It's kind of split. Is there a story element to that? Or did you make it like a lobster claw?
Well, on page 142, I'm just kidding. I have no idea. But, you could, like, poke people.
You chop 2 ways at once.
When it attacks, it creates a war minion. And all of your Harbinger Clash cards get +1/+1?
Yeah.
Which is a Clash token, not a Clash card? Is a token a card? Token's not a card. It's not a card.
It does say it's a Harbinger war minion.
But it's not. It's a token. It's not a card.
I don't know.
If I held up something in front of you that was not a card, would you say it's a card? It's not a card.
Yeah, but if tokens in the game are cards, like in...
If they were cards, they'd be cards.
Well, they might be. Maybe in the packs we get token cards.
Okay.
Like
See what I'm saying?
all squares or rectangles. But not all rectangles are square.
Like in Fab, we get token cards all the time.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, is Eloquence a card? And it's like, well, technically, yeah.
Yeah. If it said War Minion Clash token card,
War Minion / token card, yeah. I have no idea.
I would believe you. It is cool. That spear is really sweet too. It's like,
yeah, he's 7 cost though. I mean, this needs to be bringing it.
It's also a really impractical way to fight. You got to imagine that.
With a spear and a sword at the same time?
A spear and like a big sword like that, you know?
Well, when you're a pseudo god.
Yeah, you know, I guess I can't know exactly what that's like.
Maybe he's also just a little, showy.
Yeah, maybe.
It's like, this isn't really practical. I just want people to think I'm awesome.
Ryan's saying probably cards. Tokens equal cards.
Now wait
Jay Crane says we'll be getting token cards from what I've heard.
That's awesome. Now wait just a second, everybody. What's going on back here in the back of the folder? Where we have Moxie and Magnate.
Yeah.
What's that about?
Are these revealed? Can we do this?
Are they revealed?
They were in the folder of revealed things.
Well,
then it's clean.
As I've
clean.
always believed, it's much easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to get permission. So,
dude, no, wait, hold on. Check this out. Look at the clarity. The other clarity, the alpha rare clarity.
Yeah.
Can you? Yeah. So this is the alpha rare, and then go to War the Second Horseman, the next one.
Okay.
Alpha rare as well.
This card is super interesting.
But more importantly, you put them together. They're a dual.
Oh,
they're next to the portal.
Goodness.
They're both next to the freaking portal.
What?
And they're fighting each other.
I don't know that I've loved anything in card games more than cards that have split art like that. And I don't know why. But also, War is dressed not like War.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like
Hercules.
No, like Flare and Magnate dressed like this. They have the like white with the gold, which I don't know if that means anything, but like.
And he's just got his little axe. He doesn't have his sword and spear stuff.
This is like young version of him
young War.
Fighting Clarity for some reason.
I love this Brent Serrato. Great inside joke. Here comes the air horn of apology. That was one of the best moments of my life.
Yeah, you see the look at Flare's outfit there.
Yeah. Huh.
Maybe not Magnate, or maybe Magnate.
So War was this before he was War, or is War the same
War
as
the
Magnate?
Second Horseman, but then show me that Clarity real quick.
Wait a minute. You got some real detective work going on here.
Clarity, Harbinger of Death.
Is she gonna kill War and remake him?
Well, this is when War was young or a different person, presumably.
What if War turns into Magnate? They kind of look similar, right? Let's look at Moxie. What is this? A common? A C common? Is it a token? What is this? Why is this here? Why is this in the set?
Well, let me tell you why.
Yeah.
Because the only way to get Moxie and Magnate in set 1 was in the starter.
Oh, they're so clever. Good for them.
So now there's an alt art token of Moxie, who looks awesome here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's sick. Okay, so this is the same Moxie. It's just an easier, non-exclusive version.
Honestly, I wouldn't know. I've never read the Moxie card.
Clash cards may control more than one weapon. Once during your turn. Yeah, that's same Moxie.
Show me Magnate and I can tell you.
It looks good, though. That's a cool Moxie. That's Moxie written on the helmet.
Who did this? Yeah, she does have that written on her helmet.
That's Chris Jones, because there's light behind it.
Moxie's not a real name.
What's up, Matthew? Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, glad to see you guys live. Wanted to let you guys know I received my full set of Cosmic Tokens and board for Champions. Been loving them. Flawless quality. Matthew, you are flawless quality yourself. Thank you for that.
I like that turnabout there. That was nice.
I to be honest, I don't know that that's true, but it's a good sentiment to share.
I mean, the fact that he took the time to say something nice to us, puts him in that category.
Yeah, flawless.
Yeah,
clearly.
Yeah.
But thank you for that, Matthew. We appreciate it. Sita, maybe this is a past Clarity.
I don't want to say anything,
but you just did.
I'm just saying. It says she's the Harbinger of Death. You know what I mean? What does that mean? What do you think it means?
I mean, she comes in announcing that all things are about to die.
Yeah. But she's fighting War. Death and War are fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Or is there something in between them that they're both attacking at the same time?
Are they attacking me? They're fighting the portal.
I don't know.
I would imagine Death is good friends with War because War would create lots of death.
Or maybe it's like the comic book version of Thanos where War is in love with Death, so then War creates a lot of death. You know? That's where we get the word War.
just as a concept, or is this actually coming from the novel? I don't know the difference anymore. If you're speculating or like telling me what's actually happening.
All I know is that in the comics, Thanos is in love with death. There's a woman who is death, embodiment of death, which is why he wants to get all the stones and kill everyone.
Okay.
In the movies, he's like, I want balance and I want to wipe out half the universe, which is different.
Okay. Didn't see those films really. Magnate Awakened is the other one that's in this set, which is nice.
Oh yeah, same Magnate.
And then one of my favorite things really is this A10 Warthog. What the heck is this? It's a relic? It is a relic. It looks like a relic, a World War II plane or something.
I think this is like a buy a box promo or something.
It says P in the bottom right.
That's a promo.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Good detective work on that
one. So it lines up. I don't know.
All right, so it's an A10 Warthog. It's 4 cost. It's 2 black threshold. Your helmet clash cards. Do you remember what those were? I always just say
the ones that I the alphas.
Alpha Hunters. Yeah, okay.
Speaking of good detective work, got some A-class geniuses
put
in
that
here.
Together, put me on the crossword. Trigger, enter. Alpha Hunter, clash cards you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Alpha clash cards lose flight and can't get flight. Sick, because the Warthog's up there just like smoking them. Once per turn during your primary phase, you may engage this card. If you do, deal 1 damage to target clash card. If it's an alpha, deal 2 damage to it instead. This is sick. So like the alpha's greatest weakness is old planes.
Yep. Old giant planes.
That's really good to know.
Yeah. If only we had known at the start.
Lee Price is still in service, apparently, the A10 Warthog. Like maybe in like real life. Which is awesome.
That's awesome. Lee? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. I hope you're doing well.
That's crazy, Ryan. Thank you for this. The A10 is an actual plane that was developed entire around. It's a Vulcan cannon there at the front. You know, I hate that we as human beings decide that this is what we spend our time doing. But it's weirdly, I don't know, there's something kind of cool about all these different things that we've developed to murder each other.
I mean, I feel like what you're describing is the human condition. It's like I love it and fear it all at the same time. It's really impressive. It's like watching. Have you seen the Oppenheimer movie yet?
Well, you know what? I'll let you guess if I've seen it.
Definitely not. It's at least I don't know. You may have. I could see a world where you maybe did see it.
I have a very distinct interest in seeing it and Barbie, but at this point I just kind of wait until they're free.
Well, free.
You know, well they'll be
free.
For them
in some
they'll
way,
be
though.
free in a year or so.
Yeah, it'll be on some server you pay for.
I could rent it right now for $25.
Not gonna do that.
And it's like, dude, $25. That used to be the price of a movie, but you've ruined it for everybody by making it so easy and free all the time.
Yeah. Anyways, point is, it's like simultaneously being amazed and horrified while you're watching it. It's like incredible that this occurred and was achieved, but then also horrifying that this was achieved.
Kind of a synopsis of the stream, I would say.
Yeah. How is this even happening?
Horrifying in some way.
I'm watching in amazement, and then I'm disgusted at the end.
It's good to see you, Lee Price in the chat. Don't forget, it's the Lee Price. He's doing great. Can't wait for you guys to be back open. Good to see you, Lee.
We're working on it, man.
That's amazing. Use irradiated shells to pierce tank armor in Desert Storm.
Wow.
Pretty cool. And it turns out they're great at hunting alphas, so now we know.
It would make sense. Radiated shells attacking superhumans.
Well, there you go, man. There's the rundown. Hey, Jonathan,
Clashgrounds.
Do you have the full art stuff?
Oh, you better.
Can you show me the full art Conquest Iconic Rare?
This one's for Steven.
This is the case topper. Right? So, there's, I think, in set 1 there were 5 case toppers, I believe.
There's 5 of these too.
12 boxes in a case, and these are tucked inside of the case.
Is that true? Is that how that works? I think that's how that works.
I think that's how it works. So when we open cases to fulfill box subscriptions, we use the case toppers and randomly put them in subscriptions. So even if you're not buying a case, if you have a subscription, even 1 box, you have a chance of getting these. Of course, technically, the closer you get to a case, your odds go up based on how that works. You know what I mean?
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
And if you are buying a case,
comes with one.
You get it if you get 12 boxes, or if you get 12 or 24 boxes on the sub, you get a case topper guaranteed because it's sealed.
Yeah, because we ship in case increments if you're ordering in case increments. So
and then we've got a number of there are some starter exclusive cards. We need to look at Machina. Oh no, wait, there's a new mean streak too. We need to look at these contenders. These are the contenders that are coming in the Clash kit.
Have these been revealed?
Dude, they're in the folder. I don't know. They're in the folder, right? They're in the folder. If
I'm gonna
make a
pick
mistake,
my phone up off the ground.
It's
and
Ridge's fault.
It's gonna be Ridge saying,
"Don't
reveal it. Don't reveal it."
Somebody else's fault. That's the thing.
I've already spoiled the whole book, so that was Ridge's fault too. He sent it to him.
Somebody else's.
Yeah, not my problem.
So keep in mind these Clash kits. I think they're threading the needle pretty good because this can be somewhat degenerate if your starter products contain exclusive cards that current players have to buy to keep their collections up to date, particularly if they don't actually want the cards or need the cards. What they're doing here is I think a pretty good job. The Clash kits do have exclusive cards, so existing player base needs to buy one Clash kit to keep their full collection.
If they want to have a full playset.
They want the full playset. But also, they're exceptionally good ways to just buy a Clash kit of the newest set of Alpha Clash and start playing the game. So if it's set 5, I can just buy a Clash kit and I can start right there. And that's a good starting point to have. They also are really good just for existing and new players because they give you, as far as I can tell, some of the key mechanics of the new set all at once in an easy to understand format. So maybe I've got 3 booster boxes and 1 Clash kit. Before I even open my booster boxes, maybe you and I sit down, we play a couple of Clash kit games like, oh, set 2 is awesome. Then we go in and open our packs or we draft or whatever we want to do to kind of get our feet under us. So let's look at Mean Streak Boosted. 25 health contender. Class cards you control with no streak counters get trigger attack, put 1 streak counter on this card. That's going to be very important for streak counter cards. And again, I'm a counter man. I love this. Once per turn during your primary phase, you may engage this card and remove 2 streak counters from among Clash cards you control. If you do, draw 1 card. Again, they're finding a template here, you know. First ability, find an interesting way to draw cards. Second ability, 15 health on Mean Streak. So this is happening pretty quick. Clash cards your opponent controls get -1 attack.
And it's not. I definitely thought I was gonna say +1, but instead it's -1.
-1. Great. And a 1/0, but only 25 health.
You realize how many just mathematical fundamentals of this game switch on that pivot?
Yeah.
That's pretty great.
Yeah.
Speaking of Mean Streak, I think you're like Mean Streak as character.
Yeah, no joke. Yeah. That's why I play the Mean Streak deck.
Have you read or seen Watchmen?
No. No. I don't read other IPs. Only what we sell.
Have you seen Watchmen Reddit? Yeah.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I feel like if as a design guy, it would be appealing to you. Well, I'll stop my story there. Go ahead.
How about Magnate, Savage Striker, another 25 health. Now, both of these in the Clash kits are 25 health, so those are going to be shorter games, which I think is also a pretty cool thing to do.
Fun tidbit. I believe originally all the contenders started at 25.
Really?
And then at a certain point, they went up to 30 to make the games a touch longer.
What if they made a format called Blitz, and then they just halved the health of everything, and then it functioned the exact same?
We could still play all the same cards.
Yeah.
And then like everything else on the power level is the same. Okay, cool.
Just less.
Yeah,
interesting.
Okay, I like that in concept.
25 health, full health. Once per turn during your primary phase, you may engage this card and send a non-trap accessory you control to oblivion. Tap it, put one of your accessories out of the game.
Okay.
If you do, or in your discard pile. If you do, deal 2 damage to target contender or Clash card, then draw 1 card. So 2 direct damage, draw a card at the expense of 1 accessory.
During your primary phase?
Yeah.
And can you do this mid-combat on your turn?
No.
Or is it only as an action?
As an action, it's got to be, right? I think. I don't think. I mean, it doesn't have like counters. It doesn't have counter stuff or anything like that.
I like the trailing, like you said this statement confidently and then quietly, I think.
Well, you know, that's
fades.
that's how you get. You got to have your little baked in, just in case, because then I can clip that out and be like, no, I actually didn't say that. 15 health. Whenever an accessory you control is sent to oblivion, target Clash card you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So Machina is playing accessories and then discarding them for effects.
So ideally accessories that you get benefits from, like on enter or on leave, and then you get that bonus, but then you get these other bonuses as you're engaging with them.
Okay, now wait a minute. Somebody look up super speed for me.
As a keyword?
Yeah,
That's gotta be
Siberia.
Jonathan.
3-cost Siberia Clash Ground here for Machina.
You give him 2 tasks at once.
Yeah, that's the game.
Hey, look at him go.
Class cards lose super speed and cannot gain super speed. Is that maybe an old ability that's now a keyword?
No, you got it. You were talking about this earlier. This card deals clash damage before clash cards without super
Right,
speed.
so it's first strike, quick strike, etc.
Yeah.
Attached cost of red weapons are reduced by 1 red resource. Attached cost of black weapons are reduced by 1 black resource.
Is this have a red threshold on it?
It has 1 red threshold, yeah.
So yeah, like that. The 1 cost. Didn't we say 1 cost red weapon earlier? I don't remember.
We did. When the mystery box? No, we saw something. The hammer, the Conquest hammer. No,
That's white though, right? Yeah.
I don't remember what we saw.
In particular, you get. Is this a Clashground?
Yeah, it's Clash Ground.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it stays out there. Machina Heavy Brawler. 5 attack or 5 cost, 3 attack, 5 defense. When it attacks, you put a target non-trap accessory with an initial cost of 2 or less from your Oblivion into your accessory.
There
zone.
it is. Cycle.
Yeah. Here we go.
So you want accessories that have interplay effects or lead play effects for this guy. Just absolutely churn and burn.
Beautiful. Then we've got oh yeah, of course, super. That's Mean Streak's thing. Super speed. I thought, was it?
So you have a card in your deck that just cancels out his thing.
The heck is that? Well, I just play Clashground over it.
Mm.
It's fine. Clashgrounds are as immaterial as a whisper. Shrapnel. 2 cost. It enters, deal 1 damage to target clash card. When it leaves play, deal 1 damage to target contender. And it's a relic that comes in. There you go, Zach. That's what we were talking about.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
So it comes in, it deals 1, then you use the ability, it leaves play, it deals 1, then you get it back automatically for free.
Rinse, repeat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost like this deck was built intentionally.
It's like a Machina Shrapnel deck.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Heavy metal, cool. 2 cost, another weapon accessory. Attach for 1 red. Whenever the attached clash card attacks, you may engage this card. If you do, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an accessory, put it into your hand. If not, deal 1 damage target contender you don't control. Way better than a lot of those Moxie cards that either hit or miss.
Yeah.
This one hits.
And this has a 1 cost, right? Let's say attach 1.
Yeah, attach
so that
1, yeah.
thing earlier, just pass this around.
This is super fun. I'm in love with this whole thing.
Yeah.
And then finally, you know what?
Kind of looks like you.
Let's look at the Alpha and Omega promo card available in the Set 2 Clashgrounds Clash Kit. The Last Stand. Now, don't spoil anything, but if I were putting together who maybe would be the protagonist kind of lens of the good guys in this lore set, I would say it's looking like Moxie, Mean Streak, Clarity, and Haven. Given this Last Stand, and what is the Last Stand against? I mean, is it doesn't seem like it's against, kindness.
I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell you. In fact, I don't know who these people are.
Never seen them in my life.
Never
seen these people. What is this game even? Where am I? Why are you guys here?
Okay, look. I was out of food, and I met him on the road. I've only known him 10 minutes.
Do you remember what the Compass people are called? I've said Compass since the beginning of the game. Rogue? Okay, great. So Alpha Hunters and Rogue Clash cards get +0/+1. This is a Clash ground. New York, Earth. So +1 defense to basically non-alphas.
This is in the starter?
Yeah, it says ST.
Oh, there's no threshold. It's one of those white,
yeah.
Because neither of these, it's red and blue, right?
Yeah.
Can you pull up the starter Mean Streak real quick? What's his icon? Asking for a friend.
Wait, what icon? Like color?
No, on the bottom right. Okay, it's still an alpha.
Alpha.
Right.
Wait, whoa! What are you talking about? Still, what is this guy?
I don't know. Go back to the last stand. I know nothing. No, I know nothing.
Oh, okay, still an alpha. Oh, okay, you guys haven't got there yet. Okay, cool. You haven't got to that part of the book yet. Okay.
I don't know what's the Compass people called?
Rogues.
Does it look like a compass? What
It
are you
does.
talking about?
It does to me. Yeah, it's like a compass. It's a circle with a double arrow in the middle. That if you spun it around, it could point to north
Or south.
or south. Technically the same. Yeah.
West, maybe.
Rogue Clash cards you control get trigger obstruct. So when they block, ready after the clash once per turn. So your rogues can block and then stand up and potentially block again. And then you may only play this card if you control at least one Alpha Hunter or Rogue Clash card.
Interesting. So
there's a story being told.
Are there cards in this starter that are those things? Because the hero...
We haven't seen all the cards in the starter. I haven't, at least.
We don't have all the cards.
We don't have all the cards. This was the okay to spoil or preview, I should say.
Got you. So we don't even know how we can play this card yet.
Well, we know we can always play it.
Well, it says you can't. You can only play it if you control one of these things, but neither of the heroes.
Oh, it
use these
expressly
things.
says the exact thing that counters my point.
That's why I was asking if one of the heroes maybe had a different icon.
Yes, it does. One of the contenders in the set definitely does. And I am looking for that now. And I think it's Haven.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right, John?
Mm-hmm.
So we've got Harbinger, 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 Harbinger. Okay, so that's...
So Haven is a compass.
Haven is a rogue, yes.
Interesting.
Compass rogue. Very cool. Man, what do you think? So let's just talk about it for a second. What do you think about that?
So
I love doing these streams.
Yeah.
I know it's like obviously it's very hard for people to watch like a 2.5 hour, 3 hour stream if that's how long it is.
greater than 0 people are still here.
But the thing is, like, if you're really into Alpha Clash, it's like the best thing ever. Whenever I get really into a game, what I want to do is consume it
Always.
voraciously.
Yeah.
Voraciously.
Yeah.
Everything, anything. So going over the cards like this is really fun to do. Just share with everybody out there.
Well, I think it's particularly fun because I hadn't seen most of these.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, seeing this like new art style coming out, and then having played with just the first set, you can already see the depth that's being added, but it doesn't feel like there's a lot of weight to it.
Mm-hmm.
Even little things like having cards that provide 2 different resource colors or have 2 different thresholds. It's a very simple mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
Or as an example, in the first set, all the main characters are alphas. So you have something like New York City, which feels it's very good, but also you're potentially benefiting them as much as you're benefiting yourself. And so suddenly it's like, oh, they're a Harbinger, and they have Harbinger cards. And so New York City is very good against them,
Mm-hmm.
which is fun. So you're adding this kind of nuance and depth without changing much.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. And I'm, from a character standpoint too, the Harbingers are cool.
They're the coolest.
Like,
I don't know why I'm able to follow the story of this game. Like, why am I made to care about this story more than any other game story? I don't know why that is. Is it just because superheroes kind of lend themselves to that? This kind of larger than life thing going on? Is it because the card art is actively like, I know that it's telling me story cues, so that has an impact? Is it the fact that I know there's a story behind it even though I haven't read it? Is it just evocative enough that it...
yeah,
But it's like, I just follow
I've read
along
the
with the
stories.
game and
I
just
don't know.
to enjoy to see what these cards, the story the cards are telling me.
I mean, I think there's a cool... The superhero medium is so everywhere. And like, at least I know in our lives growing up, that's around, right? All the different superhero stuff. So the idea of a universe that is set in our universe is different. Like most of the games like Sorcery is not set on Earth. Fab is not set on Earth. Ashes is not set on Earth. Like it's this other place. So it's set on Earth. You have places like New York City. And then you also have regular people getting these superpowers. And then you also have weird amalgamations of different superpowers. So like it's not as character defined as something like Spider-Man. And he's got this set of powers, but it's like, it's out there. Like these are crazy. Some of them, like Magnate, just seems like he's got super strength and flight and like can send energy through his like hands and eyes and stuff. But like, he's kind of Superman-esque, but he doesn't have the whole Clark Kent thing going on.
But like Shadowlight, that's so cool.
Warcry
was Conquest
Apex,
to you.
The fact that there are Harbingers and there's this thing going on.
Also, what's the Greek thing? Because like the Magnate armor set and stuff, that to me is very ancient Greek, Greco-Roman kind of thing. The Alpha and Omega promo is like a Greek thing. Alpha is a Greek thing.
Even in the back of that 7-cost war card, you have like the columns and pillars and stuff. Showing, I think we're gonna.
So is that like maybe the first of Earth's like awakening pole moment?
You can see it there.
Is it like ancient Rome? Is that when that happened? Is it Atlantis?
Yeah, that's what. So like, there's both now Earth stuff and historical Earth stuff being shown in these cards.
I just realized if it is Atlantis, there's definitely going to be like a watery guy.
Well,
nothing says greatest superhero ever like Aquaman. Clearly the strongest of them.
Clearly, yeah. I too can talk to fish.
What's up, Ian? Hey, Ian Schaefer in the chat. Our good friend, Ian Schaefer. Not in Alpha Class yet, but I just miss you guys.
What up?
No. Good to see you, Ian. Well, here's a question for you, Zach. It's 2:30. We started at noon, so we're 2.5 hours in. So obviously anybody who's not interested is long gone. Do you want to play a game of Alpha Clash or not?
I would play a game.
All right, let's play a game of Alpha Clash.
You want to hand me that white box of cards?
Boy, it'd be nice if there was a higher quality card storage solution
It would be.
that you could have.
I agree. Perhaps there will
Like in
be.
the next month or two.
That would be cool. You working on something?
I've got some ideas. I've got some ideas for
I feel like it's me with talking about the book.
higher end card storage solution that's still affordable but also sustainable and fits perfectly in a Calyx cube. That would be cool, right? Because everybody uses those.
On Earth. Yeah, all people. I'm just going to pull out all these decks and you can pick
I've got to
whatever
play
you
a
want.
non-mean streak deck, don't I?
I don't know. There might be 2 Mean Streak decks. You have one of them at your house, right?
Jared asked, do I like Jason Momoa as Aquaman? I do.
Have you seen that?
No. No, I love Aquaman, though.
I was going to be surprised. It's like, of all the things you've seen, that's the one.
It should be the one that I've seen, but I have not seen it. I've seen Doctor Strange, and I've seen one of the the Infinity War, the one before the end.
Endgame is the end.
I saw the one before Endgame. I honestly I don't even know why or where.
It's probably just like a holiday and like people are going to see it and so you didn't have a choice.
That kind of a thing, yeah.
Alright. So there's 2 Moxie decks, 3 Magnate decks,
What's up, Dysphoria? Hey, good to see you.
a Clarity deck. You want to go top down for me, John?
Dude, Samuel Slayer, just listen to this, Zach. I would love some better card storage. Sign me up. Sick of all my white boxes.
Well, stay tuned.
Stay tuned, tune-around.
We're working on some things that might fix that problem.
Yep. Definitely not card storage, though,
Dysphoria, man, I have missed these 2+ hour streams. Glad I caught you here for the game. Well, it's amazing to me that anyone would sit here and listen to us for 2 hours. So thank you for being here.
Here's what we think we're going to do. We think we're going to stream every Monday. Once the new studio's up. We think we're going to do every Monday.
You tell me. Let's have we haven't been working our business problems out live in a while. So let's do it.
I think we're going to stream every Monday. And I think we're going to, because all of our releases happen on Friday.
Okay, so stuff like this Friday is Fab.
This Friday, Fab releases. So then we stream on Monday, like Bright Lights and Sealed and
Seems
Draft
cool.
and just playing it. Having
Open
a good
some
time with
packs,
it.
chat about it.
And then like
Perhaps we cover other news items or updates or things that are coming later this week. Like check out Wednesday because we're launching this fancy box thing. It's not.
That's
actually.
right.
This is not happening. It's just an example.
It's a theoretical. Yes, that exactly. I think
We spoil books and stuff too.
you and I have decided. Jonathan has brought in a similar level of input that
I was gonna say I actually
we're just gonna lean in. Is what I mean. We're gonna lean into things not needing to make sense.
Oh yes, I did decide that.
Because like you decided that 16 years ago.
Yeah.
Because what we're so sick of, what I'm sick of, what I think a lot of people out there are sick of, is the commoditization of every conceivable piece of existence. It's like you can't even have a basic opinion about something without feeling like you need to post it and become an influencer and gain followers, and you can't even dance without recording it anymore. Whatever happened to dance like nobody's watching? Now you're blasting it out to the world, trying to get your channel, trying to be a one-man band.
You don't want a 24/7 live stream of me? See me dancing?
I think actually there would be a Patreon rush to fund a 24-hour Zach dancing live stream. I think that might be the most successful product we would ever make.
Product?
Yes, if you give us $20.
Oh, because it's a Patreon. Yeah.
20. It's not one. It's a one shot. You pay $20 for a ticket.
Yep.
This is just kind of OnlyFans now, I guess. Except you're just dancing. I guess we've invented that model now too. But really tired of the commoditization of everything.
What was the quote you said? Maybe you.
I'll have to look it up.
The Foster Wallace quote.
No, there's
The
a
newer one.
It was a
Yeah,
quote
the
about
other one from that
commercialization
documentary
of
I was talking about
everything.
from the horses.
Yeah, so he
channel.
got it, and then he told me. Anyways, what was it? You have it?
Pulling it up now. It is.
We're in the crazy part of the stream. Just if you've never been here for this long, at some point we just all walls break down.
Miguel, very apropos. You've been a part of my life for almost 10 years, and this is the first time following you live.
Wow.
What's up, Miguel?
Here, 2 questions. 1, how did you originally start interacting with us? And 2, how in the world did it take a decade for you to run into us live? Can you explain that for me? I would love to hear it. Ian says, "Can Steven DJ the dance party? If so, then
Dude, I DJ and you dance for
those
24
YouTube videos
hours.
that you play, where it's like the DJ and then the people in the background just doing this the whole time.
It's just you in the background. That would be so funny. Like hour 23, you're just like,
it's like that Ron Swanson by the fire with his whiskey.
I'm posting the chat so you can get it on the.
David, I'll give you $30 right now.
I'm telling you, this is maybe our emergency fundraiser idea, where it's like we cannot survive another month. We're gonna pull out all the stops and do a dance-a-thon.
This is probably where St. John Williams. Love your music. What happened to Soulforge? This channel got me interested. Sorry, that joke was too good.
I love your soundtracks.
Oh man, it just happened immediately. What happened to Soulforge? We recently sent an email to our subscribers about that.
Yeah, subscribers, we dropped a subscription for it, not out of any amount of spite, but just because we did this for Keyforge too. So, and those of you who don't know this is actually kind of relevant news. So if you haven't been following those 2 games, Soulforge Fusion and Keyforge both are unique deck games, which is a format that is trying to kind of figure out how it can exist. And both of them are going to Kickstarter for their next set of expansions.
I mean, Keyforge permanently.
Keyforge said permanently. Soulforge, it seems like a one-shot kind of thing. The problem for all of retailers, but specifically for us, is that the majority of our business model revolves around subscription service. So you sign up and you get the product, you get charged ahead of time, and then you get the product automatically, a lot of times with a promo. And obviously, if your subscription is competing with the publisher's Kickstarter, that makes no sense. There's no reason. Like it's bad for everybody involved. It's worse for the publisher because the Kickstarter gets less money, and it's worse for us because half the people want to kickstart and they ask, well, should I kickstart or should I subscribe or whatever? We did this with Power Rangers, the Renegade Game Studios, and the confusion in the community itself is so not worth having that we were like, we'll just drop the sub and ask everybody to back the crowdfunding stuff.
It kind of ties into this quote, which I don't know what this is from, but I loved it, which is, "We're no longer players and creators driven by our mutual love for our hobby. We are buyers and sellers trying to squeeze the most value out of one another." So
that's it, man. Doesn't it feel like that?
Yeah, and even with Soulforge and Keyforge, it's not that I don't think those games are great, and it's not that we don't want those publishers to succeed, but in the end, they're doing campaigns for Kickstarter, and we would rather just say back the Kickstarter.
That's what I want. I will back the Kickstarter. It's like, why have a secondary, less good avenue?
Yeah. So obviously, we're only able to do everything we're doing, including these streams and the content we create, because there is an economic model driving it. But very quickly, what happens if that is the only thing that's being talked about is this exact mentality, which is you just start doing only things that make, maximize short-term financial sense. Like we could keep the subscription going, but untangling those things, even from our content, where we don't have to have a subscription or sell something. We do content all the time where we're not doing that. But at the end of the day, some amount of resources has to get generated somewhere for that to be sustainable. But that's a problem we're also attacking locally with our store we've been working on forever, which is trying to detangle the need to sell something with the ability to offer the product or service, which is the space itself and the community building and the marketing and the tying people together and giving people a place to experience this hobby. So that's something we're working on, but we're not attached. That's part of why we can make that decision with the forges to that explicitly all the time. And we want what's best for us, of course, and the publishers and all the people that play the game. And so in those particular cases, like with Soulforge, it's like, do you want early access to the app? Do you want early access to set 3? Do you want to directly support this publisher in this game? Like, I don't want to compete in that space. I don't want to even just detract from it, right? It's like, I don't want to, we're not here to hold them back. That's not the point of what we're doing with any of these games. So,
and to John's point, asking basically what happened with actually Soulforge and Keyforge to a degree, and really a lot of things in the past. I'd say that we're really in the past 8 months. We just had a really difficult time after we stopped the daily live streams. Then it was about moving our temporary office into the new warehouse, and then we were without a studio where we could do these things easily. And a lot of releases were happening all at the same time because that kind of post-pandemic glut was clearing. So there were some games like Soulforge that we just did not get to stream as much as we would have liked, particularly after Fuse Fest. It kind of was like, there's a bunch of other games and we've got to try to fit that in.
The same is true right now about Clash, because we filmed some stuff, then the studio went down, and we've been currently in my upstairs office ever since.
Yeah,
and it's just way harder. Like I had to completely rearrange everything so that we could have this shot where we could play a game, which we've been trying to avoid. We also thought the studio would take like a month or two less to happen, so
haven't got a chance to play Earthborn yet either.
Yeah,
which we gotta get that finished product on camera. Yeah, so good. But all I'd say, John, that doesn't preclude us from playing a game like Soulforge Fusion or Keyforge on stream in the future. In particular, if there are weeks where there has not been a Friday release, that to me is like a really cool opportunity to just play whatever that we might not even have a financial incentive to play. And then we've got some other shows coming down the pipe that we're pretty excited about sharing with you guys too. That'll be a totally different thing that you probably won't see coming. But Monday live stream. Should I play Clarity, Moxie? I don't want to play Torque. I played enough Torque.
All right, let's take Torque off the board. So
wow, look at these decks. How many decks do you have here?
Well, we had 8.
Looks a little dark, Jonathan, on that.
It does.
You want to ISO it or you want to light it?
ISO it.
I was gonna say we can turn that overhead on.
I can get that. I'm seeing YouTube looks like it's brightening it up a little bit, but go ahead.
From the monitor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it might. You think it has like an auto calculation or something that it tries to do?
Strange going on.
Goblin of Reserve saying that this game looks incredible. Man, I've missed these live streams. Hope you guys are. We are.
Yeah, it looks great.
How are you doing?
Goblin Reserve, a classic. Wow, makes my hands look ancient. Look at that. I'm like a crustacean.
It's only the camera.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely not getting older. All right, Clarity, Moxie,
though, man.
Magnate.
We're in our mid-30s now. Oh, man.
I know. I want to play Clarity.
Okay, I think we need to play Clarity.
Okay.
And then I have to make a decision.
And you've got a Star Wars. Are these both Star Wars Destiny playmats? This is just a rando Star Wars playmat, right?
Yeah, this is just...
That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Where'd that come from?
There was it's a story. I'm trying not to derail this too much. Towards the end of Destiny, I was playing Kylo and Rey a lot, which is affectionately known as Reylo, and I love stained glass. And so this art was a piece of art that came out for one of the Star Wars celebrations that was happening.
Beautiful.
And in the universe, there's this similar art of the father, the son, and the daughter. It's a whole Force thing. I won't go into it. And that's what this is based on, which I also love that story arc. So a friend had this made for me.
That's very nice. Good friend.
Yeah.
Not me.
Mm-mm.
Goblin Reserve turned 36 this year.
Congratulations.
So
You're now
it is
in your
disgusting.
mid-30s.
Yeah, it is really not great.
Close to late 30s.
Not as fast as younger man.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I can't move or recover as fast as
Hey,
the
Jonathan's sneaking up on 40. You better watch out.
Yeah. All right.
Let's reveal our contender. I'm going to have the rulebook pulled up just so we can make sure, because it's been a while since we played much of anything. We've been in the
make sure
freaking studio space.
It's the best rule book in baseball.
Hold on. Are there 2 colors in that deck? Can you just make sure?
Yep, white and green.
The upside down cards, I think, are the sideboard.
Yep, that's right.
And
then here's the real. I'm not ready to even think about a sideboard.
Well, it's hard to even know what a sideboard would look like.
Well, it looks like this, apparently. Right here. So this sideboard, let's look at what we've got. So Sonoro's in here as a sideboard card. Sinister Assistance. 1 or less to Oblivion. So this is probably an anti-rush. This is an accessory. This is an anti-rush card. Grant Park, who knows? Clairvoyance, maybe have one of those in the sideboard. I kind of like that. Let's just not sideboard, yeah?
Ryan, I appreciate you knowing what I'm talking about. And I'm sure Star Wars fans worldwide. What were you saying?
Oh, it's not important.
What does clarity do? Can you read that for me?
At the beginning of your draw step, you may look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put any number of them on the bottom, and the rest on top in any order, and then you draw.
That seems very good.
Yeah, so she's a filter consistency hero. And then when I get to 10 or less, once per turn during your primary phase, you may look at the top 3 cards of your deck. If you do, put them back on top of your deck in any order, then draw 1 card.
Okay. So it gets better.
Yeah.
I'm playing Magnate, but specifically because I wanted to make sure that I could play with Torque the Uncontrollable, our promo.
Oh, sweet.
I
Love that.
Always need the opportunity to get that on the table.
And this is not my usual deck to play, so I'm just going to take it as it comes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to worry about it. I get to play this sweet Lyn Nanite Warrior card, which is just beautiful art. It's just beautiful.
There's so much I want to say, and I'm just
Man,
not
it's
going
wild
to.
seeing these set 1 cards, and it's like some of them are there.
Notice she's got the compass.
Yes. Rogues. Dude, I can't
say
wait.
nothing.
I can't wait to see like this art style continue on to set 3.
Yeah. Ryan, do you guys have any plans to offer singles for this game in the future for any or all games you support? No plans. We did Fab singles for a little while, and that's just not.
It's really just not our specialty. It's not what we're built to do. We're not really a standard retail business. So in terms of the staff and the time to constantly crack packs and keep things updated and do like buy lists and stuff
and all that, yeah.
Just honestly, it's the side of the gaming world that it's just not the finance side of the world, is just not the and I think you have to play that game to be good at singles.
Yeah, speculating, buying stuff.
You have to buy stuff cheap. You have to take advantage of collection buyouts and like trades and that kind of thing.
Alex Becker, juice not worth squeeze.
Yeah, just like Prism.
You say prison or prism?
Prism.
What was I gonna say off of that? Oh, I would say like I didn't realize how not our thing it was until I started going to these big Fab events.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the vendors like Realm Games, who I think does offer singles for Alpha Clash specifically. I bought and sold a lot of stuff with them. Like they'll buy collections or extra promos or whatever off of you. And man, they put in the work. Like it's a huge utility for players at these events and in general. So it's not really the space we're focused on though.
I love Wade's comment here. Art director for Alpha Class. Set 3 art is in production and is twice as good as set 2.
If we keep it going at these percentages, soon our eyeballs won't be able to perceive the art.
I got you, Alex. Okay, let's randomly determine who goes first. You got any random? And do you have anything in this office that can track health, like a D30?
One, I'm not a D30 guy. You know what I mean? But I do have D6s. Would that function?
Yeah, 5 of those will make 30. Last I checked. 5 D6s makes 30, and it's really clean too. It's quite nice when it works like that. And then we can roll one and figure out who's going first. That's the other beautiful thing about it.
It would be actually pretty impressive if I didn't have anything that could track health in this room.
I think I've got some D6s in my laptop bag. Just leaning into my persona. I mean,
always carry D6s. You
don't
never know
wanna
when you're going to need to roll some dice.
don't want to get caught without.
All right,
dice.
even, Steven?
Yeah.
It was
Odds
odd.
on.
So I'll go first. How many do I draw?
8. Shuffle any number back in and then draw back up to 8.
Mm-hmm.
Not the best mulligan, but a mulligan nonetheless.
It is a mulligan.
And the first player is going to skip ready and draw. Don't forget.
You remember when we were practicing for our last series of content, and you just let me beat you every time, and then we turned the cameras on, and you were like, "I think I'm done losing."
I sure do. I do remember that.
It was an interesting time. Interesting. All right.
I'm really kind of looking for a 1-drop. I like this game. Actually rewards you pretty well for being on curve.
Yes, I do. I'm gonna keep 4. I just kept the shiny cards.
Yeah, that's kind of my strategy too. think I've got to choose here. All right. Do you have a Clash Crown in your hand?
Yes.
Question. You do.
Look. I assume there's one in my deck, yeah?
Good.
Do you mean the hand of cards that I kept?
Yeah.
I don't know yet. I haven't drawn back up. But there's certainly a Clash Ground in my hand.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna toss these guys.
Interesting.
I'm gonna keep that one too. Let me ditch this one.
How cool is this looking foil? That just takes me back to my childhood. I'll give a little peep. Alright, man.
You got that shine up there. There it is.
Gotta tell Steven.
I'm gonna get 3 new ones.
So, my ability, my alpha cards get +1 defense.
I'm familiar.
Yeah. Magnate.
Oh, what a good
Such
mulligan.
a chump.
Good job.
I'm far more interested in clarity now than I was 3 weeks ago, if that says anything.
You know what's crazy is you got to remember some of these bad boys are going to be resources.
Yep.
That's a bit of a problem.
In fact, a lot of those bad boys are going to be resources.
All right, you're going first,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna run to the bathroom before
Okay.
before we get started.
I'll work through my logic in my opening hand.
Yeah, work the crowd, would you?
Yeah,
I can bring up the cards now so Steve can't see them.
yeah, that's great. It's okay. Okay, so when Steven mentioned being on curve earlier, basically each turn you can play one resource. You put any card down here as a resource. So being on curve would be play a resource, play a 1 cost, play a resource, play a 2 cost. I don't have, but I have a second one. Play a resource, play a 3 cost. I don't have. I guess I do have New York City, but I don't think I'd want to drop it like that. So play a resource, 3. Currently, I don't have something on that curve. But then I could play a 4 cost of either of these to play another 4 cost. And this, here comes the boom, and Torque the Uncontrollable is like a big part of this deck because I can clear the board, and then also my guy doesn't leave and he gets big. So a lot of times you actually want to play, like I would rather play these on the same turn than have him out for Steven to see that he's even here. So I don't even really want to play that necessarily. And you know, you don't have to play cards early. Like a 1 cost being in play is nice, but it's not devastating because these are usually not that powerful. So I do like this one though, this Magnate Cunning Planner, because if he leaves play, he draws. So he's a really good blocker early. So I'll play that and save the other one. I'm also going to draw a card each turn, so we'll see what happens. But you don't draw, first player doesn't draw a card on the very first turn. So
these both do color decks?
yes.
So we gotta watch threshold.
Yeah, that's right. So
No
can you walk me
attacks
through the
on
technical
first turn.
steps of this turn?
Start of the turn, any effects that trigger the start of the turn will resolve. Ready step, ready everything you control. Draw step, draw a card from your deck. Resource step, put a card from your hand into your resource zone. You can do that now.
So I will play a green card as a resource.
Green resource, primary phase, you can do anything you want. And then in clash phase, you can do that any number of times that you want, and then go back to your primary. So like you can swing, play, swing, play.
Yeah.
End of turn triggers, and then off we go.
Okay. So I will play Magnate Cunning Planning. Cost 1. He has a threshold of 1 green. That's the pip under his 1 cost. So I will engage this green resource, generate the resource, play that. I cannot attack on the first turn. So then I will pass to you.
And it is a 1/2 because of Magnate's ability.
That's right.
You don't want to swing with your you can't attack.
I can't.
That's right. All right. Who me? As for me, I'll go to the ready phase. I'm going to draw a card.
Zach making a good point here. So like this Magnate Cunning Planner has trigger defeat. You may draw up to 1 card. So if he left play from a card saying leaves play or removed from play, he wouldn't trigger. It has to be fought and defeated in order for that card to trigger.
Defeat is different than like placed into oblivion or this. Because defeat is like a combat moment.
Yeah. Or it may also be like damage.
Damage
Defeats
moment,
him.
probably.
Yeah. But his defense being reduced to 0 through damage, I think would be triggering.
Pestilence is crazy, man.
Yeah. Ooh, what's this morale boost you guys got?
It's a clash buff.
I don't even know.
I don't need it or want it. It's +2/+2 draw.
Yeah.
Same as the first.
Yeah. You see our boy back there?
Boy. What boy?
Shadowlight in the back of that card.
No way. I'm noticing things I've never seen before.
Yeah. Well, looking at cards again after having read the first half of that novel that I have spoiled nothing from, you see things everywhere. Like, it's crazy what I'm noticing. Even like I'd seen Shadowlight a lot and never knew it was the same character on both arts. Yeah, just damage goes to 0 is defeated.
Haven, resourceful helper, 1 cost. Tap a white to play it. Trigger, enter, draw a card. One of the best cards in the game.
An absolute classic.
An absolute classic.
And this is an uncommon. I remember building these decks and I had to like dig to find extra copies of her.
Oh, this is a really questionable card here. Why is this in here? 4 green? Like, it's an impossibility. It's not actually impossible at all.
It's a white-green deck.
All right, do I want to attack? Let's see. I can't attack your Magnate directly. Your Magnate can block. You're a 1/2. I'm a 1/2. Nothing is gained. Nothing wagered. Oh, at the beginning of my turn, I was supposed to use Clarity, and I didn't. But that's fine. Didn't need it.
I think being engaged doesn't do anything for you, right? Because then I can attack you directly if I play a 2 cost.
Yeah, absolutely no reason to do it.
Yeah,
but I like to look at my options, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes when you're playing a card game, you think you know the right thing, and you got to pay attention, and then eventually you're like, wait a minute.
I ultimately love how... I mean, it's the benefit of this resource system, right? Anytime you see it. Unlimited is doing similar. Star Wars Unlimited is similar. But how you go from very simple to bigger board states, but also inherently, like, it just starts very simple. Yeah, we're just playing things that don't do that much, and like, okay, you go back and forth, and you kind of get in the swing of it, and all of a sudden the game's over.
You know, because you're just going to take Haven off the board, and then it's cleared up. So is there a world where I actually want to like try to? There isn't, Zach. You know, I both know it. Go ahead.
All right, so properly. What do
I start a turn effects? Ready step, draw step, resource step.
Okay. Let's play a resource. It's a red. I don't know. Guess that's pretty good. Number 1/2. I like to save that. 2 resources.
A lot of heavy thinking here on the 1/2 showdown.
You know. All right, I will pass.
Not using that money.
Not yet.
What's that about?
I don't know.
Do you have little cantrips or quick stuff or whatever?
Do you know where the word cantrip comes from? What's that mean?
The player's handbook for me.
I have no
Dungeons
idea.
and Dragons, man.
It just sounds like a vegetable to me.
There's a bunch of level 0 spells my wizard always had available.
Cantrips.
Yeah. It's basically like, at least in the context of magic, I don't know if there's an actual, I'm sure it comes from a real word. But it's like little, easily done, kind of sleight of hand, basic magic that any wizard can do.
Okay. Good to know.
Like I could like move that and go, whoosh. I think that would be a cantrip. Not like a fireball. It's not.
Gotcha. So like a level 0 skill.
Yeah.
Even I know what a level 0 is.
This guy's leveled before.
Yeah.
All right, ready step. Everything's ready. Oh wait, not gonna do that. I'm gonna start at the beginning of my draw step.
Ah.
Oh, okay, ready? Draw step. At the beginning of my draw step, look at the top 2 cards of my deck.
So you can put any number on top and bottom?
Any number on the bottom of your deck, and the
Wow.
rest on the top in any order.
That's really powerful.
Probably, yeah.
Clarity also looks awesome.
I'm gonna put that on top. I'm gonna put this on bottom.
That's a cool character.
Then I'm gonna draw.
And if you've read my novel that I wrote.
Resource step. I'm gonna make 1 green resource.
Yeah.
And I'm going to pay 1 white resource to satisfy threshold and 2 to satisfy cost to play Haven.
No.
Hiding in plain sight when it enters play, I'm going to draw a card.
Interesting. So there's a draw a card enter, a draw a card enter, or gain 2 health. And then there's also the Haven that lets you ramp resources. Remember that one?
Yeah. No, that's the one that I wish these were.
Well, sometimes.
And now you got to ask, should I attack? No.
No. So you can now though, because like, if you attack and I block, neither of us leave play, but then you can attack the second one and definitely do damage.
Yeah, but then I'm pants down, and you've got 2 resources. You haven't spent any money, so like, what am I walking into here? What kind of craziness do you have?
It's a tarp. It's like a deep cut Star Wars dyslexia joke.
Just cut to like a baseball field management team. You know, the people that are pulling the tarp when it's raining or whatever.
It's a tarp.
It's a tarp. It's not even. I don't even know if that's funny.
If you say random things with enough pizzazz, people laugh.
So should I? I mean, should I? No.
I don't
I'm
know.
always too ambitious with this. I don't even know what this deck's trying to do. But the trade will be as good later as it is now.
We're having a very cordial game here.
Mm-hmm.
We just play things and see what happens.
Yeah.
No attacking.
Just set up the board.
What does Zach Storm think I should do? That's not your alter ego. I'm talking to Zach Storm on the chat.
Well, brother.
I kind of like this shot, John.
Zach Storm, I feel like...
I can see the table being a little narrower, like you were talking about. It's kind of. I can scoot forward.
Yeah, well, technically, if the table was about this much shorter on both sides, it would work out. Yeah, I like it.
We got framed by a window. You're not supposed to do that, but we did it. I think you did it successfully.
Yeah, you see those trees?
The natural light, and I like that. I like the look of that.
The clouds have been coming by too, which has been really nice.
How do you guys feel about this setup?
And it's not tripping the camera out. No. Whoever's so worried about all that stuff is just.
To be fair, if it was storming outside,
it'd be awesome.
It'd be great.
Yes, but if you were trying, the reason is because if you're trying to cut the first 5 minutes with a shot from the last 5 minutes, and it went from storming to daylight, you would be
right if
in
it was
pain.
not live. Yeah.
But if you're live and you're never planning to cut any of it up and mix it together,
True. It's just real.
it's literally
It's
just
just real. This is just our lives on
Maybe
camera.
a cat on Zach's shot soon.
Dude, there's cows and horses that go by all the time. It's incredible. Not having neighbors back here without having to own a bunch of land.
Yeah, that is.
It's crazy.
You kind of got in a similar situation to us in that you're neighboring like kind of a wild patch of land. Cool. All right.
Gotta go. Oklahoma.
What you gonna do with your 3 resources?
Is it my turn?
Yep.
All right. Let's draw a card.
This for you says is giving holiday special stream. That's a good thing. Good. Great. Cozy. It's about to be cozy. It's about to be fall. God, I can't wait.
Do you ever have a bunch of cards in your hand that you want to play?
Never. I don't build decks like that.
Not a bunch of cards. not a bunch of cards that you want to put down as resources. Have you ever experienced this phenomenon?
Yeah. It's a fundamental tension of the game, I suppose.
Okay. Let's play resource. And I've been put in like sort of like you're doing stacks of the same color. That way I know what's up.
Good move. Genius move.
Yeah, big brain. This is not a clash card, right?
No, it's a contender.
Okay. Just
That's your indicator right there.
All right, I'm gonna play a battle round, clash round.
Wow, this is the slowest start in all of baseball here.
I'm gonna play New York City.
Okay.
Lets me draw a card when it enters. Alpha clash cards get +2 in flight.
Really?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, it is good because it's good.
Clarity's gonna dig for a clash ground is the next play for me.
Yeah. Oh, it costs 3.
And that's +2 all the time?
+2.
All the time.
Yeah, period. But it's also your cards that have alpha in that symbol there that you don't have in play.
I actually do have some of those.
Yeah, you should have greater than 0.
No joke. Cool.
You just don't have any now.
You want to swing?
Yeah.
3 with flight?
Swing for 3.
And I can't block here or here.
All right.
Take 3.
Well, boom. Now this is pod racing. Pass over to you.
I think all those should be 6s, Steven.
They should be.
Zach a 5-point start.
Thank you.
Shh. Come on, man.
Over there just staring at it the whole time.
5 6s, not 5 5s. Okay, great.
I was like, man, I'm way ahead.
So I took 3 there, yeah. 2 for your little fly man.
Yeah. Man, like this art on New York City. Can you pull up New York City?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know why. I just love it. Look at Magnate flying up there. Also, hold the phone. Okay, it's a building. I thought that smoke in the background when it was on the screen up there looks like big legs of something gigantic. Like the smoke into the building.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the Green Knight?
Mm-hmm. Big fan.
All right.
I can't. It's too shiny. I'm gonna keep it. I should dig for a Clash Ground. I know it. I know it. You know it.
Lebowski knew it.
Lebowski know it.
Everyone know it.
Okay. So then let's go. Yeah. Let's throw down a white resource.
Lynn.
Love me.
Over here, I was thinking about Hamilton. You went to Big Lebowski? Is that what that was?
Yeah, it was. Lynn.
Yeah, speaking of, the reason I brought up Green Knight is because the Giant's in there randomly. And then I remember how strange I felt during that entire experience of the movie.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I mean, the question is, can I actually trade? I don't want to trade that at all, but I also just can't take 3 my whole life.
Well, you got 9 more turns of it.
You feel me?
I do. I understand. Predicament that you've got.
All right, so let's swing 1 at you. Face.
At you face.
At you face.
I'll take 1.
Okay.
In your face.
Let's pay 3 for Lynn Nanite Warrior. Shiny.
Is that the thing on the top of your deck you could not take?
Yeah.
Great.
Swing for 2. Oh no, wait. Yeah, swing for 2.
Take 2.
All right, I'll pass it over.
All right. Interesting. I don't think I'll be needing you. Let's put Magnate's plan down as a resource.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. You got...
Mine is pretty resourcey as well.
Man, this is just going to hurt. You're going to get hurt.
Me hurt?
I have flying and +2. It's very good.
Yeah, it is good, isn't it?
I'll attack you for 3.
Just me.
Just
the
you.
face.
Yeah.
Got
Yeah. I don't need to deal with these
it. Got it.
lesser beings.
Got it.
Let's pay 4 for Machina. Straight up. No subtitle.
Okay.
I'll attack you for 7 with flight.
Let me see this here real quick. And he's got 4 defense there?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
7 with flight. There he is.
Cash 7.
Okay. Could have blocked that, if I had just kept, because she's got intercept. But so I didn't
Really?
want to.
What does intercept read?
Yeah, you can just block flight. I'll take 7.
I could have blocked that. I chose 2 over blocking 7, though.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, it's not expressly wrong.
Over to me.
You didn't know I had Machina either. So. Yeah, I'll pass.
All right, ready, everything. Start of the draw step. Let's look for 2 big baddies. It's a question mark. How much do I play for the Clash Grounds? Well, that's a great question. Is this ability always on you?
Yes. Yeah, it's my only my alpha cards though.
Right.
But yes, +1 D.
Huh. I guess I really have a question, don't I? Tossing both of those bad boys under.
Just like this hand of cards looks so cool.
On the card here.
This foiling is crazy.
Do they only get flight when they're attacking? Or do they always
clash
have
cards
flight?
get +2 and flight. Period.
I'll be right back.
It makes sense though, because if your alphas can block mine in that scenario, because if you played them and didn't have flight on defense,
Flight's on the obstruction. Okay, that's what I thought. Just getting all of these rules across 1,000 different games straight. So I can still attack into you,
oh yeah, for sure.
which is good.
That's like the risk of actually attacking with the flyers.
Okay. Dream a card. Now I need to play my resource. And I'm going to play that resource here.
If you were still here, or you're watching this back later and you made it this far, I'm going to assume that you have at least some amount of interest in Alpha Clash. So I'm curious, which of the heroes from set 2 are you most excited about, and why is it that?
Clever, clever, clever. I mean, the question is, do you have a Clash buff, you know? Because that really is where things turn sideways here.
You go in and try to kill Machina, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone cries.
Yeah. Yeah. Heard that. I heard that. We could take the easy road here. It's a near guarantee. But then I don't have flight for the block.
A near guarantee.
And you've still got Magnate. And whatever else you play at 5 with flight, it's coming over the top also. So it's a bit of an issue. But I can't play get bodies off the table because I can't trade twosies and onesies. Twosies for onesies is not how you win the game. 100% cheating.
Tattoo it. Let's put this on the permanent record.
That's a Napoleon quote.
Art of Wade King, the Wade King, saying he's most excited about death. I see you're a man of class. Likes the finer things.
Okay, and I get +2 if I'm an alpha. That's accurate.
I respect that, Goblin Reserve. Glad to have you here. I get it. Not everyone can play every game. There's so many games either coming out or out right now. It's an embarrassment of riches, honestly. Crazy.
Alpha Clash cards get +2 and flight.
New York City's a bomb card. And it's an okay city. Just kidding. I actually really like New York City. I've gone there a couple times. If you go and you have not been to Los Tacos #1, do it. It's so good.
#1 tacos.
#1, man.
From what I've heard.
Stumbled into it and it's just revolutionary.
I've got a real question mark, and I don't think I can play this game quite yet. So we'll go 4, we'll drop that in as 5, and then we'll drop that in as 6. And we'll hope to draw a Clash Ground so that it actually matters.
So that you have enough time to live.
All right, so let's go play Magnate Ready to Fight.
Ooh.
And I'll swing in 6 at Machina.
So, 6 out of a defense of 4.
Mm-hmm. No Clash buffs can save you now.
Alright, I'll let it resolve.
You got it.
To oblivion.
Okay, now the question is, do you basically want to trade 2 cards for 1, and that 1 has flight. 3 flight is just like, what is your problem? Why are you here? Why are you here? I don't think we can. Z-Bun.
So someone asked earlier if we played Lorcana yet, and we have not.
We've not. We'd love it. I mean, we just don't have a chance. Nobody has a chance to play this game. Because...
At some point we will.
That's going to be it for me.
Alright. Ready. Let's see what happens.
That two health is critically good. This can block flight. It's the only one that can.
Okay. Alright, let's play a resource. 2 reds now. Alright. I will attack for 3.
Okay. Okay.
Nowsies or latersies?
That's the question, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'll not block.
Okay.
And it's flight, so I can't obstruct.
Yeah. Alright. I'm going to give you a little dose of your own medicine from our last playthrough. Torque the Uncontrollable, exclusive, Team Covenant, set 1, Awakening promo.
What does that do? Does like 1,000,000 damage, everything?
Cost 1. I don't know why I'm doing all this. Actually, no, hold on. I made another mistake. I think I did this last time. So, to play this, I have to have a red threshold, but I actually have to use the red threshold.
That's right.
So there's been a mistake in my plan. Hold on.
Great. We love that. You want to play a different resource? Then?
Because, well, no, I played a red, but in my head I only need 2 reds at this point, not 3. And I did that last time, and I should have done this differently because I didn't need the 3rd green one. So whatever. I'll still do the 3.
Excellent.
It'll make it interesting.
Excellent.
I did this exact same thing last time.
Well, luckily, you learned from it.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Just the worst feeling, really.
Okay. We'll just do this because I think it's the right thing to do. You know, it's not. It's not.
I would suggest doing what you think is the right thing to do, ultimately.
I don't think it's the right thing to do, though, honestly. You're at 14?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Do 4, if you would.
Don't like that. Is that worth it?
The moment I turn New York City off, your deck is going to literally fall apart.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's worth it. We're going to play Here Comes the Moon. 5 damage everything.
Including mine.
Including yours. Okay. So this will go away, and I'll draw a card. It was worth it.
Just Clash cards?
Yeah, just Clash cards. And then I will pass to you.
Alright. Ready step. Look at the top 2. 1 on top, 1 on bottom. Draw a card. Okay, then we've got to... Okay. We've got to play a resource. We know that. We're going to play Magnate Ready to Fight as a resource there. Green resource. How greedy am I going to be? Oh, goodness. Could be so greedy.
The age-old question.
Am I 6 damage greedy? Or am I trying to live not greedy?
Something tells me we're fixing to find out.
I'm so greedy all of the time. It's like very frustrating.
I didn't want to personally call you out on the stream.
Why do you do this? Why do I do this to myself? Let's go with, let's see, you're gonna have 6 resources coming in. So it's like it's boom town. You could do conceivably 14 to me just straight up.
Definitely.
I need another body if I'm gonna be this reckless. But it might not matter, you know? Alright, let's be greedy and see how that turns out. What do you think?
Let's go.
Alright, let's go Magnate. 2 and 2. Magnate Ready to Fight coming in. I'm going to swing for 6.
You got it.
And then I'll pay 1, overwrite you New York City, Amazon Rainforest. I draw a card, and then during the draw step of each player's phase, they draw 1 additional and discard 1.
All right.
Hey, this would be really good with that. Anytime you discard a card, something happens. Wasn't there a Pestilence card that does that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet, and a screen.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Checks right out.
Sweet, 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 sweet.
My golden.
Goblin Reserve, no, you are not the only person who prefers opening packs than responsibly buying singles. I'd say, actually, you're in a very notable category of people who also love opening packs. I especially love opening packs if I can play sealed with them.
Let's play here. I will play Kagan, the dragon. Yep. He already knows what it is.
You already know.
Oh, I forgot to do the rainforest thing.
You want to do it?
What's this supposed to do?
You can see the other one. You can see another card and then discard 1.
That's what I drew. Doesn't matter. We'll discard the rainforest.
Okay.
And then play this.
Cost you 6 there, huh?
Yeah.
Tappy tappy. Now, are you going to be greedy?
Dude, Greedy's my middle name. Let's go ahead and swing for 5.
Round. 2, 3, 4, 5. 9. Well, that's convenient.
Yeah.
You activated my trap card, buddy.
I'll pass you. Don't forget about your ability and also the rainforest.
Thank you.
Stacks on stacks.
Very useful. Start of the turn. Any abilities? Nope. And then at the start of the now, do I get both of these abilities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ready everything, and then at the start of the draw step,
So you got very good vision.
look at the top 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's good. How good is it? It's good. It's really good. That also helps you so much, though.
It's a shame.
I don't like how much it helps you. Yeah, I just hate those kinds of cards. Drives me a little crazy. Anytime I'm bidding you something.
I gave you New York City. Pumped up your Magnate once.
Okay, well, I'll at least.
Dude, these cards that replace themselves, like Amazon Rainforest, are very good.
Yes, they are good. I'm gonna leave this here, and then draw 7. I'm gonna draw 2, and then I discard 1. Let's discard this Magnate's plan because obviously that's not doesn't really matter. Okay. Now we go to the resource phase.
Kagan's wild. Just a wild dude.
Let's go. Yeah. I'm gonna go here.
Mm-hmm. 4 greens, 2 whites. Yeah, there's a new Kagan.
Coming up.
Okay. Then we'll go 2 white there for a 5 Lin. It's a 5/5 with flight.
Wow.
Meow.
You're gonna have a choice.
Take 3 of those bad boys.
I guess I have 6 health on Kagan. That's good.
Yeah.
Good for business.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, I can trade you 5Zs and we can slap, but.
Well, he's got the 6 health from Magnate.
Yeah, but I mean, I could go here.
Oh, yeah.
And then you come back in, but if you drop into the New York City, it's real bad. You've already got flight, so like, it's just bad. It's bad all the time, right? Every way in which it can be bad. And I know you got a Clash buff. You know I've got a Clash buff, so like,
You're a Lebowski. I'm a Lebowski.
we're here, right? It's just what it is. And then once per turn during my permanent phase, I can look at the top 3 cards in my deck, put them back on the top in any order, and draw 1 card. I guess I should do that before I do any of this. So let's plan on that happening. Okay. Cool. I'll go ahead and draw one card here. Put these back in any order. Let's put this one up top. And then I'll do this play. And I don't think I attack. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm just going to get roasted, and then you're going to get 5 through anyway. It's just going to be a complete waste of time to like even pretend that I have a blocker.
Or it's going to save the game. It's assuredly one of those two.
Yeah, I'll leave it.
We'll find out next time, Andre. We'll go to save the world. Amazon Rainforest. Draw 2. Discard 1. Gross. Okay. I guess we do this.
That's 2 of your Clash buffs. You either got 3 or you just don't need them. Do your 3.
Let's play New York City.
Dang.
Draw a card.
Bad.
New York.
Although, not terrible, actually.
I'm gonna play Here Comes the Boom.
Okay.
Ready 5 to all Clash cards,
Right on. Including mine?
including your Clash cards.
Let me see if I got anything to do about that. No. I will draw a card because I'm defeated, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then I will attack your contender with Kagan. And you can't
For
block.
9?
For 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna pump by 2. Go to
8,
9. If you have a pump, you can pump to not die.
I will pump to not die. Morale boost.
An absolute classic.
Draw a card.
So you take 7.
Take 7.
So close. Punch you for 1 here.
You can do it. Tradesies?
No. If I kill you, it's going to be by a lot.
Okay.
Money says.
Okay.
All right, over to you.
All
I don't want to die by 1 right here.
Over to me.
Like if I punch you, you go to 1, then you kill me because I'm down 1 health. That seems silly.
I'm gonna ready. Then I'm going to look at the top 2 from Clarity's ability. And I'm gonna decide if that's worth having. Actually, one of those is worth having. This one on the bottom. Then I'll draw a card. I'll draw another card.
Draw an advantage. Would
I'll
it be
just
unbearable if this continued on too long?
discard a card. And we're going to discard this one. Okay, here we are. And then we got to play a resource. And we're going to play this as a resource. And that's going to take me to 7. That as a resource.
I feel like I'm lacking red cards in this thing. All my red cards are too playable.
You don't have like a Clash buff, right?
You've seen 3 of them out of a possible 4. So odds are low that I would have another one.
You have 2 cards in hand?
3 cards.
Ugh. You're gonna swarm me. That's no good. Okay, well then let's go.
Did you do your clarity secondary?
I haven't yet.
Okay.
And I probably should do that first.
That's crazy.
Let's do that. Look at the top 3. Draw one. Okay. Cool. I'll draw this one. And I'll put this on the top of the deck.
Deck's getting...
It's getting a little thin, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I've never seen that happen. Hand's getting beefy.
I made a similar resource management mistake. We're both owed.
Yeah. Mine was pretty critical.
Oh yeah.
I was just like, what have I done? My whole plan. I can't believe I did it again. Ugh.
This is devastating. Because I've got to somehow play a bunch of cards, and I don't have the ability to do that.
That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe I just have bad cards in my hand in this constructed deck of cards that were chosen to be put into this hand.
So bad. Ugh, mistakes have been made.
Sometimes you gotta play your ass though. You hope for a break.
All right, let's play. It's so hard. This game is different. It's a different kind of game. And your Kagan's over here doing just garbage.
7 of flight.
Just absolute garbage. So I've actually got to play this because of what I've done here. Dang.
You said it yourself, man.
All right, let's play Clarity here. Foreseeing Fate.
Ooh, I love the art on that card.
That's good.
What's it do?
A trigger enter alpha gets +2 or rogues get +2.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got you, and you'll be at 6 health. 6 health. Wrong. So I go +2 here.
You get +2 attack.
Yeah.
So you're a 6/5.
And then once per turn during my primary phase, I can look at the top 2 cards in my deck, add 1 to my hand, put the other one on the bottom. Swing into Kagan there.
Heading for 7.
Oh, but you're a 7 now, aren't you? Hold on a second. Oh my god.
Rethink my entire life. Yeah, you're in a little bit of a
so bad.
spot.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll trade it.
You gotta hope I don't have enough to get you in my hand somehow.
Magnate there.
Hey there we go. He's got flight and all.
Yeah, and then I'll pass it over.
You're just like, what am I supposed to do?
Horrible. Don't play 2 things. New York City got to go. Oh, mistakes were made.
8. Check out this heater. We'll play Kagan.
Is that defeating me?
Send target clash card to oblivion.
It sure is not.
Then we'll play Torque, regular Torque.
Nice.
I'll play Torque the Uncontrollable. It does a damage to myself.
You got it.
No.
Rematch.
Smoke, yeah.
Rematch.
Now that we played one, I'm just going to zoom by.
No.
That is when we first were getting into this game. I remember playing a couple, especially with the constructed decks the first time, and then it was just like, oh, we're going to play 10 more.
Mm-hmm. It does start happening really quick. I did, Zach. I did want to do that. My problem was because I put down a white resource instead of a green, I couldn't play Kagan plus Magnate. And that I felt like was my only out.
So if you play Kagan and Magnate, you clear mine, don't lose anything.
I have 2 floating blockers.
Yeah, you have 2 blockers there.
And a clash buff.
Yeah.
But it's still close.
Yeah. Given what I drew the Kagan off the top, so then I would have played Kagan, gotten rid of yours, played 2 other things.
Yeah.
You would have been just short.
I also couldn't play Kagan and then Amazon Rainforest because it's a 4 green.
Yeah, Threshold's really relevant.
Yeah, you got to really pay attention.
Zach had that second New York City in his hand, like the second draw.
Yeah, dude, New York City's good. Yeah, so that's the name of the game.
It's particularly good if you're on a deck that has not all alphas. So you had 3 things out, but if those had all had +2 for the turns they were out, it's like tons of extra damage.
Yeah, it matters a lot less. But Clarity's uniquely good at not letting
That
Clashgrounds
exactly.
stay out. So
That's part of what gets me excited about the Harbingers. Is like in set 1, there's so many. The best card, like there's so many cards that are good. They're alpha cards, and then as that expands into different factions, a card like New York City gets like uniquely good for you instead of just like weirdly powerful for everybody.
it does. It gets a lot better.
You want to go first this time?
Oh, sure. There's 8. We like this card. We like this card. We like this card.
Ship 5.
We don't need this card. We don't need this card.
Zach saying can't leave New York City out that long.
This card.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have a choice though. Goblin Bear says, I don't remember seeing the buff things that stay the last video I watched. I barely know. So the buffs are for the turn, the clash buffs. You can only have 4 clash buffs in your deck, and they're kind of like reactions in Fab, but they're limited in that you only get 4 of
Oh,
them.
let me see if I want any sideboards.
And now knowing what's up, I guess I could have done the same, but it's too late.
Maybe I throw the rest of these Grant Parks in. That's reasonable. It's not bad. Nah, we'll just leave it as it is. And then the Clashgrounds are like Currents and Netrunner. They stay out. They have an impact on the game, and then you can replace your opponents.
You know it's gonna drive me crazy.
What's that? You have a bunch of like anti-road
No.
stuff in there.
No. My sideboard, for some reason, has 2 New York Cities in it.
Huh? Mine has 2 Grant Parks.
Which means I think I saw both New York Cities in my deck. In
Woo!
that game.
The first 2 hands.
Yeah, I'm surprised
I
actually.
might
That's so
Put
strange.
them all in there.
I didn't create this sideboard, but it's a strange decision that was the case.
Okay, so we start out. I don't draw a card. I will play a resource, of course.
Of course.
Resource, of course. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Let's go 1 white resource. Tap. Haven. I guess I could still use this even if I don't draw. I'm just not going to bother. All right, over to you.
All right.
Can't swing.
Play green. I'll play Magnate, Cunning, Planner. Back over to you. Now this is pod racing.
All right, start of the draw. Clarity. Let's go. It's a really good question, isn't it? Yes. Let's go here. Draw.
Oh, Goblin Drove. Yeah, those are the Clashgrounds. Did you already talk about that?
Mm-hmm.
I was lost in it. It's a good sign. I don't feel mentally taxed when I play this game, though.
Nah, that's fun.
It's really a fascinating spot. Shake, Sonora.
I'll swing one
I'm
in.
trying to think every time I see Sonora. It's just that
Shake Sonora.
Sorry, what?
One at your face.
Yeah, I should take it.
Oh wait, I gotta play a resource first. One at your face.
Wow.
Pay 1 for another Haven here.
Yeah, come on.
Oh wait. Don't even think about it. 1 for Haven there.
Mm-hmm.
Swing for 1 at you.
I love it.
And I draw a card.
I'll block it.
Blocked. And then 1 Magnate.
Ugh.
If I swing at you, I draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna leave the board. I'm gonna leave a blocker up.
Yeah, I think that's
Pestilence.
wise.
Peace on earth, goodwill. Da, 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 da. It's almost time. It's almost holiday time.
It is.
You know?
I don't know if you noticed the Christmas tree out there or not, but it's raining down the Christmas tree, so we're exploring different decorations on the second floor. Most people don't come upstairs. In case you're wondering why there's a Christmas tree.
She's like pre-gaming the Christmas tree to
So-
figure out how it should look.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, she's a different breed. It's awesome. I would totally. So when I was a kid, we would literally put
Just
my mom
different looks.
put the tree up, and then we had all the ornaments we ever had, and it would be one kid at a time. Go pick an ornament and put it on the tree somewhere. Generally, the smaller ones go higher and the bigger ones go small. But there was never a theme.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't go with the rest of the house at all.
Mhm.
That's not. I didn't even know it was possible
Yeah.
until now.
Till now.
Really notable.
That's right. Goblin Hook, yeah. So there's damage done, but Zach's ability, he's 1/2, and I'm a 1/2. So he does 1 to my 2, I do 1 to his 2, and so nothing leaves the table.
All right, I'm gonna play another green, and then I'm gonna play an Amazon Rainforest. Draw a card. Cool.
That's better than the other one. We'll leave that one out.
Yeah.
Yours is better than mine.
It is, yeah. But I am Magnate after all. That costs 1. Let's play Sonoro. And I'll pass to you.
Wow, building the board, huh? You must have plans.
Got a bunch of little dudes.
Setting up a play.
Sure would be a shame if New York City came along. Am I right?
Shake.
It's in there. I'm telling you. I don't know if I could play any Sonora cards in my deck at a tournament because it would just be endless in my brain all day. I get it. I get why it's this way, but I wish that copyright laws around songs were such that we could play songs here while
Okay. We've got the goods. Let's find out. Now let's think hard about our resources here before we make mistakes.
learning. Excellent.
Mm-hmm. So I think we need to play a white resource this turn. So let's go here. White resource there. That Magnate ability is good.
It is.
It's real good.
2 health on those guys. Very good.
It's real good. All right, let's pay 3 for Lynn, the awesome warrior. And I've got close combat, so I can attack ready clash cards. So I'm going to swing 2 into Sonora.
Go to, the buff phase.
What does that mean? What could that possibly mean?
You get a chance to play a Clash buff, of course. I didn't want to deny you the opportunity.
I will not play Clash Buff. seeing no reason currently on the board to play a Clash.
I'll go ahead and Power Overflowing for +2/+2. So I'm going to go up to 4.
And you draw a card.
4. I draw a card.
But if I have a Clash Buff, then we just trade these.
Well, if you have a Clash buff, you don't die.
Yeah, so I'm going to do that.
Yeah. And the Clash buffs are limited 1 per
1 per
encounter, so even if I had more, I can't. So I'll go away.
That's right. You could block that with Magnate. Don't forget.
I can't block for my other guys.
Yeah, you can.
Is it true?
I don't know.
What's the rules on blocking?
swing at you for 1.
That's fine. I wanted to see call your bluff basically. And see.
You did it.
You're swinging where for what?
1 to your face.
You're all tapped out on resources.
None.
Yeah, I'll block.
And then let's. Do I want a card over a? No. Swing 1 there. Take it. And I'll leave my weenie Magnate.
Doing what he does best.
Done.
Draw. Ah. Interesting. this here.
Zach says I don't get a chance to buff later if I pass. He knows. I know
It's
that he
true.
knows that, but my God. All right, let's just redo that then. That's it. That's too important.
Yeah, C4 is attacker's buff step.
That's
C5 is
crazy. Defender has
buff step.
such an advantage.
Yeah. So I am saying, hey, do you want to do anything? And you get to choose now before I waste my card.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do it. Obviously, you can't do it. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Draw a
Okay,
card.
get one back. Get one back. Get one health back. Because none of this would work.
You also have the obstruct step, Zach. Defending player may obstruct with one or more of the ready clash cards.
Yeah, you can obstruct it with a clash card.
I don't want to.
Yeah, see power over flow. Okay, well, yeah, you got it.
All right, but then I'm engaged.
Yeah, doesn't really matter because I'm all weenies.
Yeah, but you still do the. If he was sitting here at 2 health with 2 attack, standing, it would be way better for me.
Yeah.
This is still in my hand. And this is on top of my back.
Okay, and I didn't play my morale boost. It's here.
Intriguing.
Intriguing indeed. And so then I can do a 1/1 swapperoo still.
The exact thing we did.
Mm-hmm.
I just have something on the table.
Yeah, because these are kind of pointless to block with, because Sonora trades up on both of them in a big way.
Trade.
So like I can't even block. I could hold though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I could, if I had multiple, I could multi-block.
That's right.
But all of my guys would take the damage from your guy,
Mm-hmm.
and then my guys would combine damage to you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's not worth it. There's no world where that's worth it.
Goblin asking if you put the card you drew back
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
playing your buff.
Yeah.
I did as well.
All right. I'll just pass it, I guess. I mean, there's just no
Oh, wait.
winning with your.
I still buff and draw, so I
Yes.
should still have that card together.
Yeah. I don't know. Your numbers are better. It's like we're playing the same cards, but yours are better. I'll pass.
But yours are
I
better.
get 1 damage in at the cost of 2 blockers being down. And if you have a 3 here, I might want to double up.
So on my turn, I had previously played this as a resource, and I think I had drawn a card already.
Cool.
I don't know that I put this back because I haven't seen that before,
I believe it.
so I don't want to. Oh no, it got messy there. You know.
I think it'll work out. It'll be just fine.
So it's this weird balance. Like I can attack and you don't want to block. You can multi-block though.
I can multi-block
That'd
it,
be sweet.
but it's bad trades though.
Yeah, but if you block here, you take them off the board. You draw a card. That's not that bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't. If you're blocking both those, I'd be very happy. A little bit of a stalemate. Okay. Let's get another cunning planner Magnate down there.
Yours are better.
They are. They got +1 life for defense. Pass to you.
Pass to me.
Yours are better.
Okay.
That +1 life is problematic.
Stonks.
Bogus.
It's thematic, given how he works. Given how the book ends, yeah.
Draw 2 for Rainforest, discard 1.
I didn't do that. God. There's not that much going on. My brain.
This is hour 4.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. This is revisiting like early pandemic mode.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since we did the whole 4-hour bender.
It is kind of fun though.
Yeah. As long as it's not 5 days a week. And you're literally seeing no other humans ever. It was, honestly, given the situation, it was great. Like, if you're going to be isolated from everyone for a year plus, it's not the worst.
Yeah, definitely not the worst card to draw.
Yeah. Man, like, both my older brothers with kids had it way worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that is tough. Even you have young kids,
Yeah,
very young
it
kids.
was
Like
terrifying.
cannon people, how if you don't know if this is going to affect your kids? I mean, it's just miserable. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
your
I have to play
support
games
system.
for 6 hours. Okay, I guess I shouldn't complain.
We gotta break this open somehow.
Well, let's play the card that kills them all.
I don't have any like weenie defense. I can't do anything against these weenies.
Like AoE and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who built this anyway? Not me.
That mean streak deck would have crushed.
Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't have left that at home.
yeah. The moral of the story is never leave your mean streak deck at home.
Let's go here. Okay. And you just got a brick. I mean, it's an absolute brick. The devastation. And then you're going to play that New York City card, and it's going to be freaking out of control.
Just pandemonium.
I keep trying to do this board control stuff, but maybe I should just be facing. All right, let's pay 4 for Ready to Fight Magnate there, just a 4/4.
I love when there isn't card text and there's just no text box there.
Yeah, just 4/4, not even flight.
It's because you're not in New York yet.
He's not in New York yet, no. Nothing but bad trades in this world. Let's swing here.
For 4?
Yeah, get value, get value.
Sure. I'm block here.
You got it.
Draw card.
All right. Well, now we can go down the line if we want. We don't. We don't want to do that. So go ahead, over to you.
Draw 2. Discard 1. Okay. Play a resource, of course.
Resource, of course. That was a classic.
I guess I should wait to do that. Hold on.
Don't reveal your hand quite yet.
Well, you can't block because you can't trade, but then it opens the floodgates. All right. We're going to play Machina.
He's good.
Yep. Doesn't have New York City out, though, so
New York City.
he's less stonky than we want. But he is going to attack your face.
Yeah, can't block.
You
Unless I want to lose everybody and not take you off the board.
I mean, you could do like what I did with the single character block.
Yeah, just put it in front of him. I should do that.
I
think I should do that. Ding.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
That checks out.
I'm used to him having flight.
He does not. Not currently. No. Sadly. Pass to you.
Okay. Ready, everything. And then we'll...
Goblin Reserve. I didn't realize you were a fireman.
Look at
That's
you.
cool. Saying my life was kind of the same. It was weird. Man, that's a tough job. How long have you been doing that? I have a cousin, kind of nephew, who was trained to be a fireman, and man, much respect. That is a hard job.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, okay. Do maybe a 3-2 situation here.
How you doing over there, John?
Here.
How you doing over there?
There.
Great.
Let's play a resource here.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Apparently, fireman for 5 years. No longer doing it. It's a lot.
Mm-hmm. Taxing.
Yeah, just like intensity and risk. Just, I'm sure there's some devastating scenarios you deal with. It's kind of like people that do therapy for a living. It's just like, I don't know, man. I appreciate what you're doing for the world, but jeez, it's a lot to bear.
You played one power overflowing?
What's that card?
Your little clash buffer?
Yeah. But where there's one, there's usually more. You know what I mean? It's like when you find a ratata. Oh, we're in the crazy part of the tree. You know what I mean, though. Ratata.
Uh-huh.
You find one, they're everywhere. Can't get out of that field fast enough. You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Or a Pidgey.
Evolved to eradicate.
Yeah, it's like I'm tired of these Pidgeys.
Of all the things you could have said at the end of that sentence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Pokemon kind of anime? Animated.
That's what I was thinking earlier. I think Pokemon definitely counts as anime.
That's probably the most anime.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't know if that or Dragon Ball counts more, but I know they're both like. That's like the Marvel DC of the genre, right?
Mm-hmm.
As far as clash buffs are concerned,
Just for you. And that's the content we're here for.
target the attack. You can. I remember one per conflict for sure,
Mm-hmm.
but also
I think it might be one per turn.
I thought it was maybe one per turn.
Why are you asking about that? You have multiple in your hand?
No, it's different. Yeah, you can play as many as you want per turn, but it's one per conflict per. I'm turning into a cat over here.
One of the jokes like took just a little bit longer than it should have to hit.
This is 4. It is 4. I can't. Everything about it is impossible to calculate. Just so you know, you're 1 health above me in every possible way.
Mm-hmm.
The Clash Ground I want to play also buffs alphas, so it's complete waste of time. And then if you have a Clash buff,
You get Jimoked.
I just have to guess.
Yeah.
I just have to freaking guess. You've got to have a Clash buff, right? You've got a Clash buff.
Maybe. Who's to
All
say?
right, I'm going to go 3 money here.
Check this out. It's 1 per Clash card or contender per turn. You cannot buff the same card twice in a turn.
Yeah.
Actually. Goblin's saying tons of... the actual problem is that tons of the calls are people abusing 911. And you're not really doing anything, but when you're actually helping someone, it was great. Otherwise, it's just way more non-calls than you'd expect. Sorry.
Lynn,
Yeah.
coming in for 2 at Sonora. Courtesy of Close Combat. What's it worth?
I'll allow it.
Good trade. Good trade. Good trade.
I like close combat scene.
Love it.
It's very
Best thing in the game.
Very powerful.
Call and response here. Let's go Magnate on Magnate here. 4 into 4.
I want obstruct.
All right, I'll go +2/+2 and draw.
So you're at 6.
6/6 into a 5/4.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and buff so I can take you off the table.
All right, you got it. Tradesies. We like the stonk.
Your cards.
Pay 2, yeah, Drew. Haven, hiding in plain sight there. Draw a card.
You do have a much stronger board than I do,
That's right, I'm a board man.
presently.
Swing for 1.
Block it.
Got it.
Take it.
Swing for 1. Now here's your question. I'll leave it up.
Over me.
Yeah.
It's Rainforest. Draw 2. Discard 1. Play
Ooh,
a
cool.
resource.
Jared Kelsey, intro to anime was Robotech. That's a heavy hitter.
Oh, whoops.
Why does this card say both alphas and rogues get benefits?
I don't know, man.
Where's my advantage is all I'm asking. All the dude wanted was an advantage.
Well, if you're playing against Harbingers, it wouldn't count, right?
Any amount of advantage here would be acceptable to me.
You're winning
Anything
right
that makes
now.
my cards better than your cards.
Goblin, all buffs are not +2. Just the ones we've seen.
The main first set, I think they're all +2/+2, but then they get more excited.
Gonna play Torque.
Just the Weenie Patrol, man. Man, it is the Weenie Patrol. I don't have an answer to that. I need my own Torque.
And then I'll pass to you.
And they're 2/2,
2/2.
and you're not swinging
No.
somehow.
I
For some
mean,
reason.
actually, I should be attacking your exhausted 2s. That makes sense.
Not a bad idea there.
I'll attack your exhausted. I forgot I could do that. Attack your exhausted 2. Pass to you.
Ready everything. Look at the top two.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah. This on bottom. This on top.
It's a very different game.
Amazon Rainforest.
I don't have any Here Comes the Boom so far,
Let's draw.
which is a good card.
Discard one. Here comes the ready or not. How you like me now? It's true though, you know?
What made us put the shot in the corner instead of the middle previously? Just curious.
What shot?
Oh,
Just the shot of us on the top right,
You can see the cards.
yeah, it's kind of a big card place.
like here.
Where the card is.
Well, I just spent like 2.5+ years basically laying my cards out around this box. So I could lay it out around this box too. Just that shot particularly makes it feel more in the middle too. It's not. I get it. And you have cards popping on the other side.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing. There's a balance.
Okay.
This is probably crazy, but it'd be kind of wild if the card popped on the side of the person playing it.
We can do that.
I'm not. If it was in the middle, that would make sense. Because then it's like, like if he plays a card and then I play a card, you could have them technically both.
All right,
Like
Bun.
fighting each other or whatever,
All right, Bun.
Bun it down, Charlie. Well, you went first this time too, so you're ahead on the research curve. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm putting the heat on. Magnate ready to fight. Is going to swing in, and I'm going to have to decide if I'm going to do if I'm a board man or not.
Tempo or board, right here. This is the moment.
I can't waste time clearing these 1/1s, these 2/1s, because you got like the do 5 to everything card.
I do.
So like, there's no amount of me creating a board that is going to matter in the long term.
So you're not a board believer.
Not right now. I'm not board believing. Let's go 4 into your face. Block if you want.
You want to? I'll take 4.
Okay.
I've got greater priorities.
You do have greater plans, don't you? This is actually a fine trade because it's a 2/2 into a 2/3. It's acceptable. Unless you got the clash buff. But like there are worse things.
Yeah. That's not the biggest bamboozle.
I'll go for a Torque here. Play that game unless you want to block.
I'll
the-
block here. Draw a card.
And then I'll pass. No, I'll lay a little trap down there. I don't even know what it does. I can barely read it.
Over to me?
Yeah.
It's gonna kill one of these guys. $5. Amazon Rainforest.
These traps are not good. You know, I've not found a way to make the traps make sense as much as I want to play them.
Well,
A card in a very conditional circumstance to take a 1 off the table.
I feel like you always
You crazy?
are drawn to that exact templating of
Well,
cards.
it's just because it's the only way to make my resources clean.
That's attack your contender here for 2.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, am I going to get greedy? What does this even do?
Trap man.
Oh, this is way better than I thought. Yeah, I'm going to Magnate Trap you.
Uh-huh.
It goes to Oblivion and you discard a card.
Oh,
Randomly.
really?
No, I wish it was though.
Alright.
But there's a contender that said all discards are random. That'd be a fun contender.
I'm gonna Kagan, get rid of there.
Right on.
And then Kagan will attempt to attack here.
Is it flight?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll succeed.
Yeah. I'm a board man after all.
He's a board man.
And then I'll pass to you.
Cooper Boardman.
Ooh, we're stretching. I was actually thinking about him this morning.
That's just very strange. Very strange.
It's because, so you're aware Matt is having a child?
Which Matt?
Matt Phillips.
Oh, good for him. I'm happy for him.
They revealed the name, and his name's going to be Dean. Cooper's Cooper Dean.
Oh.
That's how we got to Cooper. In case you're curious.
Case you're curious. The problem is, I continue to find.
The most medium cards in the game.
No, I didn't even build this. Other people are finding these cards too.
Yeah. Well, there's only one set out, so.
And then you still have that Amazon.
I do.
And then we discard one.
I don't know why New York City is in the sideboard of anything. It should be in the main board of all things. I don't know. Why who did this? Reg?
Let's discard here. Ugh. You know, I want to do. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Got it. Okay, we need to turn this puppy around. And I don't exactly know. I'm going to have to look through my deck before I commit. It's going to have to be okay with you.
Look through your deck.
Yeah.
Because you can find something.
And play a resource.
Mm-hmm.
Kagan's got to go, right? I mean, he's just a 5. Or I could just keep slapping. I mean, we could slap back and forth on my head, so...
You're way ahead.
Who's laughing now? I'm going to play Clarity for 6.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be 3, 4, 5... 6? Is that right? How many Magnates I've seen? Need like that one cost. I've seen 1 planner. I've seen 2, so it's kind of even. I'll make my bet there. I'm gonna choose compasses get +2 this turn.
Okay. Regs.
Okay. And then once per turn during my primary phase, look at the top 2, add 1 to my hand. And then put the other on the bottom of your deck.
See you, Zach. Thanks for being here.
New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of.
Get it. Just have a song segment every 4 hours.
Fine. All right, I need Clarity to not die so I can work that advantage.
That one. Yeah.
I'm gonna swing 3 to your face.
Take 3.
And then I'll pay 1 for Magnate. And then I could swing for 6 and hopefully just block with Magnate on whatever it is that you have coming my way. But you probably have another Kagan, or you probably have like a big beater. So Clarity is almost assuredly gone. But 6 damage kind of gets you into bamboozler range.
Scary zone, yeah.
And even if I don't... No. Staying there.
All right.
Leaving it.
Trigger the rainforest.
You not found New York City yet? That's hilarious. It's 4, yes, thank you. You're correct.
Oh, that's right.
What's on everybody's mind out there? He's still out there. He's still on the train. What's the season of life like right now? I've been really thinking about how much the advancement of modern society has created ever more isolation, and it feels unstoppable. Isn't it strange? It's so utterly human. That, like, I was talking about earlier, you used to have to know the baker and the butcher and the farmer, and now you just go to Reese's. And then you used to at least have to have a passing relationship with your cashier, and then it became self-checkout. And then the solution to that is like probably design like a robot human that keeps you company. It's like we'll go through all of this just to try to like artificially create everything that we've stripped out. And it's like, it sucks. It's not good. And it's like just devastating isolation. It's like the human race is pushing itself towards devastating loneliness at every turn. And then looking around and being like, why is everything so bad?
Do you think that on average it's better or worse than it was 1,000 years ago for people?
1,000?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Because like the efficiency comes from, as an example, in the, let's call it 50s, you would have a butcher and you would go to a small grocery store and you would be in a town where you interact with the same people over and over again and you know all these things. So you gain efficiencies and cost savings, technically, but you always see the math. It's like, a house in the 50s was like X% of your income versus now it's crazy, or with a car, same thing. So in some ways it's more efficient and higher powered, and I don't know, it's hard to say because we did live in the 50s.
It's more efficient, but we have less time. The efficiency gains have not been given to the average person.
That's the question.
The efficiency gains have all just been excess at the top.
Yeah.
Almost to a T. Like,
yeah,
it's depressing.
I would be curious if you knew what the average today looked like actually and could live that for a week, and then you could go back 100 years and 2 and 3 and 4 and how you'd feel comparatively.
Like standard of living is higher, but you find out like...
Is it?
It is. I mean, like more people have like a refrigerator or something.
Sure.
But like you
technology.
also didn't need a refrigerator because the food was fresh. You know what I mean? Like you had more of a connection to like you were closer to the actual
but also like
material.
There were a lot of people dying of a lot of weird things.
That's the only thing I think that is undoubtedly vastly improved and hard to trade down for.
Yeah. Like
trading down for polio or something is just not something, no matter how, it would have to get very bad psychologically to be like, it's worth having a 1 in 5 at random flesh-eating virus.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Because like 1,000 years ago, like, no, I wouldn't. If that's a possibility, I don't think I'd take that bet. But I do think that they're like tribal societies in general, even longer ago, maybe before agriculture and before the diseases were like cultivated by the interaction between livestock and humans. I might take that.
It's also tough because
smaller community.
I feel like a lot of these idealized times had macro conditions that were at least very biased in an American sense. Like if you go to the 50s and 60s, which everyone always talks about.
Right.
It's like World War II had just been won, and there was like 1 million advantages for the United States winning that. So it was like almost the average there would be higher no matter what it had been.
Depending also on your race.
Sure.
And your gender.
Yeah.
Because like those things.
Yeah, that's right. You go back 100 years.
Depending on who you are, what you look like is a different bet too.
Yeah. Interesting.
But
strikes and gutters.
I'm just saying, like, we should be able to see, like, we see that this is going very poorly for us moving forward. But we keep doubling down on the same concept that has gotten us here.
Yeah, but there's like a disconnect between the average person and those decisions.
Yeah. Our politics has gotten way worse.
The people that can see it being worse and aren't advantaged because of the system aren't the ones that have typically the ability to do anything about it.
Right. It's like the power structures have gotten too ingrained.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know, maybe this is a revolution every 500 years. Maybe that's humanity and it's fine.
Hero's journey, right?
I guess. I don't know, man. Yeah. What it's going to be is Brave New World. Everybody's taking Xanax all day and logging into World of Warcraft times a million. And it's not terrible. You know what I mean? Like, it's not terrible.
Well, I mean, I think history is a long standing pattern of oftentimes taking left turns when the expectation was that we would just keep moving forward.
Yeah.
And it's weird. Like, maybe that is what it ends up being, but also, like, I don't know. What people thought it would be 200 years ago, I would assume is very different than what it is now. Because, like,
I'm for a peaceful revolution.
But
personally, I don't see any way around it, though.
I get a sense that people are starting to understand the isolation. Not everybody, but, like, even there's a certain group of people that are, like, awakening to modern, even technology and social media and stuff being, like, dubious.
Not in that positive.
Yeah. And then even people being like, I don't know, I think there might be a day where we look back not far from now where it's like, oh, 13-year-olds don't just get devices.
Oh, 100%.
Have the internet and can be on social media immediately and do that 8 hours a day or whatever.
This may well be the technological dark ages.
Yeah.
As compared to, like, you know, human development in medieval times, dark ages, what that looked like, and all the torture and all the, like, insanity that we were into. That's basically the digital equivalent of that right now is maybe where we are. Like, unregulated, self-inflicted insanity.
Yeah. Like, we all understand it. Staring at your phone.
But we're still staring.
I know.
We're still staring.
It's honestly, it's any addiction, though. Like, most of the time, people that are addicted to something aren't, like, being like, oh, I'm super fulfilled and happy by this.
Right.
But, like, there's this inescapable cycle.
Mm-hmm.
The internet is currently that for a lot of people.
Yeah, dude, we've piped it in.
Yeah.
So that's where it's very difficult to say, like, you can't necessarily just walk away because it's too compelling. It's too compelling.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't stop watching us. That's the epitome of entertainment.
The difference, I would think, is that watching this for 4 hours is not doom scrolling either.
That's right.
Like, this is actually almost the opposite of modern internet.
Uh-huh.
In a strange sort of way.
Yeah.
It's not like, okay, I'm done with this 30 seconds. I'm done with this 30 seconds.
True.
I'm done with 30 seconds. I'm like...
It's like, I'm going to sit it down and watch this for 4 hours. But the majority of people are not going to watch this for 4 hours. At best, it's going to be on in the background while...
Yeah, what are you doing?
Staring at the
This is on the
phone
background.
or working on a computer or cooking dinner. Or
I will say it is nice. YouTube now is on the app. It's like you can have it going while you're doing other things.
Yeah, they figured out this wild technology.
It's like, wait, they can be
for
watching
free.
this thing and then also engaging with everything else on. Like, they can do both at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like you could always have YouTube running. It's crazy.
And the YouTube app even makes it where you minimize the video, but it keeps playing, so you can scroll through and look at other videos.
Yeah,
and find the next one.
of course.
It's all designed, but you have to look at the incentives. I mean, all the incentives are designed to keep you on platform as long as possible so that you get advertising money. So it's like, what a surprise that this is how this has gone. It's like, goodness gracious, we stack the deck against ourselves. It's like, quit punching yourself in the face.
Well, yeah, but if you're a giant corporation that's only goal is to get you to keep engaging with something, so ads keep rolling. Stellar job.
You're going to be really
Doing a
good
stellar
at it.
job,
You're going to
yeah.
be really, really good at it, right?
Meanwhile, where do we fit in? And
hopefully as a counter.
Yeah, the win to me would be getting everyone off the device in person with each other. Like, actually, our videos succeed when they get you to stop watching.
Right, but it's not like 1 million people are watching these videos.
Yeah.
So, like, there may be 1,000 people that are interested in that, and that's great. But the real revolution would be like, there are millions of people tuning in to not tune in. Or to tune out, rather.
Yeah.
Or to not tune out. I don't know. But the real win is people in local gatherings actually playing games together and not bothering with any of this. Except maybe us. But otherwise...
Except maybe
none of that. None of the rest of it.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, you ready for me to destroy you?
Yes.
Let me get back at the task.
Don't kill Clarity is the hope, but I don't know.
Well, let's play another K game.
That's a good way to do it there. So 2K, the double Kagan.
Double kegs.
The 2 Kagan special there. But and
Two
he has
Kagan,
flight,
two
too. Why
Furious.
wouldn't he? Just swing in for 10 biggins.
We were swinging. I will attack your Exhausted Haven.
I mean, I'm going to block it with the only thing that matters to block with, so I'll get a card there. This card sucks.
I'll just go ahead and hit you for 10.
Yep.
Over to you.
I'm not hurt yet. Okay.
Larry Carter says mandatory device forfeiture for 3.0.
There it is. Well, actually, we'll have a little like an infrared thing that just zaps just fries any device that you bring in.
Just all electronics done.
Faraday cage. They can actually make it to where you don't get signal inside buildings if you don't want.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly. I mean, I think that's a real thing. Not a thing I made up.
Ray asking me, missed anything new, like co-op or anything? Nothing on that level. We went through a bunch of previews, and then now we're hanging out playing some games. Welcome.
Oh, Rainforest.
Jared
right.
says, you guys inspiring people to play tabletop games. That's a win. Joe says he's driving home from work. Only typing when stopped, though, to be clear. Joe Phillips says, TC's like an interactive radio show that I can watch later.
Cool. That's cool.
Dysphoria says, you guys are too compelling. You literally made the joke I was going to as I hit send. Ray saying, fantastic.
Resource. All right, I don't
Resource.
Know I don't know the answer here. Let's play Grant Park, Chicago. Let's
right.
ditch your thing.
What's it do?
So Alpha and Compass cards get +2 defense. But then I can search my deck for a class card of cost 5 or less, reveal it, shuffle, add it to my hand.
I see. Do you know how you're paying for this yet?
I'll know in a second.
You're going to wait to see what's in your deck. Yeah, I'll show that.
5 or less, you said?
Yeah.
I said?
Yep. Ray says, as of right now, who are your favorite contenders? Set 1, my favorite is probably Magnate. But set 2, Death and Conquest. I'm interested in them more than any of the previous contenders by a lot. There she is. Death herself. And, of course, Mr. Conquest.
I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing.
How about you, Ray? Who is your favorite contender? Oh, speaking of Conquest, promo. every time it pops, it should just say promo. And then how'd that get in there?
All right, let's do this all at once.
So you're
Grant Park finds Lynn. I paid for Grant Park. It's 3 total Thresh, so that's 8 total though.
how much life do you have?
2 Kagans, man. 20.
Yeah, double kegs.
Yeah, I don't really know how to win with this. I don't have any like cards that are good. Like that do like big things. I've got like 5/5 flyers. Which is like my curve.
Yeah, he sent us that like guide with all these decks. Maybe we should have looked at that before we dove in.
Well, I've got Kagans in here too, which I guess just like keep playing those and try to swing it.
Goblin, did you guys answer how many contenders are in set 1? There's 5, I believe, in set 1. 1 for each color. Jared's saying that the art on the Lynn card is fantastic. Yeah, that is cool.
It is. So we're all at +2 defense, and you're at +3 defense. That's great.
My numbers are good numbers.
Good numbers. And if I block, I can't because you might have a clash buff. And that's just too bad. So I'll just Wally up. Pass it over. Hope you don't have your 3rd Kagan.
No rainforest.
Or New York City. Be busted. can at least block one of them. New York City. Very good ads.
Okay. I will not play resource. Well. Okay, again. I'll take care of the big. I wish I could zoom in on Steven's face for just dismay.
I think that about wraps her up.
I had three Kagans in hand for like eons.
Well, you were playing a lot of other things.
Well, it's just like I would draw a card, play as a resource, play a Kagan, and I just was looking at Kagans. I'm gonna target Lynn.
Yeah.
When the time comes.
Yeah.
You don't have flight. Shoo. I'll swing for 15. Separately, of course. And then
That's fine.
Does Lynn
pass to you.
go down because she's +2 health?
His just
It just nukes
says you may target send
he
target clash
comes
card to
in.
oblivion.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gross.
Didn't read that part.
Just for you. LOL. Just for you really missing your salt can. You get both your triggers this time.
Sweet.
There's that.
None of these are any
Look at
good.
this beautiful set of Kagans floating around.
Then I'll draw one. No rainforest. It's not good. Then I'll go to the do I play a resource, right? You know
Oh
what I
my
mean?
god.
You know what I mean?
Just everything about your presentation of that information was great.
I guess is Alpha Astern out here? What does he do?
He's a big.
Does he get rid of everything? And then you get one and I get one?
Mhm.
That's like my only out, I think.
Is he in your deck?
So if that's true, then I need to play a resource, and then I'll play Amazon Rainforest, draw a card, and then use Clarity to draw 3. So if it's in the next 4 cards, I could play it. Because I've got to play the Rainforest for 7. Not 7, rather.
Is this Alpha Astra in the room right now?
Yeah, I think it might be. Okay, I'll play a resource there. Then
That'd be a pretty dope answer.
I'll go ahead and just Rainforest here to draw, just to swap a card in to see. I don't hate that. Look at the top 3 cards in my deck. Put them back on the top in any order, then draw 1 card. Okay.
Goblin River says he can feel your pain.
Deck and draw 1
Ray
card.
saying his favorites are Pestilence and War. The upcoming set. Current set, it's Mean Streak. He's a mean man. Pestilence looks so cool. They all do, honestly.
Got it. And you can just... No, you can't block with Torque. That's right.
I can't see your hand, but Dysphoria says, swing and a miss. At least you tried.
All right, let's go...
Yeah, triple Kagan, unless there's something else going on, is crazy.
Oh, I can't do that. 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that makes this plan no good. So we're gonna go here and here on my triple ability. If I can't play it anyway, I can't play it. Okay, that was for the Rainforest, and then 4, 5, 6 for Kagan. Kagan on Kagan, take a Kagan, and leave a Kagan.
You want a Kagan? I'll get you a Kagan by Tuesday.
And
With polish.
It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If I attack, doesn't matter. Because then you swing 5 flight, and it's over. It was good, though. That felt better. Kind of.
I'm curious
what
what the
deck
win
is a
kind of-
garbage disposal. I think it's trash in, trash out, man.
I'm curious what the win condition of that deck is. Like what you're trying to set up.
Yeah.
I think Steven's curious about
We're all pretty curious about that together.
Yeah, so that was your turn, basically.
No, I'll swing into your Kagan and see if you have a Clash buff.
I'm at 6 life.
Right. Oh, wait.
I'd probably think about that twice. Fine.
It feels like we're running the same deck, but yours has +1 life across every character.
Well,
So I don't think it's very good.
yeah. So, by the way, I'm just gonna. Well, I'm gonna play New York City.
There it
Let's
is.
just finish this.
There it is.
And then I'm going to attack for 4 with flight on your character.
Okay.
We'll start there.
Yeah, I'll block that one if I can actually do something about that.
There you go. And then I will. Here comes the boom. The board.
Right on.
And I'll attack it back.
You got it. You did it. Yeah, I feel like your deck is doing more.
It's definitely threatening more.
I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe there's ideas. I don't know.
I'd have to look at that guide.
Maybe you're supposed to get clarity out as early as possible, and then start working this ability and hope your opponent doesn't have Kagan or Here Comes the Boom or any cards that they run.
Any of the cards. You did have Alvaster. He was on the bottom of the deck, though, so that wasn't happening. You have Kagan, too.
I got Kagans. Kagan on Kagan, man. But like we have the same green essentially. My white splash is about consistency, a lot of card draw. And then yours is about damage. And like Here Comes the Boom and Torques and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like that's probably fundamentally stronger.
Yeah.
So far.
Well, I definitely. So I had the Kagans, but it's like I have because of the +1 health. My low drops are very good,
Yeah.
and then I have a fair number of bigger characters as well. It's not just Kagan. So I never saw him, but Sonora the Awakened Breaker,
Mm-hmm.
very good. Even when I was playing Machina,
Yeah, Machina is like a really good trader for you with a 5/4 coming in.
yeah, the extra health, and then if I have New York City, him being a 7 with that
That's
is also
crazy.
really gross. And then like again, the Torque, the uncontrollable, the little guy that can be a big guy.
Yeah.
Especially when Here Comes. If I clear the board, I never did it, but if I hadn't messed up the first game, Here Comes the Boom into that is just like gross.
It's just so good. Yeah, this together is better than the card draw of white, I think.
Yeah.
The card draw would work better if I could trade chuds, basically.
Yeah.
If I got an extra card and we just kept trading, it'd be sweet.
You'll eventually win that
But-
exchange.
I don't have a way to click a reset button on a board that has 3 or 4 guys on it.
Yeah.
So all those cards like can only do so much because it can't actually get me out in front of the game by the time you're hitting your 5 and 6 dads.
Yeah. Yeah. And you have like big bombs that you only had to run a couple of, but it was like because you don't want the 8 cost Alpha. Alvaster is a great example. You don't want him early at all.
I think I tucked him like first turn. It's like, well,
Yeah.
maybe I'm supposed to wait and just play him as an 8.
I almost feel like weirdly, like you could almost even play this Clarity with the deck I was playing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the +1, but the card draw and filtering. So you're gonna find New York City faster. You're gonna find the big beef faster.
I think there's a lot of decks that just use Clarity as the default contender.
Yeah, she's the only one that draws in the first set, right?
Yeah, and filters you.
Yeah,
She's
so
she's just a consistency contender,
which
which is beautiful.
if I've learned anything about competing at tournaments, highest power level you can get with the most consistency. Like heroes, you'll take 5% less power for consistency all the time.
Every time, every day of the week,
Yeah,
maybe
all the time.
10%, maybe 15%.
Yeah, there's some number
until you
It's
get to the
really
combo deck. Thanks everybody for being here. It's been a pleasure.
high. Goblin saying it was great to see the Alpha Kagan TCG.
Kagan is one of the strongest cards in the first set by far. Maybe the strongest. It's just, you guys have seen this. Anytime something comes into play and just doesn't care what the cost is of the thing that it removes.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 5/5 with flight
Yeah.
that also removes anything off the table.
Yeah. What was that? What was the Conquest card that did that? The Warband? Kyrexian Warband or whatever it was?
It had ambush and killed things.
It had ambush and kill on entry.
The two of the best things.
And it was 3/3. Ah, it's so good. Yeah, thanks for watching. It's been a pleasure to play Alpha Clash, and they're doing a killer job. Everybody over at the Alpha Clash team, you guys are rocking it. Set 2 Clashgrounds is coming up. We'll be charging for that. When's the release date? November.
It's the same day as Sorcery, unfortunately.
Yeah.
November 10th, I think.
November 10th.
So that Friday is.
Late October, that subscription is going to charge. So hop on that now. Grab your Clashgrounds boxes from us and get your promos as well. And we'll keep rocking this thing. I love what they're doing. I love the graphic novel, the gameplay,
the graphic
characters.
The novel Kickstarter is ongoing if you missed that. And again, shout out to the whole team over at Rising Empire. Art, incredible. Set 2 looks super good. I can't wait to jump into it.
Hope to see you guys again next time. Take care.